Hey now! Hey now! Hey now. There's a harmonica. How's everyone doing today? Joined by your favorite harmonica enthusiast, Adam Friend.
What's up? Any announcements to make?
Yes, we have a new media channel called Death of a Franchise. Isn't that a badass? Look and check it out. Check out the badass avatar Adam made for the channel. It's beautiful. Look at that. That beautiful
Yes.
artwork.
Yeah.
I put a link in the chat. There's a link that Adam posted as a sticky chat. So subscribe to the channel. We're going to start putting up media stuff on that channel instead of doing it here.
Yeah, because a lot of times we get complaints from the
Right.
people who are subscribed to us for politics. They're like, stop
That's
talking
right.
about media. We want to hear about, we want to know about the election. So,
Exactly. So we're going to
yeah.
separate. We're going to have the politics on this channel and the media on that channel going forward, except for today. Today, we're going to be doing more media stuff.
Well, no, there are situations, obviously, where media and politics intersect. Obviously,
That's true.
right?
That's true.
So, in this video that we're reviewing, I mean, this guy has made this video more to call right wingers grifters than anything else, right? That's the purpose of this video.
Let's be fair. This guy does go after left wingers, very relevant left wingers, like Anita Sarkeesian. Remember when someone last talked about Anita Sarkeesian?
She's relevant. Yeah, that was like Gamergate, right? 1,000 years ago. It was the time before the Republic.
I know. I love the guy in this video. He's all like, listen, I'm going to be very fair. I'm going to go after left wingers too. So let me talk about some left winger that no one cares about. He talks about two. He talks about one person who everyone on the left hates already. And then he talks about Anita Sarkeesian, who no one's talked about in a decade and no one cares about anymore. So,
right.
Ridiculous.
Is he calling those people grifters, though? I don't recall him calling them left-wing grifters.
I don't know if he called them grifters. He just said that they had bad critiques.
Right.
You know, they get a little bit more, charity, I guess.
Right. But the implication from this video is any right winger who does media criticism is only grifting. Like they're not really intelligent enough to do media criticism without it being a total grift.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well, that's what's so weird about this that when we're going to get into it, because he's like accusing these people of lying as opposed to just either they got some fact wrong maybe, or he just disagrees with them. Like, why are you accusing them of lying? And he brings no evidence. Well, okay, whatever. We'll see. This video, like all the critiques this guy that levies against everyone, he's all guilty of them too. Yep. So much so. This video is so vague and meandering and nonsensical. It's all over the place. It's all over the place. Also, I went to go look at this guy's Twitter, and I'm blocked.
Already?
Before is I preemptively blocked by this guy. I've never interacted with this guy. I didn't know anything about this guy till you sent me this video. So I'd never seen his content before you sent me this video, and I'm already blocked.
Yeah, the algorithm served this one up to me. Obviously, we've been covering the Acolyte, and I've been watching a bunch of Acolyte reviews and Star Wars reviews and whatnot. So the algorithm gave me this one. And I was like, oh, this is a gem. We should review this on Sunday. So
this is Anthony Gramaglia. I think it's how you say it. I don't know how to say his name. And he used to, I think, write for, I don't know if he still does, he used to write for Comic Book Resources. So
okay. Wow.
Let's jump into this. This video is called YouTube Critics Are Lying to You, a Bad Media Criticism Video Essay.
When Kong Skull Island first hit theaters, the YouTube channel CinemaSins did a video detailing all the ways the film sinned in their popular Everything Wrong With series. This would have been an unremarkable video for them if not for the director of Kong Skull Island, Jordan Vogt Roberts, taking to Twitter to criticize the video.
And that's why you should never do that, right? Kong director, why would you ever respond to like a YouTube video like that? That's so dumb.
Yeah, you immediately give them credibility. The Streisand effect kicks in. Like you just completely lend your celebrity. It's tough. It's tough. And I see response videos to us on small channels. You know, they get like 50 views. They get like 100 views. And I'm going like, why would we want to like, bring our entire audience to this? Nobody's seeing this, right?
Well, there's one video, I haven't watched it yet, that someone sent me recently. So complaining about us. Maybe we will because it's just fun. It's just funny. But
okay,
like,
well,
we made if we made like a Hollywood movie, in CinemaSins, who by the way, CinemaSins, I think most people recognize is like mostly a
Satire.
joke channel.
Yeah, of course.
Right. Like I'm just gonna like, yeah, I'm gonna point out plot holes, but it's just kind of more to be like tongue in cheek, jokey. It's not like I mean, I guess sometimes he levies serious criticism, but usually I kind of look at it like more humor. To criticize that just seems very bizarre.
Yeah, yeah, no, I obviously there's plenty of room for snark in the marketplace. So bring it on.
Tons of movie reviews are criticized by their creators, but Vogue Roberts' perspective gained traction because, well, he was right. The big criticism?
Okay, so they did the thing that you hate. Where he posts, this guy keeps posting text all throughout this thing and he never reads it whatsoever. Okay.
Right. Yeah, I hate that, obviously.
So
This is
here's
important stuff.
well, he's posting this as Vogue Roberts like correct critique of CinemaSins.
Right.
All right. So he says, quote, this is from Vogue Robert, I guess. Quote, Mystery Science Theater built something artful, endearing, and comedic on top of the foundation of other people's work. Vogue Roberts began. Well, first, it's weird that he's like defending Mystery Science Theater because I mean that is a show
Ultimate
that
snark.
literally
Yeah.
went around making fun of terrible old movies and having, the audience laugh at their expense.
Yeah, they're like the original reaction vid.
Yeah, right, exactly. From there, the filmmaker went through a series of so-called sins that the video creators call out for Kong Skull Island, rebutting each with one clear example that provides the quote sin aren't mistakes at all. In one example, CinemaSins subtitle identifies a character in a screenshot as Shea Wiggum's Cole, when in reality, as Vogue Robert notes, quote, that's not Shea Wiggum's character. Try actually watching the movie Snip Snap.
That is funny.
In another example, CinemaSins video asks, quote, if a landmass has this much of a reputation, why is it just now being discovered? Vogue Roberts' reply was simple, because it's inaccessible by boat and thus only discoverable when we launched satellites in the 70s with cameras looking down at the Earth.
Oh my God, this is so nitpicky. Do you watch a CinemaSins video and think, I'm not going to watch this movie?
I've never thought that in my life.
Yeah, exactly. Look, he could do a CinemaSins on Fight Club. It's not going to change my opinion about Fight Club.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
but I'm sure there are plenty of nitpicks you could go through with any movie.
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
sure. I'm sure there's a million plot holes and little nitpicks in most movies that you just don't notice. I mean, and it's fine. Like I actually probably wouldn't watch a CinemaSins movie or video for a movie I like because I don't need, I don't need
You
to
don't need to know. I kind of like knowing. There's a one in, I guess in Pulp Fiction, there's already bullet holes in the wall when they're talking to the guy, like they already shot up the apartment.
Oh, in the scene,
Yeah.
in the famous scene where he's got
famous
Samurai
scene,
Jack
yeah.
tied to the chair or
Do
in the
they
background.
speak English and what? Yeah, that's
right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious.
There's bullet holes in the background. If you
I never
notice
noticed
them.
that.
Yeah. So
That's
there's
funny.
CinemaSins just destroying Pulp Fiction. Oh, I guess it's a terrible movie now. Forget about it. It's like, I don't know. I think it's amazing when you can have, look, movies are difficult to make. It's amazing when any one of them come together. But I don't think the nitpicks really destroy movies. Like where the nitpicks affect a movie is when, it's bad storytelling and the movie is just inherently unlikable.
Mm-hmm.
Then the nitpicks really sting, obviously.
Right.
Gained traction because, well, he was right. The big criticism?
What is the purpose of, for example, of mocking an establishing shot in Kong Skull Island for depicting a rainy night in Saigon? As Vogue Roberts notes, it's the last time in the film where there's any rain. But even if that wasn't true, who cares? The subtitle in the screenshot from CinemaSins could lead to the argument that the film's FX budget was too low to handle the various creatures depicted in Skull Island. This article is so like, oh, give me the fainting couch. That, however, would be substantive criticism, as opposed to a random suggestion that there's too much rain in a film with very little of it to begin with. CinemaSins is popular because it boils down a 2-hour film into a brief video highlighting a handful of seemingly silly things without digging too deep, but masquerading as something more insightful. I mean,
is it?
Is it? That's not who. I mean, who thinks CinemaSins is some like great insight into filmmaking?
It's interesting because it is just its own genre. I mean, it's not really film criticism, so to speak. Yeah.
Sure. That's true.
That the review from CinemaSins flat out lied about his movie.
It looks like this movie spent half its budget on rain machines and made sure key scenes took place with them involved, so we couldn't hear the dialogue. Cole's not excited about the bombs going off. He's just happy that the director chose him for the obligatory destruction reflecting off sunglasses shot. Just out of
Are these things lies? Like, wait a minute. So, like, okay, let's go backwards here. So, with the sunglasses thing, if he got the character's name wrong, okay, he got the character's name wrong. That's fine to call him out for that. But obviously, the point of the quote sin or the joke that he's making is he's just saying it's like an overused trope or cliche to have that scene of the explosions reflecting off the sunglasses. But
Right.
like, that's not a lie. He just got the character's name wrong.
Right. Yeah.
Why did he say it was a lie?
Well, also the shitty dialogue thing was. I mean, is that a lie? That's not a lie. That's his opinion.
Yeah, he said the movie spent half its budget on rain machines to make sure, which obviously it's a joke. We all know that they didn't actually spend half their money on like a rain machine. It's this thing called a hyperbole.
No, that's
Have
a
you ever heard of
lie.
that?
Hyperbole? No, it's
No, it's a
lie.
hyperbole. Hyperbole, Adam. Okay,
A hyperbole.
a
Okay.
hyperbole. Yeah, it's like you have a giant bowl of cereal, okay, filled with many things. But yeah, so
No,
obviously that's like a joke.
When you're smoking sativa is the
Oh,
hyperbole. Okay.
Okay,
Get it
okay.
right.
okay, that's fair.
No
But yeah, I
more
mean, obviously
indica.
this is like a joke, and then the shitty dialogue thing is an opinion. These are weird things to call lies. I don't know.
hear
Does he
the
state
dialogue.
specifically what the lie is?
He does not.
Right.
That the review from CinemaSins flat out lied about his movie.
It looks like this movie spent half its budget on rain machines and made sure key scenes took place with them involved, so we couldn't hear the dialogue. Cole's not excited about the bombs going off. He's just happy that the director chose him for the obligatory destruction reflecting off sunglasses shot. Just out of curiosity, if a landmass has this much of a reputation, why is it just now being discovered?
So
Where's the lie?
yeah, he's just CinemaSins just made a dumb
Liar.
point, because I think it's fair to say, if this movie takes place in the 70s and there was some place you couldn't sail a boat to, it makes sense that you wouldn't find it to have satellite or something. I think that's a fine point. But what is hilarious here is with like the director, he's like quote tweeting or he's not quote tweeting, he's screenshotting like the CinemaSins and posting it on Twitter. It just makes him look so catty
Weak.
and weak and pathetic. He's like, oh, look, let me watch this like video, go through it frame by frame. Just how dare they attack my work?
Is he trying to sick his audience on the CinemaSins guy? Is that what's going on? Is he like,
Yes.
dox this guy?
I mean,
Here's
maybe,
your
I don't know.
target, Hollywood, right
So
now.
It's
Go
so
after his
strange.
family.
It's so strange. Also, this is weird too that like, so this video that this guy made, this is like from a few weeks ago.
Right.
So I don't know why he's like talking about criticism from 2017.
Is that really when this video came out? Oh, geez.
Well, look at the screenshot. It says August 15th, 2017.
Oh, geez.
So I mean,
Oh,
it's like YouTube
geez.
critics are lying to you from 2017. Like, I don't know. A little weird. We don't have like a more modern example of this, but
Look, there's literally Anita Sarkeesian videos in this that probably
Yes.
came out in 2017.
came
Maybe
out in like
he was working.
2014.
Look, he was busily working on this video in 2017, and he just got around to posting
Okay.
it. Sitch,
You could be
okay?
right. You could be right.
Stop.
He's very thorough.
Stop being so nitpicky.
Oh, this is
Okay,
my CinemaSins of this video. Okay. Ding.
this is like his Mona Lisa. Okay, it took him 17 years to paint this.
Anthony, the statute of limitations have passed on this video. You can no longer criticize it.
Right? Yeah.
As the director summarizes, critics like CinemaSins want to appear smarter than the media they criticize.
Do you think this guy wants to appear smarter? Sitch? Just give me your gut reaction.
Anthony, yeah, he wants to be like, oh, I'm so big brained. Even the way he's
Anthony.
like I don't know, his voice. He has a very smug voice.
Oh yeah,
In
totally.
my impression. Also, it's weird that he says that the director says that CinemaSins wants to appear smarter.
Right.
That's not in the screenshot of the text he put on screen.
Right.
So where's that statement?
Attacking CinemaSins on Twitter is kind of the opposite of seeming smarter to me. To be honest,
That's true.
to be honest with you,
It's the least smart thing you could do.
I mean, let it go. Aren't you supposed to be working on your next movie project? Like, what's going on? Are you supposed to be writing a script and procrastinating on Twitter?
Yeah.
Because I hear you if that's what's going on.
I mean, you should just be like, "Ha, this video is kind of funny," if you really have to mention it.
Yeah,
Or you
totally.
do, or you do your own CinemaSins of his CinemaSins. Be like,
Oh, that would be good. Yeah.
it'll be kind of funny. But
Oh, you should make a diss track calling him racist and film it in black and white.
you
That
should
would
do
be
a di
good.
You should. Oh, there you go. You should do a diss track to accuse him of being a PDF file.
Oh, that might be a
Pull a
bit fun.
Kendrick Lamar.
That might
That's
be a
what all
bit.
the
Oh
kids are doing
yeah.
nowadays.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, you're right.
CinemaSins isn't playing a character themselves. Jeremy even acknowledged that
Sins want to
It skipped a
appear
bit there.
smarter
Okay.
than the media they criticize.
CinemaSins isn't playing a character, they're just nitpicking movies as themselves. Jeremy even acknowledged this in his Reddit AMA, saying, "I've always been a hyper-observant, nitpicking jerk. Everything wrong with is just a manifestation of that."
So
Sitch, did that
What?
quote resonate with you at all? Anything?
What are you trying to imply,
You
sir?
said something very similar to this like about a week ago. You're like,
What are
oh
you-
man,
What are you trying to imply?
I just
Okay.
love to hate. I just love to hate. This is like the golden era of media that you can hate too. Sitch is like in heaven. Sitch is like, I didn't want to live during the 80s when all the movies were great. I wanted to live now and they all suck so I could wallow in their mediocrity. Yeah, it's good.
But this is not the first time I've discussed bad media criticism on my channel, and it's not going to be the last time either. Bad media criticism is a term that's thrown around a lot.
Dishonest storytelling uses narrative elements in far more petty and
Look at this literature devil.
biased
There he is.
ways. Taking one's limited perspective and writing it as the entire truth is dishonest.
Bad media criticism isn't simply just disagreeing with someone. It's not saying something you don't agree with. It's when the criticism itself seems to fundamentally misinterpret the piece of media being discussed, even when it's supposedly going through a scene frame by frame by frame.
Teach! Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah,
wait, wait.
we both got him. Yeah, I'm sure you want to respond to that as well.
Well, okay, so he said bad media criticism. It's not necessarily criticism you disagree with. It's criticism that misinterprets or
Yes.
misunderstands something.
Yeah. Which, I mean, obviously, a lot of people believe art is subjective, Sitch. Like there is multiple ways to interpret certain things.
Well, it's weird because he literally uses the Big Lebowski, "That's just your opinion, man," like clip multiple times in this video.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Yes.
It's so that's a strange way in my mind to define, bad media criticism, right?
Yeah.
Now, I would say I mean, I guess bad media criticism is criticism. I think, if the person I guess maybe a little bit agree that if someone interprets something in a way that I think is just, they just make up something, right? You're like, how the fuck did you come up with that? Like if you watch Star Wars Acolyte and you're like, listen, obviously the Sith is Luke Skywalker, right? And you're like, what the fuck? What do you mean it's Luke Skywalker? He's not even born. It was 200 years in the past. Like, no. Listen, here's all the reasons it's Luke Skywalker. You're like, no, that's okay. That's obviously stupid. That's wrong, right?
Right. Yeah. Look, I see a lot of this in the case of creating headcanon to make excuses for bad media more than I do.
Right. Right.
In media criticism. Well, I guess it would be in media criticism, but usually it would be on the left-wing side of media criticism. When they obviously they're going against traditional storytelling methods to come up with some ass pull about why The Acolyte is the greatest new addition to Star Wars. You're like, okay, I think you're fundamentally misinterpreting the media.
Well, I think it's fundamentally just stupid. At that
Right.
point, if you were to make that argument.
Yeah, but he's saying that they're doing it deliberately. Like this is some kind of nefarious plot to misunderstand the media just so they can criticize it. I'd say I see it more people fundamentally misunderstanding the media to praise it.
Well, either or
Yeah.
would be bad criticism, sure. I don't know why he played that clip of Literature Devil, which
The
let's
Mary
go back
Sue
'cause
thing. Because
I
he's
don't-
going to make the argument that that Ray is not a Mary Sue.
which is insane, obviously.
That's why he played it though.
But it didn't have anything to do with what he was saying. Let's look.
Bad media criticism is a term that's thrown around a lot.
Dishonest storytelling uses narrative elements in far more petty and biased ways. Taking one's limited perspective and writing it as the entire truth is dishonest.
Okay, so
yeah, you're
Butch
right.
Devil's saying dishonest storytelling, biased narrative, writing through one's limited perspective as if it's like the entire reality of the world.
That's Ta-Nehisi Coates, right?
That is Ta-Nehisi Coates. Yes, I don't know what video. I mean, he put the little what video was, but I've never seen the video that Butch Devil was talking about here, so I don't know the context of the statement.
We never went back to the clip from the Bob Iger book. In that clip, if we continued the clip, he lavished his praise on Ta-Nehisi Coates. Oh my God, he's such a brilliant writer.
The Bob Iger book. This is the former. He's former, right? The former Disney CEO who was talking about how he wanted to put.
He's former and current Disney CEO.
Okay, that's right. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, former and current. He wants to put like progressive politics into Disney products. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. It's weird. Throughout this whole video, this guy he plays a lot of these like these clips with no context. I'm not really sure what he's trying to say about the clip.
He's trying to signal that Literature Devil hates black people. Okay. That's why he picked this clip. He's like, let's have the clip of literature, the Rantsona ranting about the black man. That's what's going on here.
Interesting.
You got to learn to read between the lines.
That's true.
This is propaganda.
That's true.
Bad media criticism isn't simply just disagreeing with someone. It's not saying something you don't agree with. It's when the criticism itself seems to fundamentally misinterpret the piece of media being discussed, even when it's supposedly going through a scene frame by frame by frame.
Oh, Pete!
Now, why did he say that? Why did he say
I assume it sounds like he's
by frame by frame?
Right.
Why do you think
Obviously,
he threw that in there?
Criticizing EFAP or something.
He's throwing EFAP under the bus. Yeah.
They don't show up in this video, which is kind of surprising.
Oh, he's like, I missed EFAP. Here, let me put in a little. Let me adjust the script a little bit.
Right.
Frame by frame by frame. The whole thing. I mean, there are vast interpretations to art, but I mean, sooner or later you settle on, what makes a compelling story, what entertains people. So this would be a good place for him to throw some examples in here. But this is a hell.
Well, wait a minute. So he said that bad media criticism is where a person fundamentally misinterprets the piece of media being discussed. And now he's playing a clip. Okay. So this of Shad. So presumably Shad's clip here would be an example of what he's talking about, right?
Okay, let's see.
Peach, yeah. Princess Peach. Yeah. Giving her pants. Yeah.
Now,
what? How's that a misinterpretation of the media? I mean, she was wearing pants.
Well, you see in that scene, she wasn't wearing pants. She was wearing a jumpsuit. He misinterpreted the media, Adam. She was wearing a go-karting jumpsuit. It's different. You fool.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'd give him the benefit of the doubt, but
this is very strange. Of all the examples of someone misinterpreting media, he just had someone giving their, I'm assuming this guy, doesn't agree with Shad's opinion. He seems very progressive. So he's, like, oh, Shad's the evil right winger, blah, blah, blah. But that has nothing to do with his interpretation of misinterpreting, or his definition of misinterpreting the media.
What makes you think this guy's
opinion?
What makes you think this guy's progressive?
Well, when I was going through, reason I went on his Twitter was to see what kind of
Oh, you're blocked. That's why.
Yeah. Well, no, because he has this whole article about how there should be a queer Spider-Man. So
he wrote an article.
Yeah, the article that some black guy is talking about in this video, he wrote.
Oh, wow.
About wanting there to be a queer or gay Peter Parker or something.
What's this guy's name? Andrew?
Anthony.
Anthony wants a gay Spider-Man.
Yes.
Oh, man. I wish you would have sent me that article. I'm dying to read it now.
I'm going to read some of it when we get to that part.
Oh,
of it.
Good. Yeah. Maybe is Anthony gay? Do we know that?
I mean,
maybe
know.
He wants personal representation.
He wants
maybe
to,
that's
maybe,
why he wants
maybe.
a gay Spider-Man. Yeah.
bad media criticism exists everywhere. YouTube is not unique in this regard. Part of the reason I made the jump to YouTube over written media was due to wanting to distance myself from several hot takes in media publishing designed to draw hate clicks. And if I'm going to draw criticism, it's going to be because I said something ridiculous. I don't want to be associated with someone else's...
I mean, he probably also did it because I feel like a lot of these people that write for comic book resources or other things, I could be wrong. I feel like those are all like dying websites that people don't make money off of.
Yeah, they make more
anymore.
money on YouTube, obviously.
Right. And then, yeah, because if you do a YouTube video directly and you do well, then you're going to get the money directly as opposed to like being paid by someone else.
The whole idea behind bad movie criticism. I mean, I know what my definition of bad movie criticism is, but I mean, I would think his definition of bad movie criticism is probably criticism that he disagrees with. I would say it's not criticism. Well, I guess it would be criticism I disagree with, but I would disagree with it because, you know, I accept that there are fundamental rules of storytelling that a lot of people want to break, and that's fine. I mean, they can, but usually their movies end up in the art house, right? Those are kind of art house films that don't have wide appeal, and you know, they have a small niche audience that absolutely loves them, but they're never going to be, you know, fundamental like franchise drivers.
Mm-hmm.
So
someone else's bad media takes, I want to be associated with my own.
So apparently Anthony Gramuglia was uber triggered by the most 3 devastating sentences he's ever heard. Peter Parker isn't gay. There's 60 plus years of comics proving this. Stop ruining characters by playing politics. So, like a typical precious snowflake, Anthony penned a 1,400 word rant just to call me a homophobe.
Okay. So he says, this screenshot is the sole time that he, being some black guy, is referenced in the article where I say he's not a homophobe. So first of all, so he's kind of implying like I didn't really care about this tweet, even though this tweet is from 2019. Now I want you to look down at your calendars, folks. I want you to look down at your current year calendars and see what year it is, and be like, wow, he's been sitting on this. He's been sitting on this tweet from 2019. He wants you to know how much he doesn't care about a tweet from 2019 that he brought it up in a video 5 years later.
I mean, he's probably been through multiple laptops that tweet has lived on.
I don't know. That's a weird thing here. So, and also he references, this is actually super dishonest. But I want to let this video play a little bit before we go into that.
So if I screw up on my own terms. However, there's a danger to YouTube. Even though it's the independent channel and you're not being linked to a greater company or organization, bad media takes take up a lot of attention.
Oh, never mind. Okay. He doesn't go back to it. I thought he went back to it.
Is he saying he screwed up there too?
Anthony penned a 1,400 word rant just to call me a homophobe.
Okay. What'd you say?
Is Anthony saying he screwed up and penning this rant? He's saying, if I screwed up, I screwed up. But what is that referring to?
I have no clue.
Right.
So Anthony does a really bad job explaining literally anything he's talking about throughout this whole video.
Which someone who critiques media, you'd understand that, look, you need a certain amount of information before you can actually understand what the fuck is happening on screen, right?
Right. You would think.
It's true of movies and YouTube videos, right?
Yes. So I sent you the article. This is the first article Anthony wrote. This is the one that some black guy and the other people were responding to. By the way, some black guy's tweet on this got like 40,000 likes. And then Anthony wrote like a follow-up article about it. So, you know, can some black guy like quantum leap into his brain to say like, oh, he wrote this article because of me? Or is it like, well, his tweet seemed to be sort of the main focal point of people agreeing that it was a stupid article because it got 40,000 likes. I don't think that's so outside the bounds to think about. So let me read part of this article. The article is called 2 Spider-Man actors endorse a queer Peter Parker, so why not? He says, the most obvious answer to this is that Peter Parker is already firmly established as being attracted to women and women only, so he can't possibly change a key aspect of himself that's never been called into question before. Except that isn't true. Many people might not realize that they're attracted to people of the same gender until years down the road. This can happen for a myriad of reasons, but more often than not because they've been deliberately or unconsciously suppressing these feelings due to a sense of guilt or denial of the truth. This exact concept played out in the comics not long ago after Garfield and Lee's comments of Iceman in Iceman of the X-Men, as it turned out, was gay for his entire life, but had so deeply suppressed his orientation that no one realized it. He even dated women for years, but that didn't change the fact that he was actually gay. Now, I would say that this argumentation, this leap of logic, is an example of not bad media criticism, but retarded media criticism.
Oh, it's even worse.
Because Iceman is a fictional character, right? We all understand that Bobby Drake is a fictional character. If someone writes a fictional character and they say, hey, this fictional character I wrote at the time is straight. When the character was written, the intention was for the character to be straight. So he was. Then decades later, someone said, hey, I want to make him gay. All right. Presumably for diverse reasons. They want to insert LGBT characters into a story. And so they say, well, wait a minute. How do I get around all the decades of lore that has been established? Well, I have to retcon this entire character and be like, oh, this character is actually gay and has been repressing it. Right?
Yeah.
So that's an example of someone at the time of writing changing the lore or changing the character to do what they want to do currently. But yet in the article, the way he fucking explains this, like, oh, a character could not know they're gay for years. That's what happened with Iceman. That's not what happened with Iceman at all. What happened with Iceman was that he was literally written to be straight, and then they changed it because someone wanted to change it. They did not write the character of Iceman originally, decades and decades ago, like, well, he's going to be gay, but he's been repressing it this whole time. That's bullshit. And it's bullshit for him to like try to pass it off in the article like that's true.
Yeah, like they had done all the setups to reveal this repressed homophobia that he had been experiencing his entire run. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. They basically changed the essence of all the former writing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then, so let me see, where's the other? So he wrote like a follow-up article for the Mary Sue of all publications.
He's writing. He's basically writing, here is how you retcon it and make it believable.
Yes. Which, by the way, you could write that and that's fine, but just be like honest with what you're doing. Don't try to pass it off like that's the way it always was. Or intended to be.
Yeah, he's doing it to make the writers seem innocent. But obviously they know what they're doing. Right.
So, okay, let me send you this. So this is the follow-up article he wrote after, it's like happened a few days later, after he got all the backlash from this.
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry. I kept saying some black guy because I was thinking of the YouTuber Some Black Guy. This is a different YouTuber called Some Guy. I'm sorry. Some Black Guy was a different YouTuber.
You racist. I think just some guy is black though.
Maybe.
Which is
there you go.
Which is
So this other article. So this is the article he wrote in response. It's called "People Are Seriously Opposed to a Queer Spider-Man. Why?" All right.
Oh my God. It's like
so he says, so remember, so in Anthony's video here, he says this screenshot is the sole time he's referencing the article when I say he's not a homophobe, right?
Right.
So he's saying, I didn't call some guy a homophobe. I didn't call him a homophobe at all. And the article says, and he has the tweet, and then he says, for whatever reason, Peter Parker, or indeed any version of Spider-Man across the multiverse, being gay, bi, trans, ace, etc., has upset several members of the fan community. While attempting to paint them all with the same brush, is it fair to call these people raging homophobes? Or when someone asks, quote, what if Parker dated Johnny Storm, Harry Osborn, or Wade Wilson? Is there some other element at work that might be triggering this reaction? Let's cover the angles. Okay. So he's saying it. So at first he's like, he's not saying they're not homophobes. He says, is it fair to call them homophobes? He's asking a question. It literally ends with a question mark. right?
He's
Then he says,
saying they are homophobes, but is it fair to call them?
well, no, he's saying like, okay, but let's be good faith. He's saying, are these people homophobes, right? It's a question. And then he
Okay.
says, this
Sure.
article is going to cover the angles. This article is going to find out, according to him, whether they're homophobes,
This
right?
article is going to explore the excuses we can use to indeed call them homophobes.
Yes. Well, I mean, yes.
Let me just take
warning.
a guess. 10
Right.
reasons why you should be able to call these people homophobes.
Right. Okay.
That's the article, right?
So these are the reasons he gives. He gives number one. He has a section where he says Stan Lee says that Peter Parker's straight. Okay.
Okay.
And then he says in the article, the argument that Peter shouldn't be queer because Stan Lee didn't envision it seems more like an excuse than anything else. Stan Lee wrote the first 100 or so issues of The Amazing Spider-Man while he defined an era of Peter's life. Once he handed over writing duties to Jerry Conway, that was it. Lee was certainly allowed to share his opinions on what happened to the character after that. He was allowed to express that he wrote Peter as a cishet character, but at the end of the day, so what?
My God.
Okay, so he's saying that that's not a valid excuse.
This is just so wrong.
Right.
But continue. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm getting distracted. People are sending me DMs here.
Dick pics?
I said some guy. What's I don't understand what. Okay,
boobs?
Okay,
What do you
forget it. Anyway, I'm moving on.
Nudes? Any good? Anything
People are
good?
sending me nudes in the DMs. And it's very
Forward
shocking.
me some nudes. What do
Okay.
you got? Anything?
That was so reason one was Stan Lee, and he says that's not a good justification. Okay.
It's just
Reason
it's so
two.
weird. It's such a weird thing to have a character that's like, yes, I've been straight my entire life, but now so late in the game, I'm going to start exploring my sexuality, right? It's like,
Right.
why is this in the fucking comic?
I know, it's ridiculous. Okay. Reason two, changing what they loved. All right. And he says backlash is inevitable to any change, especially among fans. Fans fall in love with a character. One of the many reasons why Spider-Man fans aren't over one more day. Okay. That's all true, right? People don't want things changed that they like. That's completely right. That's completely true. One more thing that people pointed out when confronted with the possibility of a queer Spider-Man is that Peter Parker fell in love with women. He loved Gwen Stacy. He loves Mary Jane. He lusted for Felicia Hardy. These are stories that resonate with readers. If Peter is gay, wouldn't that take away from these stories? People feel this way either deliberately or accidentally erase the possibility that Peter Parker is bisexual or asexual. Part of this could be, I don't know how you could be asexual, but okay. Part of this could be because the topic was reignited by Tom Holland saying that, yes, Spider-Man could be gay specifically, so it makes sense in some way for these people to feel like that doesn't match up to past details. But for others, no matter the specific word choice, when they hear queer or LGBTQA, they only hear gay because to them, sexuality is static. It's binary. You're straight or you're gay. That's how they see it. And Peter must fit neatly into one of these categories. And that's highly problematic. That's highly problematic.
He literally says problematic in the article. Oh,
he
my
literally
God.
says highly problematic.
I've heard enough. I've heard enough of this trash.
And still, of all the reasons, if they don't want to retcon the stories that matter to them, that's fine. That makes sense. But it also has no bearing on whether there can be a queer Spider-Man. Just put a queer Spidey in the Spider-Verse. The movie versions of Spider-Man already are not the same continuity as comics. So continuity isn't really a problem. Okay, so reason number two, continuity. He says, doesn't matter here because we're talking about movies. Movies are different continuity in the comics.
Look, anytime you're talking about making some major change to a lucrative brand, don't you think you should consider how it might damage the value of the brand? Isn't that important?
No.
Okay, I'm just asking.
All that matters.
I'm just asking.
All that matters, Adam, is whether your comic is showing diversity according to your political beliefs.
Right. Yes. And the value of this property, the entertainment value of this property is immaterial. That's what you're saying.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, all right. Okay. That's an interesting perspective. Thank you, Anthony.
Okay. So then the third reason he gives is he doesn't really give a reason. He just talks about how some people were apparently mad, like in 2011, when people were talking about casting Donald Glover to be Spider-Man. They're saying, how dare you cast a black guy for Spider-Man? Now, it was 2011. This is like, pre-wokeness, pre-SJWs, pre-Gamergate, all this stuff. I was on the internet. I don't really remember. I'm sure there was someone somewhere that was complaining about this, but I don't really remember it being a big deal when people were like, "Oh, I like Donald Glover in Community. He's very funny as the character of Troy." I don't remember there being a big uproar on the internet of people saying, "How dare you cast a black person as Spider-Man?" And this is, to me, this is like how we know wokeness as a concept has failed completely. Because pre-wokeness, pre-identity politics, people actually would have been totally fine. The majority of people, in my opinion, would have been totally fine having Donald Glover or a black actor play Spider-Man or any other role that a white character historically played. And they wouldn't care because they wouldn't be seeing it as like a political action. They'd just be seeing it as like, this is an actor who I think is good and can do the role. And right now, people don't like it because they see it as an inherent political action. And that's what all these people who are very progressive and very politically activated, they lie about it when they talk about it in their videos and in their articles, is that people see it as a political action. They're not just, the horrible bigots they want to make them out to be.
It's more difficult with Donald Glover, obviously, because Donald Glover is a great actor. And especially, I mean, he's good at comedy. And obviously, Peter Parker, there's like a comedy element to Spider-Man. So, but yes, I agree with you 100% that anytime you see a black actor now, you think, okay, well, there's a political agenda driving this project. Yeah.
Right.
So, but a lot of times the problem is that actor that they're casting just is really not a very good actor. Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And now I know that I actually was reading Ultimate Spider-Man when Peter Parker died and was replaced by Miles Morales. I was actually reading it at the time. And I really liked Bendis's run of Ultimate Spider-Man. I thought it was great. But I think a lot of the initial reaction to Miles when he was in the comics, I wasn't seeing people mad that he was black, even though they did the cardinal sin, which is that when they first were introducing the new Spider-Man, the only thing they were introducing about him that was different from Peter was that he was black and Latino specifically. So they were shoving the diversity front and center. And in their interviews where Bendis talks about how they wanted to do it for diversity sake reasons anyway. It had something to do with in 2008, they're like, oh, we have a black president, so we should get a black Spider-Man or something.
Ugh, horrible.
Which is a really shitty reason to kill off a beloved character like Ultimate Pete, even though it took them 3 years to get around to doing it. But the big critique, I think the reason why originally Miles was so negatively received was because the way in which Ultimate Peter Parker died was so shitty. It was so dumb. It was his death was handled so poorly. It was handled via it was a weird crossover event that you had to read other issues. They're killing off Spider-Man. Okay. They're killing off one of the biggest, if not the biggest Marvel character ever, even though it's in the Ultimate Universe. And in order to even understand the story of why he's dying, you have to read other issues from other books that you don't care about just to understand the context of the scenes that are even happening.
Wow, this sounds like a great marketing gimmick.
Oh, it was so stupid, and the event was so stupid too. The whole event was retarded.
Are you gonna spoil it for us or what? What? How did they kill him off?
It's he's just fight I think it's Magneto is trying to reverse the polarities of the Earth or something, and there's all these villains attacking all these heroes, and I forget the exact specifics, but Peter has to fight. He's fighting off a bunch of people, so he's really tired. And after he's fought off all these villains, he's really tired. He gets jumped by the Sinister Six or something. And they just kill him because he's just tired from fighting off all the villains in the crossover event.
Sinister Six? Who were they?
It's I don't remember all the people in Sinister Six. It's Sandman.
He gets killed by petty thieves?
I mean, kind of. He kind of does the way he dies. It was so lame. It was what the fuck is going on?
Right.
But anyway, okay, that doesn't matter.
All
that matters is that worse. The way he died, it was handled very poorly. That whole event was handled very poorly because a lot of characters got killed in that event that people were not happy about.
Right.
So anyway, and it's so long ago, so I could be misremembering.
You want to see a beloved character killed in a way that honors their life. Yeah. That shows that respects the character. The gravitas of the character, right?
Yes.
Yeah. You
Yeah,
don't want him to
exactly.
die winning a Darwin Award, right? He wrecked his jet ski or something.
Oh, this is okay. I forgot. Like the way he gets injured before he even fights them is he like pushes Captain America out of the way of like a bullet, and he like takes a bullet, I think, from the Punisher. I don't even remember why the Punisher is trying to shoot Captain America, but he is. And Spider-Man like pushes him away, so then he gets
Friendly
shot.
fire. He gets killed by friendly fire. Ugh.
He gets shot, and then after he's shot, he like gets into a fight with the Green Goblin, Electro, Sandman, Craven. Like every fucking Spider-Man villain like just shows up and just beats the shit out of him. It's so fucking lame.
Oh, okay. So they did try a bit then. They're like all the villains killed him at
Yeah,
once.
but it's like, the thing is, it's like it wasn't the lead up to it wasn't a Spider-Man story. It's not like Spider-Man is saving New York for one final time, right? It's like a weird crossover event. So you just open a Spider-Man book and it's like, and now he's fighting all these villains. You're like, what the like what how did we get here? What's happening?
Right.
So anyway,
Yeah.
my whole point was it was handled so poorly. People didn't like it. So that was a lot of people's contention with Miles, at least in the beginning, was that they
Right.
just didn't like the way this was handled. But when it came to Donald Glover being cast for the movie Spider-Man, I seem to recall like everyone being very positive about that.
Now, was this before or after we discovered Peter Parker had all these repressed desires to have sex with other men?
This is after.
Okay.
Okay. So then continuing the article. Okay, so that example, so the whole Donald Glover thing, that's only just so he can call these people racist. That has nothing to do with the actual argument whatsoever. So then here, if you, I don't know, do you have the article up? I sent you the link.
Yeah.
You could see if you scroll down, he says in his video, he says he only mentions just some guy once, but that's not true. He actually mentions him twice. Okay.
In the article? Wow.
In the article. Yeah.
Salty.
And if you scroll down, you can see he actually has a different tweet. So this is either wrong or lying. And he has a different tweet where let's see, he's responding to someone, and the person he's responding to says, as the article says, though, there's plenty of room for a gay bi version of Peter Parker to exist somewhere in the multiverse, so long as they don't retcon Peter Parker 616, which is the normal universe. They won't be going against Stanley's wishes. Better to create a new character, Miles, for representation. Just some guy responds saying, there's no need for, quote, representation. All people need to do is look at Peter's experiences as metaphors and apply them to their own lives. This isn't hard. It's called imagination, something progressives apparently lack.
Ooh.
Okay. And then he says, Anthony says, what follows are two distinct camps. People who are, quote, okay with Spider-Man being queer, so as long as they never have to see it, and people who are against the concept in any shape or form. While we've gone over their arguments so far without resorting to the simpler explanation of, quote, they're just homophobic, it's impossible to lie to you anymore. And then he says, they're homophobic. There are several groups in the comic book fandom who are angry that their fandoms are changing what they once perceived as a hobby for cishet white boys. They have realized is actually a diverse culture filled with all sorts of people, and all of them want to feel represented in the medium. Women, people of color, the LGBTQA community, we all want superheroes to represent our life experiences in some ways. Blah, 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 blah. And then he goes on and on and on. So, to be clear, okay, this Anthony character, he puts up on the screen, he says, I only referenced just some guy once, and I say he's not a homophobe. This is either a lie, or if I'm being charitable, that was 5 years ago and he just doesn't remember. Because number one, he references just some guy twice. Number two, he doesn't say he's not a phobe. He questions whether he's a homophobe. And number three, he does call him a homophobe at the end of the article. Because he goes through all the possible reasons why you wouldn't want this and says that these are all bullshit. So the only possible explanation left is that these people are homophobes.
He does, in the end, come to the conclusion that they are homophobes, and indeed calls them that.
Right.
Okay. Well, that's, yeah.
Not a great
Pretty
look
clear.
when your video is YouTube critics are lying to you. Not a great opening gambit, right?
Yeah. As you are literally lying.
Yes.
Anthony, I mean, look, I got no problem with gay people. I just, why is the need to take a character and completely change them? You're basically taking them away from an audience that already loves the character to make representation for yourself? Like, why not just start square one? Like, let's just make a new superhero that's gay. Why is that not there?
Adam.
Because what?
Because
is not just, that's not an answer.
Well, okay. So I would say probably the real answer is that everything has to be remakes and sequels now. And so there's not a lot of room for new characters, maybe.
Well, I think there is kind of a stolen valor thing going on too. I think
there is.
They, obviously they want a character that has a lot of influence, a very influential character in the canon. And their thinking is, well, if we discover this character that we already like is suddenly gay, they're going to think, well, I still like that character, even though he's gay. It's not a problem, right? Like you would if you had a really good friend that came out as gay, you'd say, look, we're still friends, right?
Sure.
We're not going to hold hands in the movie theater anymore, but but we're still friends.
Oh, all those back rubs we used to give each other in the shower in the locker room.
Right.
We're not going to do that
anymore. Yeah.
Right. I thought when you were getting an erection when I was rubbing your back, it's because you kept telling me you were thinking of, Janet.
Your girlfriend.
Well, now I know,
Yeah.
Well, no, it's just, again, to me, as I said, I think the main reason that most people have a problem with shoving, changing a character's sexuality or changing a character's race, it's not changing their sexuality, changing their gender, changing their race. It's that it's indicative of a political thing. It kind of like signals to people, whether it's accurate or not, it signals to people like another victory for like the progressive left. That's how people perceive it. That's why they don't like it.
Yeah, they're like a victory in that we shoehorn some propaganda into this established media that everyone loves. It is a propaganda tool. It really is. It's like them thinking, oh, everyone loves Captain America. And if Captain America comes out as gay, they're going to continue to love Captain America. They're going to be thinking, okay, well, now I have a gay friend, so I'm not going to be a homophobe anymore.
Right.
I think it has the opposite effect. I think if you started a brand new character that was just openly gay and people like that character. Well, it depends upon how open, right? Obviously. I think I don't think we like characters that are going to be super open about their sexuality anyway. It'd be hard to like Peter Parker if he was, marching around talking about all the women he'd had sex with, right? You'd be like, okay, Peter Parker's kind of an a-hole.
Well, it's like, so it's the same thing. Like if they wrote Peter Parker to suddenly be gay, right? That'd be the same thing if you're like, oh, Peter Parker's suddenly going to become an avid Trump supporter. He's going to wear a MAGA hat while he's swinging through, New York, talking about how he had to build a wall, right?
Sitch.
Yeah, it'd be the same. People are like, what the fuck? Like, okay, can we not? Like, what's happening here? And now, obviously, the left would lose their mind over that, but that's sort of the equivalent of that. That's how the right would perceive the event. So,
well, it would make more sense because obviously a big wall to sling his webs on. I mean, that would be...
there you go. It
would, yeah. Look, I could see that. That actually makes story sense.
Yeah, what if Spider-Man, started spending a lot of time. He's like, I got to stop all the illegal immigrants who are committing crime in New York City,
Oh, yeah. No, that'd be good. Right.
Yeah.
There.
I mean, it's okay. I don't know. I don't think people on the left would like to be very happy with that. Understate for 20 Canadian. Thank you so much. It says, Happy St. Johnny the Baptist Day. Make it rain delicious poutine. May your cup be ever full of maple syrup. May your sandwich be filled with smoked meat and your cereal drowned in spruce beer. Bless the fleur de lis.
Oh my goodness.
There you go.
I
don't know anything about your Canadian holidays, but happy Canadian holiday.
That seemed completely dense with innuendo all the way through.
It does.
What is this?
Yeah.
May your sandwich be filled with smoked meat? What's going on there?
I think that's innocent. You're just a coomer. Okay.
Okay. Fill your sandwich, Sitch.
I like smoked meat. You don't like smoked meats? Jeez.
Okay.
What are you, a vegan? What's happening here?
Sitch loves to smoke meat. That's
no,
one
I
of
like
his
to
favorite
eat smoked meat. Wait, that doesn't sound good.
One of his favorite pastimes is smoking meat.
Okay. Listen, what? It's a very manly activity, Adam, to smoke your own meat. What are you talking about?
Sitch is auditioning for the new Spider-Man role.
You don't like to get some nice burgers, okay? Some nice chicken, some nice sausages. You put them on your little smoker.
I've had my meat smoked a couple times, and it was great.
Really? Now, okay, now listen, I've never had my meat smoked. That sounds a little okay. Okay.
Yeah, look. Read that first super chat. Honeybee.
Honeybee for 16 months says Hawk Tui. There you go. Is that what you were thinking about? Is that what puts frame?
Do you know what that refers to?
Of course, everyone's been memeing on it. Yes, I know the Hawk Tui girl. Yes,
you got the Hawk 2 girl.
The Hawk Tui girl.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just say something?
Yes, go ahead.
I don't find that meme very funny. I'm sorry.
The Hawk 2 meme?
That's I know it's a hot take. Okay, I don't know why everyone's so enamored with this meme. I saw it. I'm like, all right, okay, I guess like
a hot girl talking about a blowjob. I mean, what is not to get, Sitch? What is not to understand? In a male dominated space, a hot girl talking about a blowjob is like manna from heaven. What are you talking about? You don't understand this? This doesn't make sense to you.
Okay,
this is going over your head, Sitch. Please.
No. See, what you're saying is, I get what you're saying. You're like, okay, it's nice to hear an attractive woman talking about giving a BJ,
right,
and it be like socially acceptable. Okay, I agree with you.
Well, also there's a level of enthusiasm there that I think people are.
They like her moxie, is what you're saying.
They do, yeah, exactly.
She's got a lot of moxie for giving the old BJs. All right, I get it. No, that's a good point. I just don't think it's that funny.
Look at this. We got officially the fun police have entered this. Entered the stream.
Do it. I'm just giving my take on it, or I'm like, people are like memeing the crap out of this. I'm like, I don't know why. It's not that funny. Anyway, the Pontus for 500 sexy sexes. Thank you so much. Says S-Klassen are den beste Klassen.
Wow,
I like that.
That is awesome.
I assume that means is best class, and not something like horrible and degenerate. V Marie for $20. Thanks so much. This guy's always on my Twitter timeline with the worst media take. Can't wait to see if he complains about you guys like he did for EFAP when they covered him. He thinks a stream or video being long is a valid criticism. Yeah, I saw.
Ooh.
I saw him. Well, it's funny because I saw him complaining about one of the Mahler vids. I don't think it was the one criticizing his vid, but criticizing about like the critique was longer than the movie when. His video that we're watching here, it's 48 minutes long. So it's not, it's not short, right? It's a long video and it's still completely all over the place. Like he barely makes a point. He keeps jumping from topic to topic. It's vague. He never shows examples of what he's doing. It's so scatterbrained. So.
Nice. Of course, our media critiques are always succinct and straight to the point.
Of course they are, Adam.
Yeah. That was a joke.
So if I screw up on my own terms. However, there's a danger to YouTube. Even though it's the independent channel and you're not being linked to a greater company or organization, bad media takes take up a lot of attention. They draw a lot of clicks. They draw a lot of anger. And some channels feed on that rage. They feed on the anger drawn by a certain audience. And that draws more attention. And the algorithm...
Are we feeding on the rage, Sitch? Is that what we're doing here? Is this the rage? Feed us your hate. We want the hate.
Wait a minute. This guy made a video called YouTube Critics Are Lying to You.
Oh, yeah. He's not feeding on the rage at all.
He's complaining about other people. What the heck? What is this? What is going on here? Okay. Come on.
Hold on. What did I title this video? I think I went over the top with this video because I was
You always go over the top.
Well, no, this guy was so bad faith. Look, I didn't make him look completely ridiculous in the thumbnail, which is something a lot of people like to do.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it was too bad. But I do think I went a little crazy with the title.
This guy's whole criticisms, they can all just be so easily pointed at himself. So
right, yeah. Is it wrong to, I keep wondering if he's gay or not. Just because when he talks about he wants gay that article obviously wants gay representation. Does he personally want gay representation? Because look, I don't care about gay representation in media at all.
That's because you're a bigot.
Well, no, I'm not gay. Like that doesn't.
You're a bad ally.
It doesn't. Yeah, but why? I just.
You know what I want?
What?
I'm bothered that there's not enough Jewish superheroes, Adam. We need
Yeah, see,
more
that's
Jewish soup. When they made Spider-Man, they made Peter B. Parker Jewish in the Spider-Verse movie. I was like, finally, a fat, white, out of shape Jewish Spider-Man can represent me as an individual. I finally felt seen, Adam.
it's weird. It's weird that you want that kind of representation in media. Like if you really do want a Jewish superhero. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Okay. Look, if you want to do it, do it. The problem that I have is when you're taking these characters, these established characters, and all of a sudden you're completely changing the character. You're like, okay, now this character has experienced latent homosexuality their entire lives and just struggled to suppress it. It's like, I mean, that's weird. That's a weird aspect to add to the character, to this ancient character. Like if you want to have a character that's developed, that's constantly dealt with that, and that's part of their struggle, fine. But I mean, I just thinking about it here for a second, I don't really want like straight representation in my superheroes either. Like the whole love story aspect. I mean, they shoehorn that kind of stuff in, and there usually is like a B story that's like a love story going on. Like I could live without that. Okay. I don't need that either. And I don't feel represented as a straight person, a quote unquote straight person, because the superhero is straight. Like I don't feel represented by James Bond because he's out there having sex with a bunch of different chicks, right?
Really? You don't empathize with James Bond because he's a straight white male who's banging a bunch of chicks?
Well, I think a lot of people find that interesting, right?
Well, I think they find it wish fulfilling. I don't think they necessarily empathize with James Bond.
I mean,
but wait. His response to what you're saying would be like, well, you're a straight white male. You know, all of media and society is structured around you. You're like swimming in representation, so that's why you don't necessarily want it. That'd be the response.
The response would be because I see it everywhere. I can do without it because I've already
like you're
yeah, bullshit.
Okay. I mean, I think the issue is I don't have a problem if there was like gay characters that they add to Marvel comics or Marvel movies or whatever. I think it's stupid to change pre-established characters. I think it's a problem to add new characters who happen to be gay. I just think it needs to be done through a tasteful liberal lens as opposed to a leftist lens where it's like, yeah, they're gay and it's not really that important to their character because we're all trying to aspire for like the colorblind, you know, sexuality blind future where we treat people as individuals and we don't go, oh my God, look, they're gay. Oh my God, look, they're black.
We should make all the villains gay. How about that?
There you go. There you go. Asterian Moloch for $20. Thank you. Says, hey, did you guys see that actual fandom Dork did a stream about you guys last night? According to him, Sitch being, quote, one of the good ones won't save you when Adam goes full Nazi and commits the Turbo Holocaust. What? Wait, what the fuck? He said that?
Is this a stream you were talking about?
This is the stream I was talking about. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I didn't watch it.
Maybe we should listen to it. Sounds like it might be interesting.
Are you being hyperbolic? Did he actually say that like Adam is gonna go like Nazi and commit a Holocaust or something? Because that's hilarious if that's true.
That is so unlikely to happen. But you know, who knows?
But
maybe that's part of my future character arc.
Not impossible. Okay, let's continue.
Algorithm rewards bad takes and bad faith criticism.
But unlike all of those previous failures, this one tries to have a woke plot twist. She's not the mother of the savior. She's actually the savior herself. Yeah, I felt nothing at this reveal.
The more outrageous.
What was the point of that clip?
That he used the word woke. Why do I always have to explain this stuff to you? It's so simple.
Oh, okay.
It's so simple. Look, there's not actually. You're making the mistake of trying to follow the arguments that are going on here.
Mm-hmm.
It's just about people using the word woke in their criticism automatically makes their criticism null and void. That's what the takeaway here.
I don't know. Let's take a moment. Let's watch the video. So he has on screen again. He just put the text up. He didn't say it. I don't know why he keeps doing this. He says, can someone explain to me how this plot twist is woke? Okay.
Right.
That's the critique that he wants to levy against this guy. Maybe if we watch his video, maybe we'll have some, or at least that part of the video, maybe we'll get some sort of greater context here. Right. So we were at 32.
Mary had a...
Yes.
I'm sure he explains it. I'm sure it's perfectly clear if you actually are paying attention and not watching the video from a bad faith perspective.
Well, I don't know. Let's see. So this video is by Just a Robot. It's called Mary Sue's Are Getting Even Worse. Okay. The Terminator part is, let's see, it's around here.
Make any kind of sacrifice for the greater good or to get what she wants. I'm going off script for this point, but do you guys remember that movie Terminator Dark Fate? Yet another one of these movies that tried to capture the magic of Terminator 2, and of course failed. But unlike all of those previous failures, this one tries to have a woke plot twist. The film is like, guys, you see this woman right here? Just like in the first one, we need to protect her because she's going to be the mother of the savior of humanity. And then later on, they're like, ha ha, we tricked you. She's not the mother of the savior. She's actually the savior herself. Bet you boys didn't see that coming. Yeah, I felt nothing at this reveal. Everyone in the world saw it coming. It's not really a unique plot twist.
Okay, so the critique, the comment is that the movie, now I haven't seen Terminator Dark Fate, so I don't know the legitimacy of this, but his critique is that the movie tries to make it seem like it's the second one again. They're protecting this woman because she's gonna like birth, the John Connor son who's gonna save the human race. But the plot twist is no, she is a strong, independent woman is gonna save the human race.
Right. Yeah.
Right. That was his point. So that's what would make it. That's why he's saying it's woke.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So if you just played the whole clip as opposed to cutting out like the part that explains it, then you would have answered your question, Anthony, about why he thought it was woke.
Yeah, he's saying, he's also saying partisanship is what makes it predictable. And
Yes.
predictability obviously is bad storytelling. I'm curious if Anthony would agree to that, right?
Right.
Like if halfway through the movie we know what the ending is going to be because it's crystal clear. A lot of people say that's boring, right? Like, why am I watching to the end of this movie? Well, normal people are watching a movie because they want to know how it's going to turn out, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
That's why they say, spoiler alert, I'm going to tell you how the movie ends, right? That's literally why they say that.
So, like, again, we have the guy who's complaining about YouTubers lying, and here he's dishonestly editing, Just a Robot's video so that you don't understand what the point even is.
What the context is, yeah.
Yeah, what the context is, yeah. Interesting.
Yeah,
Thank
who's
you,
the
Anthony.
liar?
Thank you, Anthony.
Who's
Okay.
lying?
Yeah.
Who's lying and coping and seething? He just wants his gay Spider-Man, Sitch. That's all he needs, okay? One gay
listen,
Spider-Man and all is forgiven. Why can't Spider-Man be gay, huh, Sitch?
I saw End of the Spider-Verse. One of those Spider-Mans got to be gay, right?
Oh, like
Someone.
At least 5% of those Spider-Mans are gay, just statistically.
How much do you
there's
want to bet?
thousands of them.
How much do you want to bet they're going to make the punk rock anarchist Spider-Man gay?
Oh, yeah. How much you want to bet they're going to show him going down on Peter Parker?
There you go. There you go.
I wouldn't make that bet.
You wouldn't make that bet? You don't think they're actually going to show that in the next Spider-Man movie?
They might show the back of the head, but not.
Right.
Oh my God.
When does the second one even come out?
They're working on it. Okay. Don't
It's
ask
be
too
like
many
10
questions.
years?
I think the last one came out like a year late or something.
When is this movie supposed to come out? It's going to be forever.
Jeez. Come on. Great art takes time, Sitch. Don't ask too many questions.
It was a cliffhanger. It's annoying.
Just because we brought it up again?
No, it was a cliffhanger that the Spider-Verse ended on a cliffhanger.
If the wheelchair Spider-Woman is gay, that's just like, that's the oppression hierarchy right there. She's like God.
Yes, that's true.
I felt nothing at this reveal.
The more outrageous, the better.
And to try to pin the fact that mutants are minorities as proof that it's social justice. It's both intellectually lazy and dishonest.
Now, negative reviews.
He keeps doing this. He keeps playing these like little clips, and I don't know what is Anthony even trying to say.
Right.
I
He's
guess
trying to
that-
say that X-Men was a social justice masterpiece, and Eric July is completely wrong about his media take on it.
Why doesn't he just say that? He just plays a clip. I don't know what I'm supposed to infer from this clip.
Yeah, it'd be better if he came out and laid it out, because then we could criticize that too. But
Right.
yeah, we just have to infer.
Lazy Anthony, come on.
Have always done this to an extent. There's a sort of joy some people get feeling like they're better than the movie, that they've beaten the movie, that they've outsmarted it.
Like they're superior, like they're supremacist to the movie.
Like every time someone says, this person lacks media literacy. Oh my God.
Oh yeah, that's the ultimate supremacist move.
Yes.
This
Or they
isn't
say, oh
new.
my God, this right-wing chud is a YouTube critic who's lying to you. I'm so
Right.
superior.
Yeah, of course. That's a form of supremacy, right?
Yeah.
What kind of supremacy is that? Media literacy supremacy? Look, media literacy supremacy is just a short leap, a short hop over to white supremacy. Let's face it.
That's true. That's a good point. Yeah. Anytime you hear someone say something about media literacy and it's not a joke, that person's probably a Nazi.
Yeah, white supremacist.
Yeah.
Look, you see black people walking around talking about media literacy? Fuck no. Come on.
Exactly. There you go.
That's as white as it can be.
Some of Roger Ebert's best reviews are the ones where he tears into a film.
I hated this movie. Hated this movie. Hated it. Hated every simpering, stupid, vacant, audience-insulting moment of it.
There's a whole book of
It's like, look at this chud.
Well, he's saying it's okay when Roger Ebert does it, is his point.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He's not
He's
calling
Roger
Roger Ebert a right-wing chud?
No. He's saying Roger Ebert
Oh.
gets a pass, I guess.
Damn it.
these. But there's a difference between writing an honest review, giving your thoughts, and approaching each and every film with the intention of criticizing it. And more than criticizing it,
I mean, okay. I agree with that concept in a vacuum. Obviously, if someone's going to go into every movie like, I am programmed to hate this movie, then you're going to find reasons to hate it, obviously. Same thing if you go into the movie thinking you're going to love the movie, or you want to love the movie, you're going to end up finding reasons to love it. And you can make, like, if you want to make a smarter argument about how all of the politics and the political thinking, both around movie and movie criticism, has made, colors too many people's opinions on the media. Like, you could do that, right? You can make an argument there. You can try to lay out something there, but that actually require work and thoughts and like a script that makes sense. And you actually construct an argument here as opposed to just throwing everything at the wall the way he's doing and seeing what sticks.
But he's doing this to make a specific accusation. He's saying that people, right-leaning movie critics, their only goal is to criticize diversity and inclusion, which I just think is fundamentally incorrect. And there's a perfect example. Look, House of the Dragon, total representation in there, right? They got interracial marriages, they got female empowerment, they got all this shit, right?
They literally race swapped the whitest characters to be black.
They got black characters with blonde hair. Okay. Fucking
white hair.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. They love House of the Dragon. Why do they love House of the Dragon? Well, it's got good writing. It's a compelling story. They understand conflict and character development, right? They understand pacing. It's not it's not politically motivated, which makes it not predictable. We don't necessarily know what's going to happen. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's just he's wrong. He's incorrect.
Right.
These people are judging media based on whether or not it's good by traditional storytelling methods. And he's the one, and his team is the one that's hiding behind diversity and inclusion to make excuses for films that, I mean, they're basically propaganda. They're not entertaining the least bit. So, he's the one in the cope spiral here.
Yeah. Like, and the only example he's brought forward and could bring forward that even be this is CinemaSins, which is number one, not political, and number two, that is like the point of the channel, and it's
Yeah.
done like mostly for like funniness, for funny sakes and for parody and satire almost. And I don't think anyone's really taking CinemaSins like super seriously.
Look, I don't. Does CinemaSins even call out wokeness in movies?
I
mean,
don't think so.
I don't think so.
I don't watch his stuff. But.
Seems like CinemaSins has been around long before wokeness became a thing. Like,
right.
You need. It's very simple. The critique that a lot of people on the right are making and is invisible to a lot of people on the left because they literally like the propaganda. They're like, oh yes, please feed me propaganda as long as I believe with it, as long as it caters to my moral intuitions, as long as it puts political propaganda into the world that I agree with, that's going to make sure Donald Trump is not the next president. As long as it's propaganda they like, they're like, please shovel it my way. But so this stuff is completely invisible to them. So the right-wing content creators, it's not invisible to them, and it makes the story experience less enjoyable because it makes the stories far more predictable. And predictability ruins storytelling.
True.
Yeah.
Mocking it.
Kind of a forgettable show. Look, acting was great. Cinematography was great. The writing was good. But it was a lot of little things. I mean, when we saw the camera in the previous episode, there were like screws in the wall.
This isn't like Mystery Science Theater 3000 riffs, all right?
Well, what the fuck? What is that clip even about? I don't even know what the fuck what series is he even talking about?
He is basically, and this is a completely dishonest tactic. He's trying to play a clip of Star Wars Theory, making some comment that you read as unimportant or incidental. And he's trying to say all of his movie criticism is in this vein. It's all incidental, unimportant stuff. Like,
yes,
right.
Yeah. I get like the tactic. He's supposed to say like, look, he's saying that he likes all these important things, but he doesn't like this, but he's bothered by this little thing. So therefore he's hating on the show. Right. I don't even know what show he's talking about.
Yeah. Look, the context is completely missing. And that's what makes it dishonest.
So I can't even look up the clip because I don't even know I'm not going to go through all Star Wars Theory's videos to find out whatever he's talking about here. And I can guarantee you that whatever he's talking about, he doesn't like it for more important reasons than just he saw screws in one shot.
Of course. Yeah, we could dig in deeper, but Anthony's completely being dishonest here. Anthony's like very dishonest. Yeah, he doesn't want you to know the context. He's just like, look, right-wing grifter, ignore their media take.
Right? In those you laugh with.
Look, and he's saying that we shouldn't mock horrible media. What was the internet invented for, Sitch? I mean, like, of course we're going to mock horrible media.
Of course. Well, and also it's weird because like for most of the other clips he uses, he put the title of the video. This one he doesn't, so I don't even know how to find this.
Oh, this video here.
Yeah, he didn't put a title for whatever the YouTube video was.
Things. I mean, when we saw the camera in the previous episode, there were like screws in the wall.
This isn't like Mystery Science Theater 3000 riffs, all right? In those you laugh with both, the hosts and the film itself.
Because they're laughing at media that you agree is terrible.
Wait. That's literally not true. What the fuck is he talking about? In Mystery Science Theater, they're laughing at the shitty quality of the movie. They're not laughing with it. They're making fun of it directly.
Yeah, but you as the audience are also making fun of the movie. They're picking movies that you would lambast as an audience as well.
Right, but he's making it sound like Mystery Science Theater is doing something that's like not mean because they're laughing with the movie when that's not true. It is them watching like the entire plot. If you guys have never seen Mystery Science Theater, this is what it is. Okay, it's these three guys, two of them are puppets that are robots, watching these horrible old movies and just like making funny comments about terrible aspects of the movie and making fun of it. And the plot is that these guys are launched into space and as a form of psychological torture by a mad scientist, they're forced to watch bad movies. It is literally the plot that they are forced to watch bad movies. So I don't know what the fuck Anthony's talking about when he's trying to make it sound like they're laughing with them. No, they're laughing at the movie. That's not true.
And the idea that Mystery Science Theater is some sort of high movie analysis is just weird.
No, it's like literally they're not doing like very serious movie critique when they make fun of these schlocky movies.
Yeah.
There.
All right.
You're glad I don't look stupid in this.
This is the kind of media criticism that approaches each film as a puzzle. How is this media bad? And by that same metric, how can I solve the problem of the movie? Rather than take the film on its own.
So he's explained this concept wrong, because there's nothing wrong with trying to understand what he's trying to say. What Anthony's trying to say is that the person is approaching the movie or the TV show with the preset notion in their mind that it's bad, and then trying to post hoc justify it to their audience. That's what he's trying to say. But he said it really shittily, because in reality, if you do watch a movie or a TV show and you just watch it with a completely open mind and it's terrible or great, it is a completely valid and worthwhile exercise to look at it like a puzzle and say, well, why did I like this movie? Or why did I hate that? That's a completely valid way to try to break something down.
Yeah, that's part of your journey if you want to make movies, becoming a good writer. Obviously, you want to know, like, why did this movie succeed? Why did this movie fail? Yes.
Yeah.
Very, very important. Yeah.
In terms, you come in knowing your goal, to tear it apart.
Pushing identity politics and the message. They done woke it up!
Some famous critical reviews.
I mean, I think it's fine to look at promotional material and previews of a show and say like, oh, it looks like it's going to be something, XYZ. And then you actually, as long as you can watch it with an open mind and then it comes out, you can change your mind, which has definitely happened. People said that about House of the Dragon. They thought it was going to be very woke because of the race swapping of the Targaryens. And then they changed their mind. They said, oh, I actually like it. Well, they liked it. I didn't actually like it, but a lot of people actually like it. So.
Why do you like it, Sitch? I don't even think you watched the last episode of the last season. I was trying to get you to watch it, and you're like, whatever.
I did. No, I've finished it. Yeah.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I finished it. Yeah.
You're like,
but no. So again, the fact House of the Dragon shows that they can go out there, make comments, and then change their mind. So,
in House of the Dragon, his wife dies in like the first episode. It's like so grueling. She dies during childbirth. I'm like, it's just gut-wrenching, very real conflict from the jump. Yeah.
Yeah, all the conflict is like there's real conflict. My personal bugaboo is I don't like when characters are stupid or doing stupid things, even if it like makes sense. And too many people in the first season of House of Dragon were doing stupid shit. I'm just like, what is happening here?
Right. Yeah.
Now that doesn't bother some people, and that's fine. That's why I said it's my personal hang up. I like my characters to be smart.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I like
have forced you to reevaluate a film.
Yes.
Pushing identity politics.
What?
This is why I love Step Brothers. You
can't
love Step Brothers if you want your characters to be smart.
No, that movie's awful.
On its own terms, you come in knowing.
Shut up already. I'm trying to play the video.
Your goal to tear it apart.
Pushing identity politics and the message.
This is in response to Star Wars The Acolyte. This was filmed months before it came out.
This is all true, though. This all turned out to be 100% true. You had a director.
I don't understand why we're not calling this guy for stock picks. Who is this guy?
I know.
This guy's a prophet.
You had a director who is, I believe she's gay and female, and was like, I want to bring that to Star Wars. And, you had lesbian witch covens creating Force babies, destroying the pre-established lore. So I think this prediction turned out to be completely accurate.
It did. Who is this guy? Should I buy NVIDIA? Tell me, who is he?
They done woke it up!
Some famous critical reviews have forced you to reevaluate a film. Mel Brooks's comments on
reevaluate what? The Acolyte? He keeps doing this, Sitch. What a fucker. I hate this guy. Am I supposed to read this shit? It's like,
well, no, wait. I'll read it in a second because this is like a really weird critique, but I want him to like finish that.
Okay, I backed it up.
Critical reviews have forced you to reevaluate a film. Mel Brooks's comments on Life is Beautiful, a film that implies you can laugh through the darkest times, even genocide, forced a lot of people to reevaluate this award-winning film. Chinawa.
Okay, so this is supposed to be a section explaining good criticism, right? That is the point of why he's bringing this up. Okay. And so one of the examples of good criticism is Mel Brooks, famed comedy director Mel Brooks, complaining about the movie Life is Beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Okay.
You've seen Life is Beautiful. We've talked about it on the stream before.
Oh, yeah. I love that movie.
Right. So Life is Beautiful, if you haven't seen it, it's funny. My English teacher played this for us when I was in 7th grade. I don't know why, but that's the only time I've ever seen it. Life is Beautiful is a movie where a father and son go to a concentration camp, and the father, in order to protect the son emotionally, is like trying to convince the son that it's not a concentration camp or something horrible, but that it's like some kind of fun daycare, like summer camp activity or something.
Right. Yeah.
And so, so like the whole movie is him like tricking his son into thinking it's not like a bad thing that's happening to them. Right.
Right. Yeah. It's a useful fiction.
Right. Right. So let's look at, now I thought the movie was, I saw it a long time ago, but I thought the movie was fine. I thought it was poignant. It was sad.
Oh yeah.
But so here's what Mel Brooks's criticism is. He says, the Jews were horrified. I received resentful letters of protest saying things like, how can you make jokes about Hitler? The man murdered 6 million Jews, but the producers doesn't concern a concentration camp or the Holocaust. So he's saying how, he's criticizing Life is Beautiful, but he's saying that, he's deflecting, saying, well, I was getting criticism for the producers, which if you haven't seen the producers, features the people putting on a play called Springtime for Hitler, which is using Hitler as a joke. And Steven Spielberg says, can you really separate Hitler from the Holocaust? Mel Brooks responds, you have to separate it. For example, Roberto Benigni's comedy Life is Beautiful really annoyed me. A crazy film that even attempted to find comedy in a concentration camp. It showed the barracks in which Jews were kept like cattle, and it made jokes about it. The philosophy of the film is people can get over anything. No, they can't. They can't get over a concentration camp. Spielberg, but the film has deeply moved a lot of people. Brooks, I've always asked myself, tell me, Roberto, are you nuts? You didn't lose any relatives in the Holocaust. You're not even Jewish. You really don't understand what it's all about. The Americans were incredibly thrilled to discover for him that it wasn't all that bad in the concentration camps after all. That's why they immediately pressed an Oscar into his hand. Okay. So a couple of things. First of all, I wouldn't even call this a critique. It's literally Mel Brooks just saying something in like one conversation in an interview. Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's weird to call this a critique.
Movie critique.
Yeah. Super weird to call this a movie critique. Number one. Number two, listen, I like Mel Brooks movies as much as the next person. I think his criticism of this is like really stupid.
Yeah.
Okay. In Life is Beautiful, like I don't know, like it's like listed as a comedy, which is weird because when I watched the movie, it didn't feel like a comedy.
That is crazy to me. Yeah.
Right. Because like you, the viewer, know what the Holocaust is, and you know what a concentration camp is. And so you have this information. And so when you're watching the father like trick his son into thinking that like they're not horrible things happening to them, it has like a weird like you kind of smile.
You are not
but
laughing. Yeah.
Yeah, you're not laughing. You kind of smile because you're like, oh, that's like sweet, but you understand like the horror underneath it.
Yeah,
I'm sure there's some
killed
word
in the end. Oh, so funny, man. So
yeah,
hilarious.
like, and at the end of it, the father is like, it's like really like he's like marched off to die, and he's like pretending that it's okay so that his son doesn't like realize that he's getting marched off to die, and then the son ends up getting rescued. So like
Yeah,
And so
funny,
I think it's
very funny.
right. So I think it's a good movie. I think it's a very interesting movie. I think Mel Brooks' critique of it are really fucking weird and stupid.
Yeah.
And so it's strange to me that for Anthony here, he's like, let me give you two examples of quote a good critique, and the first one is like bafflingly dumb.
That's not a good critique at all. Yeah. And
No.
I would even say just, you could infer maybe some jealousy is going on here as well, because he was kind of the talk of Tinseltown after that movie. And man, his career was like on fire. I think he won Best Picture for Life is Beautiful, right? But
Well,
the
they said they put an Oscar in
idea,
his hand, so yeah.
yeah, but the idea, look, and all these people in Hollywood, they all deserve an Oscar. Let's all look. He's even what is this? What is this dialogue from? He's talking to Steven Spielberg, who's obviously Spielberg made Schindler's List, right?
Right.
The Life is Beautiful is a lot closer to Schindler's List than to any of these Mel Brooks movies. Okay,
Sure.
Them calling it a comedy, I mean, it's insane that they do call it a comedy. So, but yeah, this is horrible criticism. I don't agree with his take on the movie at all. Like it's not like. The idea that people are watching that movie and thinking, oh, we don't have to worry about the Holocaust, it wasn't that bad. Like, fuck you. Like, that movie made me think the Holocaust is horrible. They're fucking children there.
Yes.
Yeah. This is that's way bad criticism. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think anyone saw Life is Beautiful and thought like, oh, I told you the Holocaust wasn't so bad.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone thought that.
Like it's this is bafflingly bad movie criticism. It's not even really pitched though as a, and look, we're like halfway through his argument here, but it sounds like he's saying good criticism is when influential people come out and tell you how you should think about a movie. Like Mel Brooks saying this should convince people that to view Life is Beautiful in this weird, unconstructive way.
Right.
Which it does.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, that's not. He's not talking to Steven Spielberg. He's talking to someone named Spiegel. So I don't know who this.
Oh, okay.
is.
It's not Spielberg.
He's talking to Spike Spiegel from Cowboy Bebop. I don't know why Cowboy Bebop is interested in the Holocaust.
So look, he's not talking. Obviously, this would be a way different conversation with Spielberg, since Spielberg did do a Holocaust movie that also, I believe, won Best Picture. Right. Yes.
Right. But so
Schindler's List.
Right.
That other great comedy.
He said a good criticism is one that makes you rethink whatever the thing is that you're watching, which first of all,
that's bullshit.
That is bullshit, because you could literally have CinemaSins watch a CinemaSins and says, wow, I thought this movie was good, but now I see all the plot holes. It's bad. I mean, does that make a good criticism, Anthony?
It sounds like he's saying good criticism is criticism that talks you into liking garbage. Or
the reverse. Yeah. Because this is Mel Brooks complaining about Life is Beautiful, which by the way, I don't know. I'm skeptical that this Mel Brooks complaining about this was like very influential in changing people's minds about Life is Beautiful. But
yeah, I doubt that that's the case. Yeah. People
genocide.
This is the whole idea behind a celebrity endorsement, though. Obviously, you pay a celebrity to come out and influence people to try a product or like a product. So.
Right.
But I wouldn't say that's good. Your analysis during the beginning was more apt. I think people go in, they watch a movie, they're like, I was bored, this sucked, and a movie critic comes along and tells you why you were bored and it sucked. Yeah.
Forced a lot of people to reevaluate this award-winning film. Chinua Achebe's famous criticisms of Heart of Darkness rewrote academic textbooks for decades and led to the creation of Achebe's counterpart to Hearts of Darkness, Things Fall Apart. But one thing...
So, I didn't want to read that guy's entire review of Heart of Darkness. But he actually gave a speech about it. And then it became like a 15-page paper. It was some lecture at some college somewhere. And basically he was complaining that Heart of Darkness was like racist in its depiction of black people, which, okay. I've never read Heart of Darkness. I've obviously seen Apocalypse Now, but I've never read Heart of Darkness.
Yeah. Heart of Darkness is a story that Apocalypse Now, the movie, is based on.
Right. But they changed the setting because Heart of Darkness takes place in the Congo and Apocalypse Now takes place in Vietnam, obviously.
Right.
So,
yes.
So I don't know enough about source material to comment on whether that's a legitimate criticism or not, about whether it's racist or not, blah, 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 blah. But I did think it was interesting that this guy made a factual error here because he's been complaining a lot about people making factual errors. He says that this guy's criticism turned into this book. Okay, listen to what he said.
Famous criticisms of Heart of Darkness rewrote academic textbooks for decades and led to the creation of Achebe's counterpart to Hearts of Darkness, Things Fall Apart.
He says that the criticism led to this book being created. All right.
Mhm.
This book was written decades before he criticized Heart of Darkness.
No way.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Well, that means
It's-
it couldn't have done that, Sitch. Sounds
No.
like he's lying.
This book was written in 1958, and this speech he gave where he criticized Heart of Darkness that became like a 15-page paper was in 1974.
Okay.
So, I mean, I don't know what the fuck he's... Now, I could be a normal person and just say, oh, well, he just got this wrong, right? Because, who cares? It's not that big of a deal. He just got some piece of factual information wrong. Or I could be like...
He is lying,
These
Sitch.
YouTubers lying to you, Adam. They're lying to you.
He's a liar.
Liar.
Look, obviously this guy is a leftist, so he's
Okay.
all leftists must lie to you.
That must be it.
Yeah.
That must be it, right?
Yeah. Probably just got it wrong, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm sorry. The controversial lecture was in 1975, not 1974. Oh, I got it
How
wrong. I was
dare
lying
you.
to everybody. I was also lying.
No, that was an innocent mistake, okay? When
Oh,
you
okay,
do it,
thank
it's
you.
just
Right.
it's innocent. When he does it, it's a lie. Trying to deceive you. Bad faith, criticism.
Libertarian Sasquatch for $20. Thank you so much. Says in House of the Dragon, there's also real world consequences and stakes for being gay, and that adds to your sympathy of the characters. Also said race blindness, the fact that her sons are half black is a knock on their legitimacy. Well, that's true.
That is a good point, yeah.
In the first season, well, actually, the race swap kind of fucks things up, I think, a little bit, because if you haven't seen House of Dragons, there's a plot point where one of the main characters, who's royal, who's supposed to be the next in line for the throne, she is married off to someone who is black or half black, I guess. But it turns out that character is gay. And
Right.
so she has a deal with him where essentially he can go be gay and fuck men, and she's going to go fuck this other guy who's a white guy. And so the problem is, like, all her children very obviously all look like
Very
100% white. Right? And so it's all like, it's so obvious that they're bastard children, that they're not like her husband's children.
How dare
And so
you? How dare you, Sitch? Don't call
Well, I
them
just say, like, the
bastard
race
children.
swap kind of makes it even worse because it's like so apparent that they're not his children. Like, they're not even like trying to hide it.
Those are Rhaenyra's children, okay? Be
Well, they are
nice.
Rhaenyra's children. They're not. I forget what the guy's name is, but they're definitely Rhaenyra's children. They were Christian Cole's children, right? Or is it kind of ambiguous? I don't remember the first season.
Were they Kristen Cole's?
I thought one of them was Kristen Cole's, and then the other ones were someone else's. She was banging some other guy.
God, I gotta
Didn't
go
Kristen
back
Cole get
and-
mad?
I gotta go back and brush up
I
on the
don't know.
first season because it
Whatever.
seems like an eternity ago when that
Right.
came out.
Right. But though I guess you could say, well, maybe it doesn't matter because even if they hadn't race swapped them, it would still be like super apparent that they weren't his kids because all the Targaryens have like white hair and purple eyes as they're supposed to, and the kids all have brown hair and not purple eyes. So it's like, wow, how did this happen? Right? I don't know.
It's a mystery.
It's kind of
one of the mysteries of life.
But one thing both of these criticisms have in common, they address the themes and ideas of the work. When referencing specifics, it's in order to bolster the argument that the themes are fundamentally wrong.
So first of all, Mel Brooks is like talking to some interview about did not address the themes or the message of life is beautiful, even remotely, at all. So again, worst possible fucking example he could ever bring, ever. Secondly, he plays, this is a scene of the end of the movie. So at the end of the movie, when his father was killed, this kid doesn't know his father was killed. And he doesn't understand that he's being saved by a guy liberating a concentration camp. He thinks like, I'm just taking a cool ride in a tank. Like the child has no concept of what's going on. And so when Anthony here puts up this text, his father just died minutes earlier in a concentration camp. is he saying that that's a legitimate criticism? Because it seems more like this is a fake making fun of CinemaSins by putting up a shitty example of what would be a shitty CinemaSin.
Yeah, he's guilty of doing the same exact thing that he's accusing CinemaSins of doing. For those of you who are just listening, there's a scene from Life is Beautiful where the kid was just rescued by the Americans, and he's put the text, his father just died minutes earlier in a concentration camp. So yeah, and I mean the criticism that Brooks is making of the movie is like a kind of a propaganda criticism, that the movie made excuses for the Holocaust that allowed people to think it wasn't that bad. So he's not really even talking about it on the level of movie analysis. He's talking about its cultural impact.
Right.
Which is also completely different. Like a lot of the critiques that we're engaged in on YouTube, I mean, if you want to talk about Barbie, we are to some extent talking about cultural impact whenever a movie does huge box office numbers, right?
Well, but in Barbie, like, despite what Doomer or some other people might say, Barbie was very obviously crafted to be a film with a political feminist message.
Yeah, they were going for some sort of cultural impact.
Right. So they're going for a cultural impact, so you can talk about it. Now you could definitely talk about if a movie creates like an unintended cultural impact. You could definitely talk about that. Now, this movie, Life Beautiful, came out a long time ago, but I'm just, again, highly skeptical if Anthony wants to do the legwork to show that a bunch of Holocaust deniers were using this movie as a freaking example of the Holocaust not being so bad. He could do that. I'm highly skeptical that this was a thing that was happening. It's some sort of widespread cultural way that Mel Brooks's critique about it is valid.
That does not seem like the case. And look, I was actually around the whole Life is Beautiful thing. And just the idea that people, I never heard anyone make this critique that Mel Brooks is making, that this was like some sort of excuse for the Holocaust not being so bad. I mean, that's just weird. That's weird.
It is weird, yeah.
People like the movie. People talked about the movie. Everyone was like, you got to see this movie. But because it's moving, not because people were like, oh God, you got to go see this movie. It turns out the Holocaust wasn't that bad.
You know, I used to feel bad for all the Jews that died in the Holocaust. But
turns out it was fun.
Yeah, now I see it was actually a fun time, right?
Yeah, no. This is so weird.
Yeah.
Patrick Willems made a video a while back on plot holes that garnered a lot of negativity at the time, mainly from people who argued that holes in logic and plot were essential to criticize. You had to focus on them, and to an extent that makes sense, right? The plot is the story, right?
No one seems to actually know what a plot hole is. And all those plot holes people complain about, they don't actually matter.
By criticizing plot holes, we'd understand some deeper truth about storytelling, right?
A plot hole is a point in which a story breaks a previously established rule about its own universe. So here's what are not plot holes.
Okay, I guess we'll read these. So first of all, this Patrick William video is like one of the worst media critique videos ever crafted. And I feel like almost everyone agrees with this, except for the most ardent Star Wars sequel brain rot defenders. Everyone basically accepts that this plot holes don't matter video is like dog shit. But he said these.
It's obviously plot holes matter tremendously. Like they can completely take you out of the movie if they're in your face.
Oh, you said the thing. You said the exact reason why they matter, which is so shocking that Anthony doesn't bring this up. That's like that. The reason why plot holes matter is because the point of what like being engaged in a story is that you're emotionally engaged in it, you're connected to it, you feel like you're in it. And if you see something that's a plot hole or something that doesn't make sense to you, it immediately snaps you out of the movie and you lose your emotional connection. And that's why plot holes can matter.
Yeah, look, when characters become completely different characters in the middle of the movie, it snaps you out of it. There's lots of things that can snap you out of the movie. They say the willing suspension of disbelief, right? Well, as soon
Yes.
as something happens that you're like, oh, the disbelief is broken. You fucked up. It's like,
Right.
you know, it's like watching the magician put the fucking rabbit into the hat. You're like, oh, we're doing it that way. Okay.
Right. It's like in, the Star Wars, the last Star Wars sequel, where they're like, the only way these ships can go up is if they have like this beacon that tells them what direction up is. And you're like, what? You can't just go up? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, that's totally
You've been
ridiculous.
building a fleet for like 1,000,000. Then it's like, oh, we've been building this secret fleet on this planet of like 1,000,000,000,000 ships in secret, and no one knows. Like, there's just so much dumb shit. You're like, that's retarded, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So, but wait, and you can have an intelligent conversation about plot holes, such as like, from your perspective as an individual, if you are watching a movie or a television show and you enjoy it, and there's a plot hole in it that you don't notice, then the plot hole doesn't matter to you because you didn't notice it.
Right. Yeah. No, that's why there is a little, the magician analogy is apt because, obviously magic is about misdirection, right? Like,
yes,
a lot of it is, obviously they're not really pulling things out of thin air, right? It's like there's some misdirection going on, and some of that takes place obviously in storytelling. If the misdirection is good and you don't notice it, then that's a successful cover up. Like if it happens like right in front of your face, like, come on, dude, you're kind of rubbing it in my face here.
Right.
The last time that happened was with the Vault 33 in Fallout for me. Because look, I was so invested in, what was in Vault 33, and you're picking up clues all along the way, right? Like the people in Vault 33 came out and cleaned up Vault 32 all nice and spick and span, right?
Right.
But as soon as we get into Vault 33, there's nobody in there. I'm like, what the fuck?
That seems like a plot
Who
hole.
fucking cleaned up Vault 32? You tell me a brain in a jar came out and cleaned up the whole vault? I saw Vault 32 as a fucking mess. Okay. They need a whole cleaning crew to clean that shit up.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is like, you're pissing in my face here. What the fuck?
Yeah, but wait, Adam, that's something that happened off screen. So that's not a plot hole.
How am I supposed to look? That is a total plot hole. Like if you're building up a mystery, you want people to collect clues.
Right.
But if you're literally penalizing me for collecting clues, then look, that's a bridge too far.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you can talk now, like if you're having an intelligent conversation about the plot holes thing, you could say, well, every movie has plot holes. And obviously, if you don't like the movie, and so you're like detached from it, all of a sudden the plot holes might become more glaring to you.
Yeah, there you go.
Where if you do like the movie, you either might not notice them because you're engaged, or you might forgive them. Right.
Yeah. Look,
That's
I
definitely
saw.
something that happens.
There was a lot of things to like about Fallout. So look, it's a plot hole. It's there. You should know about it. But yeah, the forgiving thing goes a long way. If it's something like The Matrix, you're like, oh my God, I love this movie. If it's something like Fight Club or even Pulp Fiction, some of the great movies of all time, you're like, okay, so there's bullet holes in the wall, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I still love the movie.
Right. So Patrick says, these are examples of not plot holes. Something that happens off screen when a character does something you wouldn't do, a plot contrivance, something that is explained in the movie.
These critics seem...
Now, it's kind of funny because I Googled what a plot hole was. Okay. This is what Wikipedia says.
He was saying that those were not plot holes.
Yeah, those are not plot holes. Okay.
Okay.
This is what Wikipedia says.
Hold on. Before Wikipedia, what is your... Oh, I guess you already looked up the...
Well, no, I would agree with the straight definition that even Patrick said, which is a plot hole is a gap or inconsistency in a storyline that goes against the flow of logic established by the story's plot.
Yeah, that's what I would say.
The other things I would say are just bad, shitty writing. Like, it's not necessarily a plot hole, but it's still bad writing. So it's weird. And this is why Patrick's video is so dog crap, because he's not saying like, oh, all these other things are bad, but they're just not plot holes. He's saying, well, because they're not plot holes, you should shut up about them and they're totally fine.
Yeah, no, that's bullshit, obviously.
He's
bad
making
characterization is horrible.
Right. He's making a total word thinking argument, right? So anyway, let me keep reading this. It says plot holes are usually created unintentionally, often as a result of editing or the writer simply forgetting the new event would contradict previous events.
Yeah, that's true.
Types of plot holes: factual errors. Okay, so historical anachronisms or incorrect statements about the world. Impossible events, something that defies the laws of science as established by the story setting.
That's Vault 32 or Vault 33.
Yes. But here's what's funny. Out of character behavior, a character acting in a way that based on their understanding of the options available to them, they would not realistically choose.
That's Acolyte.
Well, but Patrick seemed to be saying that he doesn't think out of character behavior should constitute a plot hole.
Yeah, I mean, I hate arguing definitions. We're literally
that's why
arguing
it's just a stupid thing. It's like, well, who cares if it's technical? We're talking about whether something is well written or poorly written. Like whether you want to categorize it a plot hole or not is like stupid. Who cares, right?
Yeah.
It's a waste of time to argue about the definition of the word plot hole.
I can see where inconsistent butts up against like logical consistency. Like, would someone? I mean, people don't really just change on a dime.
Mm-hmm.
So that's when it becomes inconsistent.
So
yeah,
it's kind of baffling that Anthony here would bring up Patrick's video as like a good example. These are two examples in Patrick's video that Patrick brings up in his plot hole video. He says, people complaining that how does Batman get back to Gotham in Dark Knight Rises after escaping the pit? Okay, do you remember in Dark Knight Rises, Bane puts Batman in that prison and Batman escapes the prison? Do you remember this scene?
Yeah.
He has to climb up the thing when all the people are chanting. He escapes the prison that no one has escaped before, or I guess except for Bane had escaped, or not. Was it Bane or wasn't it like a girl or something? I don't remember. Someone fucking escaped. Oh, it was Talia escaped. Yeah, that Talia escaped before. And then the next scene, you see Batman's in Gotham, and people are like, "How the fuck did Batman get to Gotham when it's like on the other side of the planet? He's like in the middle of a desert or something, right?"
Right.
Now, is that a plot hole, or is it like an unresolved question that's just for the sake of plot convenience? Yes.
Obviously. Well, it's a plot hole if the timeline, obviously, if there's not enough time to travel that distance. So
sure.
I mean, he could walk there if it's like 2 years later, right?
Sure. Right. But Patrick's video is incredibly dishonest because he compares. I mean, it's a legitimate question. How does Batman get from like wherever the fuck that prison was?
It's way legitimate.
Yeah, like it's
That's
like
way legitimate.
Like literally on the other side of the planet to Gotham. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
So Patrick in his video, because Patrick's dishonest and an idiot, he compares that. He's saying, "Oh, you don't need to show that because in movies you have a character who you can see them getting into a car in one scene, and then you see them in another location, another scene, and you understand that they've traveled a distance, and you don't need to show the exact, time of them traveling, because if you did, that would be a boring movie."
Batman gets in his fucking Star Trek transporter, though. I mean, that's what we're talking about here. We're not talking about him getting in a car.
Right. So Patrick's so dishonest. He's comparing this, like, how does Batman get across the world? A legitimate question to, like, I think it's a scene from one of the Ocean's 11 movie where, what's his name? Batman from Batman and Robin gets into like a car, and then he's like at the casino in the next scene. And you're like, okay, yeah, obviously we get like the concept. That's not a plot hole. We know he took a car to get to the location.
Right. Yeah.
We don't know how, like, if Batman got out of the prison and then you saw like him go into town and I don't know, Alfred somehow knew he was there, or like he could somehow send a message to Alfred through someone, and then he gets the helicopter jet to show up. Okay, maybe we don't need to see him like physically fucking travel there. Right.
Right.
So horrible example for Patrick. And then the second example that Patrick gives, which is even fucking more dumb, is he's talking about the movie The Quiet Place. Okay. That was the movie where, remember, if you make any sounds, there's like these monsters that show up and they murder you.
Oh, yeah.
And he says the questions that the internet was kind of bringing forward when they watched this movie, says two questions. Why would anyone have a baby in a world where you have to be silent? Number one. And number two, why didn't they just move to the waterfall? because near the waterfall, since there was continual sound, like they couldn't, like the monsters, I guess, couldn't differentiate from the waterfall sound from like your sound.
Right.
Okay.
Smart, man. These
Right.
internet people, they think.
And so Patrick's brilliant take on this is, well, people are just emotional and illogical, so you shouldn't be asking these questions when you're watching a movie.
No, that's bad. Why is it so difficult to just put in a reason why they couldn't do those things?
Because the filmmaker was lazy. This is why this bothers me. You can like a movie that has problems with it. That's totally fine. Just say, like, you're right, that's a plot hole. I still like the movie, right? But they don't do that. They try to insult the people or make up bullshit excuses for it. Like, it's a massive plot hole in The Quiet Place that, number one, why would you not just live near a waterfall? Because you're thinking, like, in real life, and Patrick's a fucking moron, okay? In real life, if The Quiet Place happened, every person would be living in an area around a waterfall or some sort of other ambient noise to get away from the monsters. That'd be like the most fucking obvious thing. Humans are not that stupid.
Yeah.
They will adapt to the situation to survive. There's a reason humans, for all of our existence, generally tended to live near like the water. It's because they needed it to live.
Right. Yeah.
And so
look,
if there
you
was
got
some
a free water source too, right there. It's
Right.
like perfect.
So if there was some new environmental hazard that made it so you would die unless you lived somewhere naturally noisy, people would all start congregating around places that were naturally fucking noisy. This is not like a very difficult thing. And so, yes, it is a legitimate criticism of that movie to say, well, why didn't people do this? Unless there was some example given in the movie, which they didn't give.
Yeah. It'd be easy to come up with an example though.
Right.
It's just I'm with you. Stop making excuses for plot holes just because you like a movie. Just be a man and say, look, there is a plot hole here, but I still like that movie.
Which is fine.
Don't be a pussy.
That's totally fine. You could say, yes, this movie has plot holes. Yes, this movie has problems. I still didn't like it. That's fine. There's movies that I like. There's things that I like that I go, okay, right, there's problems with the movie, but I still like it.
Yeah.
There's stupid shit in the movie, but I still like it. That's totally fine.
Look, if the writers had one more draft, maybe they would have fixed that plot hole. Who knows?
And it's something else that's hilarious that Patrick talks about in his movies. He says he's talking about in The Last Jedi how because Admiral Holdo doesn't tell Poe Dameron like her plan, that causes like all the stupid conflict in the movie, right?
Yeah, which is dumb.
Right, which is dumb. So Patrick's big defense of this, because he's so stupid, is he says, yes, he literally acknowledges that in real life, it would have made complete sense for Holdo to tell Poe Dameron her plan. But if she did that, then the story couldn't happen. So therefore, people should stop complaining about it.
Please make it stop, Sage.
He literally says this.
No
How
movie
fucking stupid is this?
critic should ever say those words.
No, this is why that Patrick plot hole video was like universally reviled. It's so mind-numbingly fucking stupid. And the fact that Anthony would bring it forward here as like a good example of something is shocking. It's really telling to where his mind is at in terms of media criticism.
If you're putting a giant plot hole into your story so that the story can happen, just give up, okay? It's time to pack it in, okay?
Right.
You're not a writer.
If
you're an idiot.
Exactly. If Last Jedi was a movie that was about like how people need to trust each other and to communicate with each other, because when they don't, like stupid shit happens. And that there's some kind, like that's the point of the story. And there's some kind of scene where Holdo realizes the error of her ways. And like the reason why
it's part of her character arc.
It's like her character arc. And that's why she kills herself to like blow up the fleet, is because she realizes that she fucked everything
up. It's her fault.
Because it's her fault, because she wasn't like trusting of people. Like, boom, suddenly you can have it. It all makes sense. It's all part of the story. None of that happened. None of that fucking happened.
Or she thinks the guy's a spy, so she's worried about telling him.
Sure, something, right, right. But no, it happened because it was a lazy plot contrivance, because the writer was too lazy, Rian Johnson was too lazy to figure out a way to make the story function where the characters act like normal people. That's one of the things that drives me crazy is when I watch a movie or a television show and characters have information and they just don't talk to each other like normal people. And so like they don't tell the person the important information, and then that causes some conflict. You're like, no one would ever have a conversation like this in real life.
Yeah, that takes you out of the story. That's bad. Yeah.
Right. So
Willing
if Patrick wanted to make
suspension of disbelief withdrawn.
right. If Patrick wanted to make a good critique, he'd say the point of, the problem with plot holes is if it takes you out of a movie. Like an example of a not important plot hole would be something like Neil deGrasse Tyson always tells this story where he had some conversation with James Cameron. Now, Neil deGrasse Tyson's kind of doing this because he's like a troll, but he was having a conversation with James Cameron and he was complaining to him that the movie Titanic, at the scene where the boat sinks and Jack and Rose are like in the water, he's complaining that the stars are not the right stars that would actually be in the location where the Titanic sunk. Okay. Now,
oh my God,
is a plot hole that doesn't matter because no one who's not like an astronomer or an astrophysicist would have any fucking clue and would be brought out of the movie by that. No one would care about that. No one would even notice that. And Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's doing it just like the troll James Cameron.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a little excessive, I think.
Yes.
Do you think most people are taken out of the movie when they look up in a movie and see the stars are not the correct pattern?
But they're not even going to know. They're not going to know.
Yeah, they're not able to perceive it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Though, supposedly, James Cameron changed it and fixed it for new versions of the release.
No way.
According to Neil deGrasse Tyson, he fixed the sky after this conversation.
Did he really? Oh,
that's what he says.
That's funny. That is funny. That's like an autistic film director right there.
Right, right.
That's someone looking for perfection.
Makes a previously established rule about its own universe. So here's what are not plot holes.
These critics seem to believe that by understanding the technical flow of a plot, that you'll understand all the components of storytelling. I disagree.
That's such bullshit. Because he does talk about Critical Drinker in here, and obviously Critical Drinker talks about all kinds of storytelling, theme, characterization, he doesn't focus strictly on plot holes.
Well, why doesn't Anthony give us an example of whoever he's talking about? Who does that?
Yeah, who does that? Who's like, I'm only allowed to talk about the plot.
I mean, except for CinemaSins, which is like, that's the point of the channel, and it's not like a serious film critique. So,
yeah, bullshit.
The way a film makes you feel is more important than the plot as written on the plot summary, right?
I mean, yes, but that's why the plot holes matter, is because if you see a glaring plot hole, or you just see bad writing or a character acting stupidly in a way that doesn't make sense with their like the established character, it takes you out of the movie and you lose the emotional connection. That's kind of the point here. That's why it matters.
Right. You got to maintain that hypnotism.
Yes. And your example of the magic trick is a good thing. Like, good writing should be a magic trick. You don't see the magician shoving the dove, up his sleeve, right? You don't see them palming the card in their hand, so they can pull it out later. Because if you do, then it's not a good trick. You go, well, this is stupid.
Yeah. Yep. This is why The Prestige is such a fucking brilliant movie. Because the Prestige uses all of those magic analogies in the story. And he literally at the beginning of the story says, I'm just going to tell you how it works, and you're going to trick your mind because that's what we want. We want to deceive ourselves.
Right.
It's true. That is what storytelling is. We want it to be good. We want to meet the story halfway. We do. It's just when they start punching us in the fucking face, Sitch, that we're like, okay, please.
Yeah. They're acting like if you went to see a stage play and you're like, this is a massive plot hole. That's a man standing on a stage and the background didn't change even though he's in a new room. Okay. So obviously this is fake.
Yeah, exactly.
There are more components to a film and its story than just the plot. That is the written events as they occur.
How retarded is his audience? He looked like he's talking to them like they're 3 years old. There's more to a movie than just the plot. Now, and the plot that's the events that happen in sequential order.
I mean, I don't. Yeah, who is this for? Like, what does this even mean?
Thanks, dude. Thank you.
Yes.
A lot more happens beyond the plot.
Thank you.
My recent video essay.
What the fuck was that? What movie is that? He just throws some random fucking art house movie clip in.
What? Yeah, I don't. What movie was that? I don't even know.
I don't know. Some David Lynch movie. I don't know. Fucking. What was the point of that? There's
So,
more
if
to
you're
a movie. Look at this amazing clip I picked.
So this was like the worst example he could have ever possibly chose. If you're just listening, he has on screen text that says the plot. A ghost appears, which, by the way, that's not the plot. That's a summarized version of a scene, which is not the plot, right?
Right.
Like if someone said, "Tell me the plot of a movie or something," you would say like you wouldn't obviously go like every scene in like specific detail, but you could give more than like a ghost appears, right? Like, oh my god, this ghost like walked out of the wall, and the guy's like, "Holy shit!"
Yeah.
So he
That
wrote
could be
the plot,
totally
a ghost,
inconsequential.
right? So he says plot, a ghost appears, and then it's just the scene, and it's like this very darkly lit scene where a guy is in a basement, and he turns around, and a woman walks towards him very slowly.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, okay, that was it.
And it's not from any recognizable movie. I mean, one of you guys in the chat might have seen it, but
Yeah, I don't know what movie.
I mean,
it's
I
from.
might have seen that movie. I just don't remember the scene. So, but anyway, moving on.
He could have picked a better example of literally anything.
That
It's
shows
from the movie
like
Caro
that
/
shows
The
like
Pulse.
theme or
The Pulse.
character or any other things other than plot.
Right.
Theme, character, conflict, stakes. I mean, stakes are not necessarily part of the plot, right?
No, I would say
But
stakes are part of the plot.
they are.
Sure. Like, what are the stakes presented are part of like the events of the movie, are they not?
Well, I mean, if you had a movie that had no stakes and they never presented them, then it wouldn't be part of the plot. But the stakes,
Well, that's true.
but that
I
movie
guess.
would still suck, right?
That's
But
true.
what
it
are the
would, yeah.
stakes in the Acolyte? I mean, the Jedi dying. But at this point, I mean, I'm rooting for the Jedi to die. So are those really stakes?
That's true. That's true. This is all like a really incompetent way of him just saying he thinks too many YouTube critics focused on plot holes
Plot inconsistency, yeah.
and plot inconsistencies, and he is saying that those don't matter.
Right.
That's all he's trying to say. Right.
Because all the garbage propagandist leftist writers that he likes are such idiots that they can't write a script without a fucking plot hole. That's the whole reason that he's making this argument.
Well, why doesn't it? Yeah, just if he wants to make that argument, just say this is the argument and then explain why he feels that way. That's it, which he hasn't done so far. We're 7 minutes into this and he hasn't really even like made a coherent argument.
Can you imagine if leftists could actually make competent propaganda? Oh my God, the world would be so much scarier. This like, what if Star Wars was really turning people into socialists, Sitch?
Right.
Instead of everyone just fucking hating Star Wars. That would be a crazy world.
It would be. A toxic mix for $20. Thanks so much. Says a reminder that Patrick once said no white person had anything valuable to say about Black Panther. Safe to say, much like the garbage they defend, they're more concerned with delivering ideology than creating art. Jesus. Did he
Yeah.
really say
See,
that? Oh my
look,
God.
that's the thing. So many of these people are like, their ultimate, and it's bizarre because it probably is subconscious. They're probably not actually even conscious of this. They're not smart enough to be conscious of this, but they want their ideology. They want Star Wars to turn people into leftists. They want Star Wars to turn people into Democrat voters, but they don't realize that.
Well, that's what's so obnoxious about all this is the like level of hypocrisy when they talk about these things. They're like, oh, all the chuds, they don't like this movie because they perceive it as having all these political messages, when they ignore, like, well, that's the only reason they're defending this like terribly written garbage movie or television show is because they like the messages. That's the only reason they like.
It is chock full of political messages, and they're not even done well or tastefully. That's why they fail so horribly.
Mm-hmm.
I do think it is possible to make propaganda that is entertaining and also turns people to the dark side.
Sure.
But
Sure.
thank goodness that most of the people interested in doing that are inept and really not able to even tell a compelling story that's not propaganda.
That is true.
You gotta have a light touch to be able to put that propaganda in your script. Yeah.
Comparing the film Excalibur to the works of Zack Snyder focused on the way Snyder and Excalibur failed to employ their characters effectively. From a plot standpoint, Excalibur works perfectly fine. There are several events that happen, and while a few plot beats come out of nowhere, on paper, it's the story of King Arthur.
Swear faith to me, and you shall have mercy. I need battle lords such as you.
What the film faltered in was characterization and how it rushed through its themes. But on the other hand, dismissing the film's stunning visuals and music in order to focus on just the plot and how the plot flows is a huge disservice to Excalibur. The plot is easy to talk about. You don't need to study cinematography to get it. It's also...
See, all this is just insane in the context of The Acolyte. Because The Acolyte fails on characterization.
On every level, really.
Yeah, of course. But he's specifically talking about characterization here. Like, what character in The Acolyte do you know? Like, you can predict how they will respond to certain events or questions or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Like Han Solo, is a character, right? You can kind of, you could answer a questionnaire as Han Solo because you know that character, right? The lovable scoundrel.
Well, so in the Red Letter Media reviews, this is for the prequels, they did this like really good bit where they're like, describe a character without talking about their visuals, and they'd be like Luke Skywalker, Han Solo, C-3PO, and then he throw in like Qui-Gon Jinn or like some prequel character, Princess
Perfect
Amidala.
example,
right? Yes. And you're like, and you could do the same thing with The Acolyte.
Yes.
You're like, try to describe any of these fucking characters, right? Evil?
May.
I don't know.
Is she evil? Because now
bitch?
she's
obnoxious, stupid, yandere. Like, but is that? Am I supposed to feel that way? I think I'm not supposed to feel that way.
Yes. Yeah.
It's like, and also I just want to like point out. So Anthony, he uses the whole "it's just your opinion, man" clip twice later in this thing, and he actually criticizes. He's like, "Oh, these YouTube critics, they want to act like there's some objective standard for a film." Meanwhile, he's doing literally the same thing because he's saying, "Well, if you care about plot, you're wrong."
Yep.
If that's all that, if you don't like some element of a film and you disregard all the other elements of the film, you're wrong. Well, first of all, that's just your opinion, man. Right? Like, and also it seems very egotistical because he's like, well, anyone can just look at plot holes, right? Oh, you got to be like a big brain. You have to be the big super brain to be able to look at story beyond the plot holes.
Yeah.
Which there's a smarter, less obnoxious way to talk about this subject that, Anthony can't do because it's all motivated by political ideology. The smarter way to talk about it is to say, okay, there are many elements to movies and television shows. There's the plot, there's the visuals, there's the characters, there's the dialogue, there's the theme or the message of the production, there's the music, there's the mood and the vibe that's created by the show or the movie. I'm sure there's even more that I'm leaving out. There's always like different elements to movies, and different people are attracted to different things. I know people who like movies just because they like the score of the movie so much, right? Now, personally, a good score would never save a movie ever. That's just not the way my brain is wired. I'm like, oh, it's good music, but I don't care. I'm not going to like a movie just because it has good music. Like, obviously, good music on top of a good movie helps propel a scene, but I couldn't be motivated for that. Personally, and I've said this before many times, I'm like visually autistic. So strong visuals don't really do anything to me. If you have a movie with a very weak plot, very weak characterization, but like great visuals, I don't care because I'm like I just don't process the visual information. That's just who I am. Now, if I were to say, "Hey, this movie objectively sucks because it has strong visuals but has shitty plot," maybe you could criticize me and say, "Well, no, Sitch, like that's just your interpretation of it." A smarter thing to say would be, "Well, personally, for my taste, I don't really care about visuals that much. If you do, you might like this movie, but I care more about plot and characterization. And so, if I'm trying to be like a good critiquer, I would say all these things. I'd say it has good visuals. If you like that, you might like the movie. If you don't care about visuals, you're not going to like the movie." That would be the intelligent way to talk about this subject matter, as opposed to just attacking everyone who talks about plot.
Yeah. But I mean, best case scenario, obviously there are many levels for the movie to succeed on. A good movie succeeds on most, if not all of those levels.
Right.
Yeah.
Of course.
So that's the way but look, they specifically, I think a lot of these dishonest leftist movie reviewers, they lean on theme because theme is probably the most subjective of all things, right? Like we can clearly talk about what is the conflict in this movie. Is it a compelling conflict? What scenes put that conflict on display? Like we can have a conversation. When we start talking about theme, oh my God, we're just swimming in a subjectivity.
Well,
so they want to say, look, because this movie sucks on all other levels, conflict, characterization, plot. It's all just a fucking nightmare. Let's talk about the theme, because the theme of the Rings of Power was ultimately a giant success, right?
Well, and it's even like they don't even really care about the theme of the story. They care about the political ideological lens in which they think the story exists under, or inhabits, or projects.
Yeah. And it's easy to tie that to the theme.
Right. Which, by the way,
of anti-capitalism.
Exactly. Which, by the way, if they were going to be honest, they could just say, "I like this movie/TV show because I feel like the political ramifications of Rings of Power having diverse characters and a strong female character is important to our society, and I don't think that, and I think that trumps, the writing and the visuals and everything, the dialogue and everything else," right? Just be honest and say what's going on there.
You can't say that, though. They can't say that.
Well, they could if they're being
They
honest.
sound like an idiot saying that. I don't care if this movie sucks. I like it because it mirrors my politics.
Listen, that's why they don't do it. I understand that, but
the easiest thing to lie about, because
wait, hold on.
Where's that MAGA Spider-Man? That would at least be funny.
There you go.
The plot is easy to talk about. You don't need to study cinematography to get it. It's also the easiest thing to lie about, because frankly, most people do not follow every component of the plot as it unfolds before them.
So this is just factually untrue. The hardest thing to lie about is the plot, because generally when you're talking about plot, it's not an opinion. It either happened or didn't happen in the movie, where you could easily quote lie about the message or the theme or the characterization of something, because that's more in the realms of like, well, is that your interpretation, or is that supposed to be the interpretation, that the author wanted, blah, 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 blah. So him saying that the easiest thing to lie about the plot makes absolutely no sense.
All kinds of people hide their latent homosexuality through 9/10 of their lives, Sitch, obviously. Come on.
Okay. J-Mac, our surrogate father, thanks so much, J-Mac, for the $100.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Says, I'm 2 hours behind because I was having a business meeting talking shop about a certain Florida playtest. Ooh, exciting. Going to be listening on a 2x speed to catch up, but I'm sure it's been a great stream so far. This video you guys are covering is pain.
Yeah, thanks. We sound better on 2x anyway, so.
That's true.
We sound drunk at one times.
Poopa for 10 pounds says, or 10 euros, says the plot should be the vehicle for storytelling and semiotics. I'm not familiar with that word. If you break that, how are we supposed to keep going? I agree completely.
Yeah, that is part of the problem.
Yeah.
Also, if the plot is broken one place, you think, well, it could be broken any place, and why am I even keeping track of what's going on in this story if
Right.
essential parts of the plot can just be erased or made moot with the next scene? What's the point, right?
Yeah. Well, it's, again, going back to the Acolyte, if the writers are too lazy to figure out why the Witch Coven is in conflict with the Jedi Order, and they're so lazy they're not going to like come up with anything that's interesting. If they're not going to come up with a vehicle for their story, why should I or anyone else care?
Right. I saw an interview with Leslie Headland where she was talking about being like a fake it till you make it type person.
Mm-hmm.
And I just
that speaks volumes, doesn't it? Yeah.
It does speak volumes, but I kept thinking, like, do you think you could fake it until you make it as a brain surgeon or an attorney?
Well, maybe. Have you seen Better Call Saul?
Really? I don't think I've seen Better Call Saul. But...
I'm being facetious.
But I just think that, to me, that says you think storytelling is the kind of vocation that there really isn't any merit to. That you literally can do anything and it still succeed, right? Like you understand there are certain things that you need to achieve to be able to have a successful brain surgery, right?
Well, it depends what she means by the comment, because I think, like, when I hear fake it till you make it, there's multiple ways to interpret that. I think one of the ways that I agree with is a lot of jobs you only learn by actually doing whatever the job is.
Right.
Even if you have, like, you'll have like a base understanding of it, but you're not really going to learn how to do it or master it until you're like in the field. And so you sort of have to just like fake it, like, but then you can't get experience unless you're in the field already. So it's kind of like,
no, there are ways that you can do, like I'm sure they have models that they can do test brain surgery on without actually diving in and doing some fucking brain surgery.
I agree with you with brain surgery, right? I agree with you, right? But I'm just saying, so like maybe, I don't know what she meant by that, but it is telling that with her, because her storytelling is obviously so terrible with the Acolyte that, she's still in the faking it realm. She never left the faking it realm. She's stuck in the faking it realm. Like, even though she's made it in terms of she's doing a big Star Wars Disney production, she's still faking it because she's writing this slop.
Well, I think she thinks this is amazing. She thinks she doesn't understand why people don't like it because it's so successful.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and she won't learn because she's too focused on, well, the reason they don't like it is because they're men or they're sexist. Like, even like there was this article, or there was some quote from Kathleen Kennedy supposedly where she was saying, like, oh, well, people don't like the Acolyte because they have primarily a male fan base. Which, on one hand, I'm like, well, I'm happy that they're acknowledging that Star Wars has a primarily male fan base, so you should be making things that guys would like. I'm glad they can acknowledge that, number one. But number two, that's not even like Acolyte. I don't even think women would like Acolyte. There's nothing in it that like a woman would even want or like.
Yeah. I mean, witches probably love Acolyte.
Yeah, okay. Although the lesbian witches are big fans of Star Wars Acolyte. So.
Yeah. They feel represented.
For the sake of argument, consider Blade Runner, one of the essential sci-fi films of the 80s. The film is on paper about a police officer, Deckard, a Blade Runner, hunting down rogue androids, known as replicants, from space. He finds them, exterminates them, and then runs away with a woman he is infatuated with who also happens to be a replicant. On paper, this sounds unremarkable, cliché almost. So much of this story is told, however, through subtle means outside of the main plot.
Whoa. This is so weird. What he just gave was not a plot. It was like a log line almost. It was like a 2-sentence plot summary. That's not the plot. If you said to someone, explain to me the plot of Blade Runner, they would tell you a lot more than that information.
Yeah, he didn't even get to that he's hunting them down to bring them in. for killing
Right.
people. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, so I don't get why he's so fixated on just recreating the terrible Patrick plot holes video by just saying plot doesn't matter. If someone tells you plot doesn't matter in story, you should probably dismiss
run.
everything they've ever said about any sort of media criticism, because that's so mind-numbingly fucking stupid.
Didn't he just lay out the B story of Blade Runner?
Sort I guess maybe you could
Yeah,
say it like that.
he didn't. I don't think he even touched on the A story.
So, and if you just want to say people like you, if you want to say that there are people that care more about plot holes than anything else, then please provide examples of that besides CinemaSins, because I don't know what YouTube critic he's even referring to. I can't even think of anyone that he's possibly referring to.
Yeah, they all hate the critical drinker, but look, the critical drinker, if you watch his videos, he's got great film analysis.
Yeah, he talks about a lot more than just like a plot hole in a movie.
Yeah, that's just ridiculous. Yeah.
For one, Deckard always looks miserable. Hunting replicants is never shown to be exciting or thrilling. One replicant runs from Deckard before being gunned down. The final replicant, Batty, chases Deckard across the city and ultimately saves him before talking about the nature of life and passing away.
I've seen things you people wouldn't believe.
We're shown these dark, crowded streets promoting life on the off-world colonies. We're seeing an overpopulated city and the promise of somewhere better. We learn also that these colonies are being built primarily through the slave labor of the replicants, who are given only...
Wouldn't these all be aspects of the plot? I'm so like, this is all part of the plot.
Look at this. This is why he's picking Blade Runner. He's like, notice how the replicants are slaves. Notice how they're a product in a capitalist system.
Yeah, maybe. I didn't even think about that. Maybe. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He's totally going for it. He's totally going for it. Look, he's virtue signaling hard. He's like, look, I'm going to corner the market on leftist media criticism.
But this is weird because like all these things he's talking about, these would be aspects of the plot. The fact that Harrison Ford character is unhappy with his life in his job. That's part of the plot, right? The fact that the robots are being enslaved is part of the plot. The fact that they're, have the work on this colony off the world is like, these are all parts of the plot. I don't understand what is he getting at here?
I thought Deckard was a Blade Runner but he quit as a Blade Runner. They brought him back in as a Blade Runner for like one last job. That's kind of a plot point of this movie.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know that just him being unhappy with his life, I don't know that I would include that as I always think of the plot as kind of the external step-by-step happenings of the movie, not necessarily the internal struggle. I guess that could be part of the plot, though. Yeah.
Okay.
I separate external conflict and internal conflict, obviously, because, look, a lot of people, they only write for the external conflict, which it's obviously better if it's functioning on both levels. And you've got the internal conflict and the external conflict in conflict with one another.
I see what
that
you're saying.
is the best case scenario. So look, Deckard is in conflict in that he's tired of being a Blade Runner.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe because, these things look too fucking human. I'm wasting them every day. I mean, that's got to be tough, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Like, I understand what you're saying, that like you're conceptualizing like plot is just the external events. So anything that's like happening within the minds of a character, you're not constantly in plot.
You can though. I mean, I'm not against it.
No, right. But that's what I'm saying. Like, and this is part of why, again, this critique from Anthony is so stupid, is because, okay, well, there's this like, we can argue back and forth about whether the internal way a character feels is part of the plot or not. And maybe there's not really a definitive answer to that. And at the end of the day, who gives a shit? Like, does it really matter? Like, why is this important? Why is it important that we so clearly all agree on what exactly constitutes his plot? How does that matter in terms of film criticism?
It's not important that we agree, but I think it is important just from one of the things that makes movies interesting is complexity.
Mm-hmm.
Adding complexity to the story. Like when you're watching a story, you're kind of playing this game. What would I do in this situation? And the more
Sure.
complex that game becomes, the more difficult it is to play the what would I do in this situation game, right? Because you're like, oh, if I did that, there's this and this possibility and this possibility. You're kind of opening up possibilities. So that's good
Right.
storytelling. Yeah.
No, I agree, but that's what I'm saying. Like, what is the point? Like, why is he wasting so much time on this, like this Sitch's law, like talking about the definition of plot?
Because he wants to say, the argument that he's trying to make is that right-wingers are really dumb and can only focus on plot. And there's this whole other world of movie criticism that Galaxy Brain Andrew here has access to. And the P brain, as he calls it, right-wing grifters cannot see, right?
But it doesn't like, so let's look at like the way he's organized this review. All right. So the first part is he's complained about CinemaSins, which that would be the only time this plot conversation would come up because he's the only person that does this, like just giving you like the plot hole things. Right.
Right.
Which, by the way, CinemaSins, I don't think anyone's looking at him as like some sort of like super legitimate movie critiquer. And if you just want to make a video about CinemaSins, like people have done that in the past and they've criticized him in the past, that's fine. I'm not a big CinemaSins fan, but don't like to say that to put all YouTube critics under this brush is ridiculous.
CinemaSins is not the movie critic of our generation?
No.
Oh, damn.
Okay. So he talked about CinemaSins, which that's the only thing where this quote, what is a plot, would even be relevant. Right. But so therefore he's also attacked Literature Devil, which has nothing to do. Literature Devil talks about a lot of shit that has nothing to do with, quote, the plot. He attacked Shad for complaining about Princess Peach wearing pants, which his complaint had nothing to do with the plot whatsoever. He had
more like
some
the
guy,
theme, right?
Yeah. Right. He complained about just some guy who was complaining about making Peter Parker gay for wokeness, which again has nothing to do with the plot. He attacked some robot who was complaining about wokeness, which has nothing to do with the plot whatsoever.
Yeah.
He complained about someone else who I'm not familiar with complaining about Star Wars Acolyte being woke. Again, has nothing to do with the plot. Why is he focusing on this plot? Who is this shadow box? Who's this windmill, the shadow boxer that he's going after that's so concerned about, the plot that he has to explain in very slow detail what plot is?
Sitch, you're destroying him. Come on, leave some.
What does fucking happen? Adam Unfriended for $20. Thank you so much. Says, is it possible that the use of characterization, themes, and story progression differs because Acolyte is written and directed by women who may have different psychological attractions and viewpoints in storytelling? So I think if you were to do, this would actually be really interesting. If you were to do a comparison of stories written by men and all stories written by women, I wouldn't be surprised if you saw, like, on average, differences in terms of like what the focus is on, what the theme's on, and other things in the story. I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever if you found all that. I don't think that anything that's happening with Star Wars Acolyte falls into any of that stuff, because the number one thing, and I'm going to get called sexist by some really stupid people, but the number one thing that females like in storytelling is romance.
Yeah.
There's no romance in Star Wars Acolyte. Okay.
Well, look, men and women, they experience very different survival challenges. So what they're interested in are different things that, they can play the game of how will this turn out according to their own personal survival challenges. And this is why I think women are more attracted to romance and men are more attracted to like survival movies.
Right.
Yeah. Do you agree or disagree with that?
No, I agree.
Yeah. So, but still you're experiencing conflict in the world. You're just experiencing conflict over different objectives. So I do think like making a movie without conflict is not going to appeal to women, because while they may have different conflicts than men, they still have conflict. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand, yeah.
Yeah. So The one of the problems I have with the Acolyte is they completely de-escalate their conflict. Conflict should be constantly ratcheting up to create more and more interest as the story plays on. If you had a writer director that wasn't faking it, they would understand the importance of conflict. So this super chat, I completely agree with. If you're talking about, well, women are attracted to different types of conflict than men are attracted to.
Right,
Yes,
right.
that is true, but they're both attracted to conflict.
Right. Well, and I even said women, I said this as a joke, but it's true. Women very often will criticize men for being, quote, too quick in regards to trying to get to the main event when it comes to
sex,
certain romantic activities.
Fucking.
Fucking, yes. Right. And women, want to be warmed up and kind of get into the mood first. And I'm saying, like, Star Wars Acolyte is literally doing that. It's like skipping over all the foreplay to just try to make you feel the emotion at the end. But if there's no setup, if there's no foreplay, then you're not going to feel the emotion they want you to feel.
I always refer to this as the lugging in of unearned emotion. There's always a scene that makes me, and I don't know where I heard this line. Maybe I wrote this line myself, but every time there's a scene in a movie where it's so obvious that they're trying to make you have some sort of emotional response that the movie has not earned, right?
Right.
You're sitting there going, oh yeah, I'm supposed to feel really sorry for them. But I mean, there really wasn't enough setups for me to even care about this motherfucker. Yeah. Like, why are they doing this to me? Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's true. Women also.
The Acolyte is filled with that.
Women also are really big into drama and personal relationships stemming from drama and things of that notion. So,
yeah.
And you know what else women are really into? Attractive men.
Yes.
Okay? Why do you think women were so into Supernatural?
Yeah, this is a weird thing because they reportedly want to get more female audience interested in Star Wars. And I'm thinking like, oh, why don't they just make Jason Momoa a fucking Jedi and
there you go.
Be done with it? Like, what the fuck? It's not hard, you morons.
Yes.
I know. We'll hire a bunch of lesbians.
It's funny because like there's all these like female anime fans now, and you could just see like, someone is just like, they're always talking about like the hot guys, right?
Of
and like
course.
Who's the ship with who, and that's all fine. And it's weird because when they talk about in like Western American media, when they talk about making something for women, they don't really mean making it for women. What they mean is making it according to ultra progressive feminist sensibilities.
Yeah.
That's what they mean.
They mean making it so more women will take STEM in college.
Right. So Grassroots Hegemon for $20 says engineering is strictly fake it till you make it, and a bold decision is better than no decision. It is literally the FAFO method. There you go. The fuck, I don't know about that, but anyway, well, J-Mac, thanks so much. Our circuit father J-Mac for $20 says there is romance. Sitch, Osha, and Jackie are supposed to be in a budding romance. The writers just suck at character work, and so no one realized it. Remember Osha's "I'm more flexible" line. This is according to one of the writers. Wait. Was one of the writers said that Osha and Jackie are supposed to be an item?
Well, first of all, we talked about this, I think, last week during one of our streams, because like women want to be in the POV role as well. Like they want to think they want to imagine themselves having a relationship with this dreamboat. How many women out there do you think are imagining themselves having a relationship with fucking Jackie?
I mean, what woman doesn't fantasize being in a relationship with a 12-year-old looking pale girl with red protrusions on her head?
Yeah, look, it's Jason Momoa or Jackie. Which one are most women picking for a romantic?
It's fucking retarded. Like, yeah. Well, first of all, I'm if a writer actually said that, then I'll believe that was the intention. Because when I heard the director talk about like that this is supposed to be about sisterly romance, I interpreted the Osha Jackie thing as supposed to be like them having some kind of sisterly bond. I don't feel any romance between the two of them whatsoever.
Oh, you're supposed to. I think J-Mac is 100%
I mean, I don't know.
correct.
It's so poorly written, I can't tell. And also, like, that'd be weird. Like, if it's supposed to be romance, like, that should be like a big deal because romance is, quote, forbidden according to the Jedi. So shouldn't they play that up to be like a big conflict?
The end of this,
not at all.
The end of this season ends with Jackie leaving the Jedi and getting together with Osha. It's like
that would
inevitable.
be hilarious. That'd be
they
hilarious.
have no idea what women want.
4 years to
They're making a Star Wars that appeals to absolutely no one. It's so retarded.
Yes.
live. And many replicants are so human that it's almost impossible to tell them apart without exact tests. And some of these replicants don't even realize that they're human.
She doesn't know.
She's beginning to suspect, I think.
Suspect? How can it not know what it is?
Commerce.
A blanket plot summary.
Again, that is part of the B story, okay? The B story of the movie, not the main A story. And also, he's hitting that fucking anti-capitalist.
Sure.
Like, why did he pick this scene?
Well, and the fact that some of them don't know that they're human, I mean, you'd agree that's definitely part of the plot.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, totally. But the replicants that he's chasing in the A story definitely do know that they aren't human.
Right.
Yeah.
Would overlook these key details of the film. That's why there's more to
these key anti-capitalist details that we need to talk about, because that's part of the theme, bucko.
Film than its plot.
Quite an experience to live in fear, isn't it? That's what it is to be a slave.
Now, I'm not here to talk about
oh my God, here, hold on. I stopped too soon.
Blade Runner today.
Oh, look. I thought he was going to say, I'm not here to talk about political messaging in movies. But he's like, because that's exactly what he's talking about. Look, he cuts to the slavery bit. Come on, man. It's so obvious what he's doing here.
Well, he's acting like that there's some YouTube movie critics who will go open up like the Wikipedia page and like read the plot summary and then be like, well, this movie sucks because I read the plot summary on Wikipedia, which no one ever does. And no one would ever say that that's a legitimate form of like critiquing a movie.
If you can find me like the reactionary YouTuber who thinks there's nothing wrong with slavery and is making excuse and saying why Blade Runner sucks because of its
slavery film.
Exactly, because it's an anti-capitalist, anti-slavery movie.
Right.
Then you've got an argument.
Okay.
You can pull that out. And I'm ready to listen. But look, everyone pretty much loves Blade Runner. I think Blade Runner's universally liked. Sitch probably hates it, but
I'm gonna be real. I saw it a very long time ago, and I don't remember much about it.
Okay, so you weren't that into it.
I wasn't that into it when I saw it like years ago. But
Blade Runner's amazing, Sitch.
Okay.
Sitch doesn't like Brazil either. What the? Oh my God, it's crazy. Insane.
The end is terrible, and let's be real, it's kind of dated and slow. If they fixed the ending and like remade it a little bit quicker,
Brazil
like, paced, it would be really good.
This is a lot of the problem with older movies, like the pacing. People people get it now. Movies can be faster and faster and faster.
Yeah,
faster pace is better. I like the other guy's pacing. They just blow through that first scene. You're at the funeral in no time at all.
Exactly.
But I can if you ask me to. The point of this...
Never make a movie again. Or never make a review again. That's what I'm asking right here.
Okay.
Let's ask in the comment section.
Little exercise is to highlight how little some people engage with media outside of the plot. In fact, studios...
That's a guy who literally has us blocked, but whatever.
...realize that audiences might not pick up on any of this. Any of the story. All this stuff beyond the plot... they wouldn't pick up on. That's why they forced Ridley Scott to make Harrison Ford spell out the subtext to audiences in one of the most widely criticized elements of the theatrical cut of Blade Runner.
Recreational facilities. They don't advertise for killers in a newspaper.
Harrison Ford's bored, exhausted narration where he just tells you what's happening in front of you.
I'd quit because I'd had a belly full of killing, but then I'd rather be a killer than a victim. And that's exactly what Bryant's threat about little people meant.
This is widely seen as a big mistake. That being said, some bad media critics might need this. They might not get the plot otherwise, unless it's spelled out to them by a bored Harrison Ford dragged back, at 4 o'clock in the morning to read a script.
Okay, 3 things. Number 1, he was criticizing the concept that people were making critiques to feel more intelligent, and this whole thing is a smug, I'm so big-brained, look at these little idiots that need to have things spelled out. Okay. Just hilarious. Right? That's number 1. Number 2, how dare this man use his privilege of being a white male who's, had a bunch of the luxury and privilege to read a bunch of fucking comics and watch a bunch of movies and stuff, that he can therefore understand all these things simpler, when, a working class person of color maybe hasn't had the luxury or time to enjoy all media, and they need Harrison Ford to spell things out for them, you privileged fuck. Oh my God, how dare you?
Yeah. Very elitist.
Right, very elitist. Number 3, is there a YouTuber that has said that they prefer the version where bored Harrison Ford reads the subtext of the story in a horrible narration? I don't think I've ever heard anyone say that that's like the version of the movie they like. So
Yeah, no example. Yeah, good point. No
who
example.
cares? This is like, okay, yeah, there was studio execs that thought people were too stupid to understand the movie, so then they ruined it with the horrible narration. Okay, what is your point?
Well, look, I don't think they ruined it with a horrible narration. I do think it is elitist to think, oh, movies should only appeal to someone with 140 IQ. Like, movies should be able to appeal to someone with a fucking 80 IQ, okay? So to make movies appeal to a wide variety of the intelligence spectrum, a lot of times they want to make things clear, which I think is good. I think there's no problem with that. And like, you're an elitist fuck for saying that there is.
No, I
like,
agree.
If you want to make movies for people with 140 IQ, go for it. Okay. Those are called art movies.
Our movies suck. I agree that things should be clear to most people. But obviously, in the example of having a bored, annoyed Harrison Ford read the narration is not the correct way to do it.
Well, look, I remember reading some book where there was some conflict between Harrison Ford and Ridley Scott, and he read specifically unemotionally because he was pissed off at the director.
Right. Oh, really?
So he did it deliberately to like fuck with him. Yeah. So I think the intention, the board intention was intentional. So
that's interesting. Well, that'd be interesting if he was doing it because he didn't like Ridley Scott, as opposed to, because it's making it sound like he didn't do it because he thought it was just a bad creative decision.
Well, that might have been part of it. Yeah, he might have been pissed off at him about having to do it at all. I don't remember. It's been so long since I read that, but I know that it was 1000% intentional for Harrison Ford to do it that way, and he was fucking. He's basically saying, "Fuck you."
Sure.
Which I thought was funny, and that's why I remembered it. Yeah.
Well, on one hand, I agree with you. It's funny. On the other hand, it's hyper unprofessional and very like egotistical. Like, you're an actor being paid to do a job. You do your fucking job as good as you can.
Every story I've heard about Harrison Ford is that he's super egotistical. I mean, we like him because he played Han Solo, and and obviously Han Solo is lovable, but anyway.
Out of curiosity, if a landmass.
Did you find it yet? I know you're looking. You're like, where's this thing about Harrison Ford reading?
No, I was curious. There's some rumor. There's some rumor that apparently Ridley Scott didn't want to be in Blade Runner 2049 because he didn't want to work with Harrison Ford.
Yeah, they hated each other.
Yes, that's
by the
kind
end
of
of the movie. Yeah,
right.
That happens sometime. Can you imagine? Like, you need someone. As a director, you are so reliant on your actors. Like, they can make or break your movie. I mean, your movie's always being held hostage by the actors. And then you have a terrible relationship with one. This is why movie directors work with the same actors over and over again. Because they know they're going into a hostage situation. They're like, oh, please. Don't get divorced and become a drug addict in the middle of my movie.
Right.
ass has this much of a reputation? Why is it just now being discovered?
Because if, let's say they might just shout plot hole whenever... Here's an example of a plot hole in Blade Runner. During Batty's final speech to Deckard, he mentions, going to Orion, which is a star system deep in space. Way longer than the 4 years lifespan could ever allow you to travel.
Attack ships on fire off the shoulder of Orion.
Now, some might argue that's a technical plot hole. I argue it doesn't matter.
Wait. It's been a long time since I've seen Blade Runner. Do they explain how the off-world technology works at all?
No, they could have faster than light travel. We don't know. It's never mentioned.
Okay, so that's not even a plot hole at all.
No, it's not.
Oh, so this is a terrible example that he brought. I was like, okay, so this because it's not even a plot hole. They never explain how the technology works. Why would you assume it goes slower than light? Like I would assume any movie that has multi-galaxy level, or I'm sorry, multi-solar system level travel. I mean, generally it has to be faster than light, right? Because otherwise it would take forever.
Yeah, it has to be faster than light unless you're doing like an Alien thing where people are going into hyper. Well, even in Alien, they're just doing hypersleep for convenience. I mean,
right.
You can't leave the world, and the world back home is like 35 years later, right?
Yeah, I think like one of the few things I've read that did that was in the Ender's Game, where they had faster than light communication, but slower than light speed travel. So it was really weird. Like they could communicate, but by the time they got to wherever they got to, it was like the time would dilate, so they wouldn't experience it. But like when they got to wherever they got, it'd be like 100 years in the future.
Right.
So
they did some of that in Interstellar.
Oh, that's right. They did in Interstellar too. Yeah. So I don't know. Very weird. It's a very weird. Not something I would say is a plot hole. If they didn't even talk about it at all in the movie, but Abe Bissy for $20. Thank you. Says 6 months ago on a video called Harvard Plagiarism Sparks Infuriating Whataboutism Spiral. That's a great title, Adam. Adam said Brianna's relationship with Robbie won't last another 6 months. There was a time in history where we could legally torch Adam. Look at that. Did you predict the firing?
Wow.
Of Brianna Greyjoy?
Look at that. I do remember in that live stream pointing out the contempt. They're experiencing contempt. And in marriages, when marriage counselors come in and they see contempt between you and your partner, they make a little note. Okay. This is not going to last.
Right.
And I did see lots of contempt in that, but Harvard Plagiarism Sparks Infuriating Whataboutism Spiral. That is a great fucking
title. It's a good title. Look at that. What a title.
Look at that.
Well,
thank you for the super chat. Yeah. Look,
yes, thank you.
We are often making predictions on this show that will come true. So what do you think of my Trump? We may have an answer to my Trump VP prediction soon. Evidently,
that's right.
Trump has said he's already made his pick. He just hasn't told anyone yet.
Interesting.
I made the prediction that he was going to pick Tim Scott, which I think Tim Scott is still in the running. I've heard compelling arguments that he's going to pick a woman, and I think picking a woman is probably a better choice. But, he still could pick Tim Scott.
What if Tim Scott transitions to be a woman?
Oh, instant pick. Instant pick. No, I have also read that he's planning on picking someone who can raise a lot of money. So I don't know. I don't think Tim Scott is a big money raiser. So that puts Tim Scott way out of the running. I don't know who is the big money raiser though.
Okay.
So, but we're going to watch the debate for those of you who are interested next Thursday, and obviously stream. I don't know if we're going to stream during the debate or after the debate, but we will be providing commentary.
Right.
Blistering, fascinating commentary.
Because the focus on that scene is to show that Batty has seen things, and all these moments will be lost in time like
tears in rain.
And that's
I mean, it would matter if you like if they established in the movie what the technology was, and then they didn't have like magic Star Trek warp technology, so they're limited by light speed, and someone made a comment about the replicants only, they're only supposed to live for 4 years, and yet they're supposed to go to some location in this very dramatic scene. He mentions that they went to some location that would take more than 4 years to get there. Then that would be a plot hole that would matter because it would take you out of the emotion of the scene.
Yeah, but none of
So,
that's relevant here.
but none of it doesn't happen in the movie, so it doesn't matter. But
compelling. The emotion is compelling. The technical details, who cares? The idea is that Batty has seen things, these things matter, and that in a few minutes, it'll be forgotten.
okay, this is so fucking dumb. Why? This is so retarded. This is like when he's like, plot doesn't matter because plot just says a ghost came out of the wall, ooga booga booga, and then here's the scene, and then the scene makes you feel something. Okay, the same is true if you're to say plot. The technical aspects of the plot don't matter. All that matters is what you feel. If you write on a piece of paper, robot gives powerful speech that makes you feel bad for it, and you give it to me, and I read it, I'm not gonna fucking feel anything. Okay, you have to present it in a way that makes me feel the emotion. That's what storytelling is. And if you put something in that storytelling that doesn't make any fucking sense, then I'm not gonna feel that way. It's very simple.
Yeah. How about if the robot is like masturbating into a planter the whole time he's giving this touching speech? Sitch, what do you think?
Yeah, it's gonna.
Is that a plot hole?
Yes.
Is that a not technically a plot hole, but
no. The scene's gonna hit you a little differently if that's what's going on.
Oh my god!
If the robot's like, listen, according to my programming, I have to jack off every day, every 24 hours to survive. And I'm at 23 hours and 20 minutes, so you're just gonna have to, sit by as I do this, as I give you this very like poignant, emotional speech as I wank it.
Oh my god! Then it technically goes with the plot. It's
Yeah,
actually
exactly.
necessary to be in there.
Oh, look, it's plot necessary. Does that make it okay? It's like, oh, just ignore it. Just focus on the emotion of the scene. Oh my god, it's so stupid.
It is.
The themes are more powerful than the technical elements of the plot. But if you approached every film like a CinemaSins ticker, then you'd say, oh, plot hole, this movie's bad. Like, who cares? Doesn't matter. Doesn't affect your enjoyment.
I don't know why he saved my life. Maybe in those last moments he loved life more than he ever had before.
Part of the reason why...
Just imagine Harrison Ford reading the worst possible dialogue that he can just to piss off Ridley Scott.
It is
I love it. I love it.
Horrible.
It is so bad.
Right. But saying theme is more powerful or important, first of all, and then the plot,
that's ridiculous.
That's, first of all, that's just your opinion, man. Okay.
Yeah.
You can feel that way, and that's fine, but that's not an objective fact. That's just how you feel about something. And the whole point is that the plot is the vehicle that's supposed to make you feel the emotion. And if the vehicle you're driving in is a shoddy, busted up car that keeps breaking down every 5 seconds, you're never going to get to the destination of feeling the fucking emotion, are you?
Exactly. Look, theme is important, and I don't want to undermine the importance of theme, but there is a hierarchy to necessary elements of good screenwriting, and theme is that's at the tippy top. Like, you can have
that's the self-actualization of the
yeah, exactly. Look, you can have a very good movie that doesn't really touch on theme. Like, it's a good plot, it's good characters, it's got tons of conflict, and theme is just, who cares? And it'd still be a great movie. If you have a movie without any conflict, it's gonna suck. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's just, this whole thing is a massive cope. It's just a massive cope.
Right.
Like, why the hell are you elevating theme so highly in this analysis of other YouTubers? Because other YouTubers are tearing apart movies that you like based on more basic things like conflict, character, story, plot holes. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You're saying, oh yes, but they have excellent theme. Yeah, they suck at fucking character and plot, which is essential.
Right.
Yeah.
And just give an example of someone besides CinemaSins doing this, because, like, please.
Yeah. Yes, definitely. Look, Literature Devil knows it. I don't know the other people in this video, but Literature Devil obviously knows all of this stuff. I've watched a
Right.
ton of his videos. Critical Drinker knows this. Mahler knows this. Fucking
Right.
yeah. They all know this. So basic.
Why the question if Deckard is a replicant annoys me is because people get caught up in the technicalities and not the why. The question being unanswered is so important because it forces...
Look, if your story has conflicts, that's just a technicality. You're just caught up in the technicalities.
So wait, we'll let him play his whole argument, but I hate this. I find this to be one of the most pretentiously stupid points that I hear people constantly make when there's like an open ending to a movie or story or something.
Oh, I can't fucking stand that. Like, conflict is not a technicality, you fucking rube. Here, I'll let him finish his argument.
Replicant annoys me is because people get caught up in the technicalities and not the why. The question being unanswered is so important because it forces audiences to question human nature. As they say in the film,
It's too bad she won't live. But then again, who does?
now that question is more profound than an hour-long fan theory video breaking down the evidence for this theory. The theory is told in brushstrokes on a canvas, not a chart. It's impressionistic, not concrete.
This is so pretentious. Okay.
It is so bad, yeah.
I personally, and again, this is my opinion, but I personally despise, with one exception, I despise the open endings that are not clear, because to me they always smack of laziness. It's like, oh, the ending can be whatever you want to be, right? So I think there's 4 types of open endings. Okay. There's the first one, which is what he's claiming Blade Runner is, which is that the open ending has some sort of thematic, like the open ending is important because it has some sort of theme that's tied into the message or theme of the story, right? That's number 1. Number 2 is the author doesn't know and doesn't care, which I think is most of these shitty open endings. Number 3 is that there is a specific ending you're supposed to figure out, but they don't tell you directly, which I hate the most, because like, why do I have to spend, like some people love that. They love to go through something that some media they really like and spend hours analyzing it. I'm like, listen, I'm lazy. Okay. I'm not going to spend 3 hours. I'm not going to spend 20 hours going through every frame of Inception to figure out whether he really woke up or not. And then the only type of open ending I personally like are open endings like American Psycho. And the reason American Psycho, in my opinion, is genius and works is that there are 2, without spoiling it, there are 2 possible endings. Both of them, I think, work completely, and both of them mean different but similar things about what the movie's trying to say. And that's very difficult to pull that off. And so I say, okay, that's like very well done. With Blade Runner, I can understand, and I understand why in any sort of movie where there is an open ending, like is the character a replicant? Is it all a dream? Did he wake up? I think it's highly pretentious and stupid to criticize people for wanting to know what the fuck happens in the story and wanting a sense of closure at the end of the story.
It's literally called the resolution.
Right. And I think that's part of why I find it highly pretentious and get annoyed when they do this shit, is because there's nothing wrong with wanting a sense of closure from a story.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I'm with you. I'm firmly for a clear resolution to the story. So this is interesting. Are these your own 4 things?
These are my own just observations.
Okay.
I don't know if there's some official like chart of types of open endings.
I don't know that there is either, but it's interesting because I do. So the one is it's tied to the theme and kind of nebulous. The other is authors, they don't know. They're just lazy piece of shit. And they just end the movie because they're like, I'm out of pages here.
Right.
The third one is it's a concrete, like the author knows what the ending is, but it's like a secret. You got to figure it out yourself.
You have to. It's like a detective fucking story. You're supposed to figure it out, right?
And then there's the 2 possible endings that both work. So it could equally be, which is like, I don't know, maybe you can't pick between the two endings. So, but they're of equal value endings.
Yeah, that you could have, like, without spoiling American Psycho, there's two potential endings. Both of them, the story sets up enough vagueness that either one could be true.
Right.
Well, at least the movie. I think in the book it's a little bit more one way or the other. But in the movie, it's vague enough that either one can be true, and either one actually fits in with the point and themes and message of the story, but says something that's kind of different but similar about the 80s. And to me, that's so difficult to accomplish that I say, well, that's pretty genius.
I mean, American Psycho came out 24 years ago. I think you could spoil the ending just to have a conversation about it. But can I spoil the ending of Fight Club? Like the Fight Club analogy would be like if
there's no open ending in Fight Club.
No, but if it wasn't clear, it would be the story Tyler Durden could have been an actual character, or it could have been like they make it clear by putting the scenes in of him fighting with himself and stuff like that. That's how they make it clear.
So in American Psycho, the open ending is, did he kill all those people, or did he just
imagine?
About
Okay, there we
people,
go.
Right?
Now we're having a concrete conversation. It could go either way, and the movie doesn't. They don't put in the scenes, the equivalent scenes of Fight Club, where he's fighting with himself. Clearly,
we know
fighting
in
with
Fight
himself.
Club, like, definitively that what was going on.
Tyler Durden is an imaginary character,
right?
Because of those scenes. But if those scenes come out, you're like, well, maybe he's imaginary. They only talked about him being imaginary, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So, but the reason I'm saying it works in American Psycho is because, like, so if you just fantasize about killing those people, there's a message about sort of like, Patrick is a character who basically, he doesn't even do anything. Like, we never see him actually work.
Right.
And he just got the job because of his father. He got this kind of like useless job. And even though he's like living super wealthy, lavish lifestyle, and he like takes care of his body, he does all this stuff, he still feels literally nothing inside. He's so empty and hollow inside that in order to feel anything about like humanity, he has to like construct this hallucination about him being a serial killer.
Right. So he has an interesting life.
Right. So he has something so he has something interesting about his life, or just so he can feel something, because the materialism of his life has basically made his life devoid of meaning because he's not doing anything purposeful.
There's a lot of similarities to Fight Club, actually.
Exactly. That's part of why I like it so much. Because Fight Club also kind of talks a lot about like how people lose, meaning in their life, and it kind of makes them go crazy, which is obviously very important to what's going on right now.
Yeah, that's part of the theme, right?
Right. But then in then in American Psycho, if he did kill those people, it's an interesting thing because you have the similar theme where it's kind of the same thing, only he literally has to do those actions to feel anything. And he says that. He says that in his like a little ending speech, is that, when he confesses his crimes and he's telling it to his lawyer doesn't even know who the fuck he is. His lawyer thinks he's someone else, right? He doesn't believe him that he killed all those people, because either A, he didn't, or B, his lawyer just doesn't know who he is or doesn't believe him. That he said his ending speech is that his confession brought him no greater knowledge of who he is as a person. Like, his quest to find out something about himself, to find meaning in his life or his purpose, even through like killing all these people, has been completely pointless. And also it shows how the fact that when he's so blatantly killing people, because he's like rich and successful, like either no one cares or society covers it up. Like, there's literally the scene of him like pulling the dead body through the lobby, and you see like the blood trail everywhere, or him chasing the woman down the hallway and no one calls the police. So like, you could kind of have the movie go in either direction, and they say kind of similar but different things about the environment of the 1980s and the effect it was having on like people's psyche.
Right. How is this not concrete but a secret ending? Like, the author knows what the real ending is.
I believe in the movies, the person who did the movie adaptation, there is no like true ending. Like, there's no one of these is not correct. That they're both, that either one of them could be correct intentionally.
Okay. I think one of the reasons why I don't think American Psycho is great is because there's no real resolution, because it is unclear in the end. For me, that's the difference
That's
between
fine. I mean, yeah, I understand
American
why people
Psycho
would want
and
that,
Fight
but-
Club.
Right. No, and I normally I do feel that way. I want a clear resolution, but to me, because either one works so well, I say, okay, I'm totally fine with that ending.
I mean, it is a great movie. It's just with a resolution, it would be like a stellar movie. But anyway,
I don't know. I don't know. Because I feel like if it was all just like maybe because I feel personally, if it was all just hallucination, I think that'd be kind of lame. Like if that was the resolution, I'd be like, oh, like it's because that to me smacks a little too much of like it's all a dream, right?
if he really does it, it would be a way better resolution. If he really doesn't get away with it, it would say more about society. It'd be
I
the
agree
better.
with you.
It would be the better ending. Yeah,
I agree. It would be.
So
the
why
much
not
better
just
ending.
pick the better ending?
You could. I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be against that. You definitely could.
Yeah, and you're just fucking with people by making it ambiguous. You're like, there's two endings here. One is obviously superior, and you're gonna you're gonna leave it up to me to choose.
Well, I still think as I said, I think either one works in terms of the theme of the story, and I think that's interesting. That like to me, I'm impressed that on a technical level, a person was able to construct a story like that, where either
That is
ending
impressive. Yes.
could work. So
Yeah.
I appreciate it just from that perspective.
That is impressive. Yes, I agree.
Anyway,
Shall we go back?
yes,
This garbage tier.
I know.
Look, we should invite him on. See what he thinks of this conversation.
Oh my God.
We
Well,
could
we're
run
blocked, so you know
we
we
could
can't.
run the 4 things by him. See what he
Right.
says.
The thing is with bad media criticism, the ultimate point is to keep you engaged. That's why the sins ticker goes up. That's why a new criticism is made every second.
Isn't the
More of
ultimate
it-
point of any criticism to keep you engaged? I feel like
That's
it
the
is.
ultimate point of any YouTube video is to keep you engaged. So
I know, it's so dumb.
congratulations, I guess.
Yeah.
Vitriolic than the last. If you think about some of the criticisms critically, you'll pick them apart. Good media criticism forces you to reevaluate a text, and even if you disagree, you might have at least thought about it. Erroneous criticism, which I'm definitely guilty of, they might make you, that's when you make an error once or twice, or 3 times. It's in good faith, but you might make an error about something.
Yeah, whenever he makes an error, it's in good faith. Whenever someone else makes an error, they're lying. They're lying pieces of shit.
I know. I know.
You see the pattern here, Sitch?
I see. What a shock. I know.
Even then, that still forces you to go, hey, wait a second, that's wrong. And then the critic, if they're being in good faith, will go, oh, you're right. I am wrong. I apologize. Or to some extent, to revise their argument. That's good faith criticism. Bad faith criticism comes from the approach that I am right, you're wrong, no matter what you say I am right, and I will always be right even if you point out every error I made and spelled it out to me.
Fandom discourse is full of self-contradictory phrases that people love to say a lot but don't actually adhere to. Chief among them is, I respect your opinion even though I disagree with it. This is an oxymoron.
That is the key difference. The refusal to accept when you are wrong.
If you're negative, you're going to have
Do you think that Anthony would ever acknowledge that he was wrong about any of the people he's criticizing in this video?
Hell no.
the
Hell
screeching
no.
of 1,000 illiterate fucksticks descend upon you like a horde of sweaty, unwashed, transphobic bats.
And the insistence on doubling down when you are wrong.
Sorry, did you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what? Fucking pronouns!
That video is so epic.
I know. So it's so weird. Anthony, like, he does this thing. This drives me crazy. So many of these guys do this. They do this video where they're like, look, I'm just a nice guy talking to you from a nice, calm room. And look how calm and nice I am. And here's a clip of people being angry and crazy. Unlike me, I'm a nice, calm person. You can trust me. When what he did here is such a blatant, like, weird, like, you could call it a lie or you could just call it like a dishonest tactic, because he said he's going on about bad faith criticism and saying bad faith criticism is when you make some kind of error and then you refuse to acknowledge the error, right? Which
You double down, yeah.
you double down, which, by the way, I don't disagree with that. That's true. If someone makes some kind of error when they're talking about a film and you say, oh, you made some error. This thing that you said was like a plot hole or whatever, you were wrong about it. It wasn't plot hole, explain, blah, blah, blah. You should, okay, that's right. You should totally acknowledge that. So why the fuck does he play a clip of Heels versus Babyface talking about not liking pronouns in a video game? That has nothing to do whatsoever with, quote, being objectively wrong about some aspect of the story. This is his opinion.
Yeah. It's just your opinion,
Why the fuck
man.
did he play this clip?
To be a dick.
He played this clip very dishonestly to be like, here's a guy, he has a wrong political take that I don't agree with. He's a bad faith critic. Instead of showing an actual example of him doing the thing you're accusing him of doing.
Yeah, it's completely disingenuous.
Hyper dishonest, Anthony. That's why this guy's such a huge hypocrite.
Yeah, no, yeah, obviously. But he doesn't even know that he's being dishonest. That's the ideology talking, Sitch. He's an NPC.
Mm-hmm.
Bad media criticism's ultimate goal, though, is to supplant the original media in your mind. And the way they do that is by some...
It's such bullshit.
How does he know that?
He's like, look, bad media, certain media critics, all right wing, they want to propagandize you not to like media that you deep down in your heart know you love.
This is so
That's
retarded.
like his argument.
The only person, it's so funny, the only people I've ever seen do this, where they try to create like a media criticism that supplants something in your mind, are the people that say, this thing you used to like, it's actually highly problematic and you shouldn't like it. And let me explain why it's actually sexist, racist, transphobic, blah, 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 blah.
You mean like Anthony and Anita Sarkeesian?
Right. Like who the fuck is doing this thing? This is so weird. Give us an example. Give us an example, Anthony.
Sometimes just making shit up.
Characters as powerful as Dream, or as supposedly perfect as Superman, are well liked and aren't usually considered Mary Sue's, is because the plot doesn't treat them as such. If a fresh-faced farm boy who's never even seen a sword suddenly picks one up, and without any kind of outside divine or supernatural aid, defeats a war veteran of 15 years in single combat, you likely just witnessed a Mary Sue moment.
Trained my entire life to master my senses. Where did you train? On a farm?
Plot doesn't treat them as such.
They'll either misrepresent...
Okay, this guy's so dishonest. And it's so gross because he pretends like he's so above the fray, right? So he's saying that Literature Devil here is lying. Okay, right? So this is what he... Let me go back a second. This is what he's saying.
The way they do that is by sometimes just making shit up.
Characters...
Okay, he's saying he's making shit up, he's lying. So this is a video where Literature Devil is talking about like, what is a Mary Sue, right?
Right.
And he gives this example of saying, you know, if there's a farm boy who never held a sword before in his life and he picks it up and defeats like a veteran swordsman, that could be an example of a Mary Sue moment. And to be clear, Literature Devil doesn't say like one element makes someone Mary Sue. He's saying that like a compilation of Mary Sue moments, you know, make a Mary Sue, right? And so, which I agree with. And in his example he gives here about a farm boy defeating a veteran swordsman, that'd be a Mary Sue moment. I agree. But then Anthony, because he's like hyper dishonest, he compares this example to, he says, change veteran to moon-sized space station and pick up a sword to make an impossible shot without targeting computer. Okay, so number one, he's removing the context that Literature Devil said, which is that one moment doesn't make someone a Mary Sue. It's having a whole series of Mary Sue moments makes a Mary Sue. So he's removing that element. Again, very dishonest for Anthony to do that. Number two, this is an insane fucking comparison. Okay?
Oh, yeah,
because the story does set up that Luke Skywalker says it's possible to hit a target that size without a targeting computer, and that he's done so in the past.
He has experience doing it.
Right.
Routinely.
Yes. Right. So it's not an impossible shot, even though one character, so you have one character says that's an impossible shot, and then another character says it's not an impossible shot. I've literally done it before.
Yes.
Okay.
Routinely. because he does
Right.
it on the fucking farm.
Right. So how the fuck are you comparing that to someone who's never held a sword in their life, picking up a sword and defeating a master swordsman? How are those even
Yes.
comparable?
Yeah. We're also all talking about the end of the movie too, where
Right.
he's had some training or whatever.
Well, and he did literally use the force to hit the shot too.
Right.
So he used the force to supplement an ability he said he could do naturally to give him a little bit of aid in that moment of tension. Right.
Yeah, just a little
Okay.
aids.
Right. So that's number one. And then number two.
As powerful as Dream, or as supposedly perfect as Superman, are well liked and aren't usually considered Mary Sue's, is because the plot doesn't treat them as such.
Okay, so he's saying the plot doesn't treat them like Mary Sue's. You know, we're going to come back to this because he can get more into his explanation of this. Number one, you have to explain how Literature Devil is defining Mary Sue's, number one. But number two, did he have a picture of Zack Snyder's live action Superman up on the screen?
He
No,
used a
he has
clip of it. Oh.
Yeah. No, Literature Devil didn't use a clip.
No, yeah,
Literature
he's
Devil
got the
has a
original.
picture of the comic version of Superman. The comic version of Superman is very, very different. First of all, there's like a million different versions of Superman, but and they're all different from each other. But the comic version of Superman is very different than the Zack Snyder movie version of Superman. So how the fuck can you say Literature Devil, who seems to be talking about the comic version of Superman, who's very fucking different than Zack Snyder's version of Superman, and say, oh, well, Literature Devil is making things up and lying because this other different version of Superman that he wasn't talking about, fails to meet Literature Devil's criteria for Mary Sue.
Right.
It's just so fucking dishonest.
It is, yeah.
This clip of this is not Literature Devil's this video. He's not talking about Zack Snyder's Superman, which you should know. You should know. Anthony should know. Every single person should know because he said, even though Superman's well liked by everyone, he's not a Mary Sue. Zack Snyder's Superman was not well liked by everyone in the movie, which was actually part of a big complaint people had against Zack Snyder's Superman was that he wasn't Superman like the character of Superman that they wanted from the comic.
Yeah, he changed the character.
Yeah. So Anthony, why in your video saying other people are lying, are you lying? Just wondering.
Yeah. I'm sure he'll answer that. He's probably DMing you right now.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Plot doesn't treat them as such.
They'll either misrepresent scenes, omit key details to make their point land better, or in some cases...
Oh, I wonder who's doing that, Sitch. Who's omitting key details so their point will land better? Anyone you can think of?
Would it be the guy removing all the context from the arguments he's supposedly critiquing?
It would be. That's who I was talking about. It's Anthony. It's a guy on screen.
Right.
Mystery solved.
Lie.
So this is pretty wild. In spite of mostly positive reviews from both sides of the culture war, Disney's X-Men 97 appears to be a complete flop in terms of viewership.
And don't worry.
Okay. First of all, by the way, Anthony does he's so bad at this. He just flashes things on screen for like a quarter of a second. They get to pause to even understand the fucking argument that he's even making. This is some of the worst like YouTubing I've ever seen in terms of video essayists. Okay.
Yeah, very unprofessional.
So let's go back here.
Hard to follow.
So he's saying this guy who made this video is lying.
Right.
This is pretty wild.
So this is John Del
Rose. Yeah. John Del Rose.
John Del
You don't
Rose.
know John Del Rose?
I don't know.
Okay.
He's saying that he's lying, okay, in this video.
In spite of mostly positive reviews from both sides of the culture war, Disney's X-Men 97 appears to be a complete flop in terms of viewership.
Okay. So John here is saying it's a flop in terms of viewership. By the way, he's reading an article, right? And so the proof that Anthony has that he's lying is that he flashes on one article, okay, on the screen. And the article says, X-Men 97 races to finish line with strong finale. The finale of X-Men 97 has set a promising track record for Disney+. The episode, which debuted on May 15th, saw 3.5 million views globally in its first 5 days on the streaming platform. That makes it the most viewed full-length animation series finale since season 1 of What If, the Walt Disney Company says. according to Disney, viewership has been growing consistently over the 4 episodes leading to the finale. X-Men 97 premiered in March with 4 million views collectively across the first 2 episodes in their first 5 days on the platform. Okay.
Lies.
So first of all, there's some interesting things in this article. So if it's kind of interesting. It says the first 2 episodes collectively got 4 million views. That doesn't mean, so that means that they're taking the viewer, like that means that if you watched episode 1 and you watch episode 2, that counts as 2 views.
Really? Okay.
Yes, because they say collectively. So that's kind of interesting. And it also says, according to Disney, it says viewership has been growing consistently over the 4 episodes leading to the finale. So that makes it sound like the viewership was down and then it went up over time, right?
Sure.
That's what those words mean.
Yeah.
So this article is from May 21st of 2024 that he's saying proves that John here is lying. Now,
lie.
So
the article that John is citing is from May 11th. So way before then. So it's very possible,
update,
that the ratings change. That at the time that John made this video, that the article that he's reading is actually true. And that things changed over time. Maybe the viewership got better. But if we actually let, the John read the article that he did in the video, he actually addresses this. And I'll actually read it out. This is what the article he's citing says. It says, in spite of mostly positive reviews from both sides of the culture war, Disney's X-Men 97 appears to be a complete flop in terms of viewership. For weeks now, the show hasn't managed to break into the Nielsen's top 10 rankings, making it the worst performing Marvel show on Disney+. In spite of the initial views, the show had managed to draw in 4 million views for its debut episode, which was one of the most viewed premieres for a Disney Plus show. This series doesn't seem to be retaining viewers. Worse yet, the show doesn't seem to have brought in new subscribers or given any reason for old subscribers to renew. Although the show does appear to be a faithful adaptation, it appears that's not enough to stop Disney Plus's decline. There are reasons why the show may have had a much more chaotic start than was ever necessary. And then it continues. Okay. So the article that he's reading, which he reads this in his video, by the way, but Anthony cuts it out because he's dishonestly removing the context, like he's attacking everyone else for doing, says it actually acknowledges that it made 4 million views from its debut episodes, but is making a different argument. It's saying that the viewership dropped off and that it wasn't able to break into the Nielsen's top 10 rankings, which would make it the worst performing Marvel show on Disney+.
Right.
And so I looked this up, and there were other articles making the same argument, saying if you looked at the Nielsen chart, that it didn't break into it. So if Anthony wants to claim that John here is lying, he would have to actually make some kind of argument that the information was incorrect.
Right.
About
that
the
it did
Nielsen
break into the Nielsen ranking.
Right.
Yeah.
But it didn't.
Oh, so it was correct.
So everything John said was 100% correct. Now, you could still say, well, wait a minute. Is it a flop? Right. And you can make some kind of argument, like you say, well, maybe John was wrong. It wasn't a flop because the Nielsen ratings aren't like an accurate way of viewing ratings anymore. Just because it didn't break in the Nielsen top 10 doesn't necessarily mean it's a flop. Like you could make some kind of argument here, right? Which I don't give a shit enough about X-Men 97 to make or to know the answer to any of these questions. But apparently neither does Anthony, because he's going to call this guy a liar and then as evidence show something that doesn't prove he's a fucking liar at all.
Right.
So it's just, again, Anthony so wildly dishonest here in all of his criticism.
John Delarose is a prominent right-wing comic book reviewer. So he's attacking John Delarose because John Delarose is like a regular punching bag on the right.
Right.
Yeah.
So there you go. But then that's what's going on here. He just doesn't like his politics.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's like, I got to include him in my hit piece against all the right-wing YouTubers I don't like.
Right.
This whole video is like a giant virtue signal just about politics.
Yeah.
Which why I just look, everyone hates Critical Drinker, but I don't see critical drinker virtue signaling right-wing politics in his videos. He's
Well, he
making a
talks-
very clear argument that left-wing politics being shoved into media are making media stupid and lame.
Right.
That's
well,
a
that
different
makes you
argument.
automatically a right-wing bigot.
Yeah, nah. Look, Sitch and I are pretty clearly on the left. Like I know that we have a lot of right wingers in our audience because we don't straw man right wingers as much as some of these other people do. So it makes sense why people would gravitate towards our content, even though they're right wing and we're pretty left wing. So, but
well, we criticize socialists.
But look,
and
both
the left.
Yes. Well, I just Sitch and I mean, both of us studied screenwriting in school, college, whatever you want to call it. Like we want good movies. And if left-wing politics, even though we might agree with some of those left-wing politics, are tangibly hurting storytelling, like we're going to talk about it. It doesn't make us right-wingers.
Right.
Yeah. We're going to talk about it because the stories suck.
Right. If like we were in an alternate universe where, movies were getting taken over by very far right, socially conservative, politics, so that every story like ended where like, oh, and then the main character, then the villain turned out to be atheist. So God struck him down. He died.
Look.
And the main characters on their knees. They said, "Thank you, Jesus, our heavenly Father, for striking." And I'd be like, "What the fuck is this? You just undercut the entire story by like shoving in your weird, like right-wing religious political message."
Well, look, and imagine if every single bad guy had to be an atheist. Like it would start getting weird. Like every single bad guy is like the white person.
Something, yeah.
Is every single villain is a white straight male in these things, right? Like imagine every single character, like even when it's completely unimportant that the character is an atheist, you're like, okay, I see what's going on here. And it's lame. It's stupid.
Right.
Yeah.
Brian Decker for $20. Thank you so much. Says, I love you guys. Finally able to contribute to the hundreds of hours of content you've given me while I'm working. Like the stream, everyone. Thank you, Brian.
Yeah.
Says that it was your first ever super chat. So thanks.
Yeah. Thanks. Thanks for being a loyal fan.
This is pretty wild. In spite of mostly positive reviews from both sides of the culture war, Disney's X-Men 97 appears to be a complete flop in terms of viewership.
And don't worry, we're going to go into a couple examples of that soon enough. But the question you might have is, why would they do that?
You really think someone would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies?
The reason is ultimately engagement. The algorithm on YouTube, and honestly the internet at large, rewards engagement. The longer you stay on something, the better it is. The more you...
I love how when he does it, it's just like an honest mistake. But when they do it, it's like deliberately and to gauge and to get the algorithm on their side by engaging you in angry discourse.
Right.
Click on it.
When he has that, like, John here is lying because I'm going to find an article that proves he's lying, even though the article literally doesn't prove he's lying at all. I don't know if Anthony himself is lying or he's just so dumb and lazy that he doesn't care to actually understand what the argument is John's making, and what the argument is that the article is making, and how they're not the same thing.
Yeah.
The reason is ultimately engagement. The algorithm on YouTube, and honestly the internet at large, rewards engagement. The longer you stay on something, the better it is. The more you click on it, the better it is. What keeps someone engaged? New reasons to be emotionally invested, either to be angry or to be frustrated or justified in your own predetermined beliefs before coming to the page or the video. This is why you usually see a lot of two kinds of reviews on YouTube. Concise and straightforward reviews that make a point and then end, or the massive sprawling videos that go on for hours and hours and hours and end, sometimes longer than the source material itself. Long-form reviews are very entertaining.
Look, he actually wrote this out. He's like reading it on a script. It's kind of weird to me.
Well, it's funny because he's like criticizing. I mean, I guess he's going to say it's okay, but he's also sort of criticizing the long-form review. When this, first of all, this is a 48-minute video, and it's so meandering.
Oh, it is.
We're like 60 minutes in. So far, the only cogent point, I guess, is that CinemaSins is bad because plot holes don't matter.
Right. Now he's drifting into the rage bait portion of the video.
Right. It took
Yeah.
16 minutes to make that point.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is a totally scatterbrained video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you get the right people working on them. Or at the very least, they're the kind of thing you can listen to while doing other work. I mean, you can tune in and you can follow along very well. I'm sure some of you are doing that with this video right now. When I was in college, I wrote essays while listening to Red Letter Media's Star Wars reviews.
Star Wars The Phantom Menace was the most disappointing thing since my son.
However, to keep audiences engaged and for longer, what a lot of reviewers resort to is hyper-emphasizing the negative. Finding new things to critique every 5 seconds. Focus on a new plot hole. Focus on a new cliche. Focus on a new trick that pulls the plot along.
I don't really like the way this guy looks, Sitch. I mean, I think he looks weird to me.
Well, who the fuck is he even talking about? CinemaSins videos are like 20 minutes, aren't they?
What's up with the way he's holding that microphone?
It is weird.
Just
it's giving
seems
him
weird.
It's giving
to
him
me.
bad posture too, because he's kind of like hunched over. But
Focusing on the negative.
I know, focusing on the negative. But I don't even know who is this hypothetical person who makes the super? Is it he's talking about EFAP? Like who is it?
It's EFAP.
The
it's
very
us.
long review that consistently just has the bad faith critique in order to keep it going, right?
Yeah, look, I'm always trying to rein Sitch in. Sitch likes to talk a little too much. I'm always trying to say, look,
okay.
These
Well, then just call it whoever you're talking about. Just call them out so people know what the fuck you're talking about. Don't be like a coward about it.
That was a joke. Look, I like to talk a lot too. I think I'm
Right.
guilty of stretching things out just as much as Sitch is. So I don't want people to get the wrong impression. But look, we have a lot of people that like longer streams. They work an 8-hour day and they see like an 8-hour stream and they're like, oh my God, this is going to get me through the entire work day.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, but I don't think that really has anything to do with the quality of our criticism, right? I think we can make 8-hour streams work because we have a vast repertoire of criticism that revolves around, and this is why I started saying the stupid stuff about the way this guy looks and the way he holds his microphone, because I mean, that's generally the criticism we try to steer clear of.
Right.
But he's making it sound like that's like our go-to move.
Sure.
Like we're just there to make things get you riled up.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I would love nothing more. Look, and there's a lot of live streams going around now on House of the Dragon. People are excited to talk about how great it is after each episode. Right? I mean, this could go either way. It's just
if I could live in an alternate universe where everything that was the same, but Star Wars and Marvel was like great, and most movies and TV shows were great,
I would love it.
Yeah, who wouldn't choose to live in that verse?
Yeah,
that universe, right?
Look, I like listening to the House of the Dragon streams and stuff like that. I dug House of the Dragon first season, and I'm looking forward to season 2. So maybe I'll even get Sitch to stream about House of the Dragon. He can tell you guys how much it sucks, and I'll tell you how great it is. Look, we can argue about it.
Right.
Yeah. It'd be fun. Yeah, I don't like this argument because I want Star Wars to be good. I think a lot of the people who are complaining about Star Wars, the reason why they're complaining is because they want it to be good. Unfortunately, they see Hollywood kind of, doing an invasion of the body snatchers thing and walking around in the corpse of Star Wars trying to sell progressive politics.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's bullshit. It's total bullshit. And the guy, this guy's a zombie. He doesn't even see it because he loves those politics. He's like, look, this is just standard storytelling, standard movies. All the characters should be gay in Star Wars. That's interesting. That's how you play on the themes.
Mm-hmm.
The themes.
In order to trick you into thinking you're having fun. In the more extreme examples, anything that tries to invoke an emotion in the audience is deemed manipulative.
Oh, fuck this guy. Look, when Sitch gets triggered, that's when I have the most fun. So, look, fuck off already.
It's deemed cheap by the critic. Now, a bad faith media critic will take away the themes and ideas of a work in order to solve the problems the media presents, it being good being that problem. Why is The Last Jedi so awful? How is Steven Universe bad, actually? How is Sherlock bad, actually? Oh, wait, that actually was a good video, actually. Why is Totally...
So, okay. Isn't that funny? So, he said, he's like saying that Mahler's video sucks and why The Last Jedi was bad, because it's too long, and that Mahler's like removing the themes of whatever the fuck Last Jedi was. He doesn't, now, by the way, he's not going to explain this argument. He's not going to say, here's an example of what I'm talking about. Here's where Mahler did the bad thing, right? He doesn't say any of that. He just throws it out there. And then when he comes to H. Bomber Guy, the leftist that he agrees with, who made a very long review talking about how Sherlock is bad, he says, oh, no, that one's actually good.
Right.
Isn't that interesting? When he agrees with the politics, suddenly it's totally fine. Suddenly it's totally acceptable. He's on board with it then. Okay.
When it's time to nuzzle up and suck off H. Bomber Guy, he's like,
right.
Oh, there. Oh, yeah. Let me pull your pants down for you.
Like, you've wasted all of our fucking time with your dog shit critique right now. This is a video supposed to be about how they're lying. Why wouldn't you actually, I don't know, make an argument? Like you say, here's an example of how he thinks Mahler is like doing something wrong with his critique of Last Jedi. And then he would show the clip, presumably with not out of context, show what he thinks Mahler did wrong, explain it. And then he would show an example of H. Bomber Guy and show why H. Bomber Guy did it correctly, right? Isn't that how like normal fucking YouTube logic would dictate the scene, Adam?
Of course. But I think we have a little bit of faking it till you make it going on here.
Is this like an avant-garde fucking YouTube video where we just get to defy the logic of like human rational argumentation?
Yes, this guy is a David Lynch of film reviewers here.
Actually, this makes so much sense. Okay. The structure of this video makes perfect sense. He's been whining about how plot and plot holes don't fucking matter. All that matters is the theme. And that's what this video is. There's no, like, the plot here is incoherent.
Oh, so true.
You know, he's just throwing things out. He's not presenting them in any way that logically makes sense or making an argument. But all that doesn't matter. All that matters is the theme, the message. Okay. The message is that all these evil YouTubers are all bigots and liars.
In case you missed the theme, right here in the beginning of the third act, he spells it out when he starts saying right-wing grifter every 5 seconds.
Right.
Yeah, he kind of hits you over the head with it. Yeah.
Spies, just 99 DeviantArt fetishes. Okay, well, that's actually just not a video on YouTube, I think, but it should be. I'm done dodging around the point, though. What are some examples of bad media criticism? Let's start with the Mary Sue criticism. One of the more widely used ones. Every female character is stamped with this moniker, from Captain Marvel to Rey Skywalker, and
that is bullshit. Look, he's lying straight to your face.
I know.
Every female character is marked as the Mary Sue.
Yep.
Ripley is Ripley a Mary Sue?
Well, that's why he didn't want to bring up the Critical Drinker video where he goes through like the 20 female characters in the beginning.
Yeah,
that
aren't
he
Mary
thinks are good
Sues.
characters that are not Mary Sues. Yeah. Right.
Every female character is a Mary
Right.
Sue. Every Mary Sue female character that is a Mary Sue. Yes.
Right.
And does this always apply?
Luke Skywalker stands as a good character, and why Rey stands as a lifeless, blatant Mary Sue.
Yeah, well, you know, that's just like your opinion, man.
He's gonna defend Rey.
He's gonna defend Rey. Isn't that crazy?
I know. Look.
Well,
at least he's doing something.
So if you lay out like your definition of the category of what a Mary Sue is, it's not your opinion whether a character is a Mary Sue. They either match the criteria or they don't.
Yeah.
What would be your opinion is, do you think the fact that the character is a Mary Sue detracts from the work and makes it bad?
Yeah.
And because like this is where I do think some of the commentary around Mary Sue is lost, which is that there are lots of works out there where a character is a Mary Sue, and that's fine because the movie exists as a vehicle for either like wish fulfillment for the audience or the movie's not really about the plot or the characters. It's just about seeing like cool action scenes, right?
Oh,
You
yeah.
know, you just want to see John Wick kill like infinite X number of people. You don't really need to see his characterization. You don't need to see him go on like a fucking character journey. There's an
Right.
entire genre of anime that's literally called overpowered characters. And in most of these animes, it's not like One Punch Man. It's not like Mob Psycho, where you have a main character who's overpowered, but the conflict derives from something else. Like in One Punch Man, the conflict is never deriving from will Saitama beat the monster, because you always know he will. The conflict derives from, him on a personal level trying to find meaning in his life, or from the other characters and the drama the other characters have in the conflict, which can often be like whether they survive the scene or not. Or in Mob Psycho, you have the main character who is incredibly powerful, but the conflict is mostly about, can he, become a social, well-adjusted person in society? Can people who are seemingly violent villains, be like, can they be reformed? Can they change their personality or change their evil ways without being like beaten into the ground via, force, right? There's like a lot of like things going on, but putting that aside, there's a lot of animes that are just about characters that are just overpowered, and that's it. And there is no conflict because you always know that they're going to succeed, essentially. And
Well,
you
I
can
mean,
still
there's
watch.
internal conflict, obviously, especially in the
like,
case of Saitama. You have to have conflict.
No,
yeah.
I understand. I'm saying One Punch Man is not an example of this. Okay, like an example is there's an anime that called How I Was Reincarnated as a Slime. It's one of these isekai animes where a person is, they die and they're reincarnated in some sort of fantasy world and they get some sort of overpowered ability.
And they have no internal conflict?
Yes. Yes.
What about
so
which
this one,
girl in the harem to have sex with that night?
Exactly.
Like, that's not a conflict.
Right. And so this one, it's like, you have the character, he's reincarnated as a slime, which seems like it'd be shitty, but like it's not, because he just gets like all these like fucking overpowered abilities. He's like never going to lose a fight ever, whatsoever. And it's like, I still like it. I still think it's a fun show. It's a silly show. It's funny. I like all the characters. It's like a nice comfort watch. The world that it's in is very interesting, but I like so I'm not watching it for like the conflict of, is the main character going to defeat the bad guy? Like, obviously he's going to fucking defeat the bad guy. Like, it's fine. And that's fine. So you can have, and there's lots of animes like where you're saying where the guy's overpowered and it's basically like he gets a harem of women and it's like, okay, all the women are coming after him, blah, 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 blah. Right. And that's fine. Those characters are Mary Sue's and that's fine. Okay. If you want to watch it, you're just aware of what's going on in those animes, in those genres. That's totally fine. The problem is with these conversations about Mary Sue's in regards to Star Wars and Captain Marvel is that you have Mary Sue's inserted into media and movies where they don't belong. A Mary Sue does not belong in Star Wars. It's a pre-existing franchise that's, Luke Skywalker was not a Mary Sue. The other characters in it were not a Mary Sue. These things did not exist to be wish fulfillment vehicles for, for an audience to want to feel like an overpowered character to insert their weird fan fiction. Same thing with Captain Marvel, right? In the Marvel movies, they don't exist for that function. And that's the problem with putting the Mary Sues in these existing franchises, in these existing settings.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe. I mean, what's a Mary Sue anyway? The origins of the term date back to the Star Trek fandom, as a parody of the self-insert characters who are just good at everything they do, and everyone loves them, and they're just fantastic, they can do no wrong, and they're just better than everyone else. Making fun of pure wish fulfillment. Now, what separates a true Mary Sue from, say, your Luke Skywalkers or other heroes is the lack of struggle.
Pushed onto us under the thin veneer of homage, the stories of Rey and Luke Skywalker make a fairly easy side-by-side comparison.
Everything should just come to the character naturally being able to do everything without needing to grow or develop. They start at a point of perfect skill level and never need to improve. And outside of skill level, they also just have perfect relationships with everyone.
Which means Rey and Luke are both expected to begin their journey as relatively normal people, discounting legendary fathers, ancient prophecies, etc.
Let's look at a few common criticisms of Rey to see why people think she's a Mary Sue.
Luke Skywalker is introduced with a particular set of skills such as general knowledge on droids, how to drive, and how to use weaponry. Now, how does he know these things? Believe it or not, the movie doesn't need to tell us directly. It is a movie after all. It can show us things, and we, as the audience, audience can make logical connections. Rey doesn't have anything for the
What's up? Don't mute yourself.
Why is this guy so dishonest? That's so frustrating. Well, let me go back a second here.
Father's ancient prophecies, etc.
Let's look at a few common criticisms of Rey to see why people think she's a Mary Sue.
Luke Skywalker is introduced with a particular set of skills such as general knowledge on droids, how to drive, and how to use weaponry. Now, how does he know these things? Believe it or not, the movie doesn't need to tell us directly. It is a movie after all. It can show us things.
Okay. In the text, it says Luke knowing how to use a weapon owned only by Jedis and know how to fly in space despite never being off-world justified. So first of all, this, Anthony, is what we would call a bad faith criticism, because either you're dumb or you're lying. Because Luke Skywalker, do you remember the one time he uses a lightsaber in the first movie, which is what Literature Devil was talking about?
I don't recall. What was it?
He uses it when he puts the little helmet on and he's like trying to deflect the laser and he's fucking up, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Luke Skywalker does not use a lightsaber to fight anyone in the first movie.
Yeah, the little robot wins too.
Yes.
Shoots somebody, he's like, ow, shit.
Yes. So what the fuck is he talking? Luke Skywalker did not know how to use a weapon owned only by Jedi. That is a lie, Anthony. Yeah. That does not happen in the first movie. Once he starts training, then he starts to use the lightsaber.
Put the visor down.
Right,
I can't even see the thing.
Exactly. And then even then in the second movie, okay, he uses the lightsaber not even in like some sort of like artful way. He uses it to cut the arm off of a monster, like an animal, the Wampa in the ice cave when he's being held upside down. And then he uses it to cut open the stomach of the creature so he can put Han and himself inside of it so they don't freeze to death. He doesn't use it in any sort of climactic fight way until after he's already been trained by Yoda. And even then, he gets his fucking ass kicked by Darth Vader.
Right.
So why is Anthony lying here about this?
Maybe he doesn't remember.
Oh, okay.
Maybe it's just an innocent mistake, obviously.
Oh, okay.
You know, he's just trying to do a good faith review here, trying to do hit pieces on everyone on the internet because he doesn't like their politics.
Right.
But it's all innocent.
It's so ridiculous.
No, I'm with you. I think he knows. He knows the truth, and he's like maniacally twisting his mustache, thinking, "Oh, this will get him."
Yes.
Look,
which,
I'll
by
complain
the way,
about their lying, and I'll lie to their faces.
Right. It's so ridiculous.
I think he's got duping delight too. I think I see that when he's on screen.
Maybe.
You know what duping delight is? That's when you're like a psychopath.
Yes.
And your ultimate goal is to lie about people on the internet.
Now, in terms of the flying in space, you know, we don't know, and you know, maybe you want to make this argument. I didn't bother me watching the original Star Wars, but you know, you see Luke driving around his little floating thing. We don't really know like the capacities of how. First of all, I guess we don't really know what the capacities of, you know, flying a plane like the little space jet is compared to flying a little flying car in the Star Wars universe. We don't really know how any of this stuff works. We do know that Luke wanted to join a flight academy. That was kind of like a conflict in the beginning of the movie. So it wouldn't be too unreasonable to think that he'd have some knowledge about piloting spaceships.
Sure.
But sure, fine. But don't lie about the lightsaber. It's so weird.
And we, as the audience, can make logical connections. Rey doesn't have anything for the audience to connect with. Instead, the movie decides to focus on how alone she is. In fact, you could say that she's almost like a human version of Pixar's WALL-E, without the humanity. Luke was taught farming skills by his uncle because his uncle was a farmer. The movie spends a decent amount of time establishing this fact, while Rey can scavenge and survive alone on the desert home planet because she's just awesome.
So one big criticism of Rey is that she seems to be good at everything. She never loses a fight, she knows the Millennium Falcon better than Han does, can do the Force without training. So let's break a couple of these down.
3 different systems.
What'd you do?
I bypassed the compressor.
The easiest scene to discuss is the scene where Rey fixes the Falcon's hyperdrive.
Rey fixing the Millennium Falcon better than Han Solo, its former owner. The usual defense for this is that Rey is a scavenger and lives alone, and can therefore fix things like a trained mechanic, but we don't know this for sure.
Most bad faith criticisms ignore the fact that she was aware of the modifications made to the Falcon, since Han had it.
Some moof milker put a compressor on the ignition line.
Unkar plucked it. I thought it was a mistake too, puts too much stress on the hyperdrive.
And during a key scene, bypasses a modification made after Han lost the Falcon that made the Falcon function worse.
I bypassed the compressor.
And once more, the movie had the perfect opportunity for a setup and missed it entirely.
Some moof milker put a compressor on the ignition line.
But we don't know this for sure.
That's all information she's seen firsthand, so naturally she knows this.
Okay, so this is all dishonest lies. Okay, he's just cut the shit up out of Literature Devil's video to just lie about everything right here. Right. So if you recall, did Literature Devil say the problem with the scene is that how does Rey know to pull out that piece? Is that what Literature Devil said? Or did he say something else? Let's listen to it one more time.
Different systems.
What'd you do?
I bypassed the compressor.
The easiest scene to discuss is the scene where Rey fixes the Falcon's hyperdrive.
Rey fixing the Millennium Falcon better than Han Solo, its former owner.
So he said something very specific. He said Rey fixing it better than Han Solo. He didn't say, how did she know to fix that? He said she was able to fix it better than Han, which is a different concept. Okay.
Yeah, big time different.
Yeah, and then Anthony says this, or he shows this.
The
scene.
usual defense for this is that Rey is a scavenger and lives alone, and can therefore fix things like a trained mechanic, but we don't know this for sure.
Most bad faith criticisms ignore the fact that she was aware of the modifications made to the Falcon, since Han had it.
Some moof milker put a compressor on the ignition line.
Unkar plucked it. I thought it was a mistake too, puts too much stress on the hyperdrive.
Okay, so wait a minute. This scene shows that Han had the exact same knowledge that Rey had because Rey told him.
Yeah, they did the same time thing.
They have that means that Han Solo has the literal same knowledge that Rey does. So then the question would be, wait a minute, when they both have the same knowledge, Rey is able and smarter and quicker to fix the problem than Han Solo is, which seems silly and Mary Sue-esque.
Right.
Which was Literature Devil's entire fucking point.
Yep.
And yet he portrays this like Literature Devil was intentionally leaving out some sort of key information in order to lie about the scene, when Anthony's the one who's lying. And I'll even show you how he was lying even further, because watch how he like frames Literature Devil timeout setup and all this other stuff.
And during a key scene, bypasses a modification made after Han lost the Falcon that made the Falcon function worse.
I bypassed the compressor.
And once more, the movie had the perfect opportunity for a setup and missed it entirely.
Some moof milker put a compressor on the ignition line.
But we don't know this for sure.
That's all information.
Okay. So you're like, oh, well, Literature Devil must have missed it because they did set up that she knew, right? That's what he's talking about, right?
Yeah.
That's not what Literature Devil's talking about at all. He dishonestly edited this.
Really?
Okay.
Wow.
Yes. And we'll play it for a second. We're at 21:30-ish here. Let's go to Literature Devil's video to see what he's actually talking about.
Oh, before we get started.
We're at 17:43, I think.
You should back Dr. Alpha,
There
Literature
you go.
Devil's comic book. It's great.
Larger point than one might initially think. But first, let's go to one of the biggest grievances often referred to by the Star Wars faithful: Rey fixing the Millennium Falcon better than Han Solo, its former owner. The usual defense for this is that Rey is a scavenger and lives alone, and can therefore fix things like a trained mechanic. But we don't know this for sure, because again, this skill was never hinted at. After all, there's a big difference between breaking things and fixing them. For example, even someone without technical skill likely knows what is and isn't valuable valuable on a car, and so any scavenger might know the value of particular ship parts. But knowing what parts do and what pieces are worth doesn't mean she knows how to fix the ship she takes them from, unless you think someone picking through a dump for something they can trade for cigarette money is also therefore a top-notch mechanic. And once more, the movie had the perfect opportunity for a setup and missed it entirely. All they had to do was introduce Ray as a scavenger in the morning and an employee at a local mechanic shop in the evening, kind of like how Rocky Balboa was a boxer and part-time mob enforcer. Instead, it became another instance of she's just awesome.
Okay. So isn't it interesting that he completely had to dishonestly warp and change Literature Devil's point in order to, quote, defeat it and show that he was being dishonest? His point wasn't, how did Ray know the compressor? His point was, even if she knew, she had the knowledge about what the parts were or the knowledge about the compressor, that doesn't mean that you'd have the mechanical ability to actually change anything, to fix it, right? Whatsoever. And that the setup should be that you actually see her working on ships or working as a mechanic or doing something to justify having that knowledge.
Yes, exactly. That would be clear storytelling. That would be amazing.
Right.
Yeah.
But notice that Anthony cut all that out and made it super dishonest to criticize Literature Devil in this very hyper dishonest way.
Yeah, he wants to make it sound like Literature Devil's video isn't great and doesn't make a compelling case that Ray is a Mary Sue.
Yep.
Well, I've watched all these Literature Devil videos and they are great. So why can't he just counter the argument that Literature Devil is making? Why's he got to do it so dishonestly?
Because YouTube critics are lying to you, Adam.
Well, no, I think
Anthony's one of the biggest liars of them all.
I think the case that Ray is a Mary Sue is quite strong. I think the evidence is overwhelming.
Yes.
So if he actually battled on that level, like in like a court of law, bringing evidence that Ray was not in fact a Mary Sue, I think he would lose. I think the jury would side against him. So that's why he has to do these dishonest editing tricks to even be able to have this fight.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, Ray is one of the most Mary Sue of Mary Sue characters around. That's why this is like insane.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just too bad. Why does he want to fight this? Why doesn't he just say, look, Ray's a Mary Sue and that sucks. They could have made Star Wars better, but they had, they had to hire a bunch of lesbians.
Because Literature Devil is an evil right-winger who complains about strong women characters in media because he hates women.
I don't even perceive Literature Devil as like super right-wing or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Does he make videos that are right-wing? I don't know. Yeah. I've only watched his media videos.
When Kong Skull Island first hit theaters, the YouTube channel...
What? Hold on. We're at 24. Okay. See, and here, let's see. You can see how he dishonestly cut this up, too. This is just so crazy.
Ray fixing the Millennium Falcon better than Han Solo, its former owner. The usual defense for this is that Ray is a scavenger and lives alone, and can therefore fix things like a trained mechanic. But we don't know this for sure.
Most bad faith criticisms ignore the fact that she was aware of the modifications made to the Falcon, since Han had it.
Some moof
which are totally immaterial.
milker put a compressor on the ignition line.
Let's say moosh milker one more time. Han, I dare you to. Was that moosh milker named Luke Skywalker?
I thought it was a mistake to put too much stress on the hyperdrive.
And during a key scene, bypasses a modification made after Han lost the Falcon that made the Falcon function worse.
I bypassed the compressor.
And once more, the movie had the perfect opportunity for a setup and missed it entirely.
Some moof milker put a compressor on the ignition line.
But we don't know this for sure.
That's all information she's seen firsthand, so naturally she knows this.
Right?
See, just so dishonest.
Oh my God.
Wildly dishonest, right? What you could have had the scene where Ray says to Han when they're having a problem, I heard that, from the guy I sold the part to or whatever, that he said this thing. And then Han had to like walk her through how to like rip the part out of the Millennium Falcon while he's flying it, right? Like, oh, open that panel, go look for this thing. And she's like, look for what? He's like, look for this thing, right? They go back and forth, which, by the way, they literally have that scene, okay, in that Star Wars movie, in Force Awakens, where Finn is trying to fix something. And since Finn is the comedic character who's an idiot, like, or no, she's trying to fix something.
Oh,
and she's
you're
like,
right.
Finn, I need you to hand me this thing. I need you to hand me this thing. And he keeps picking up the wrong thing because he's like the dumb idiot character. And then finally he finds whatever the thing is that she needs. Like,
Very
when in
racist,
reality,
that scene.
I know, very racist. In reality, that should have been Rey with Han, where she's like, oh, I heard that like he did this compressor thing. And then Han's like, oh, fuck. And so then Han has to like walk her through trying to fix the thing. And, maybe she pulls out the wrong thing and the ship gets fucked up, right? And adds a little bit of tension to the scene. But that should have been, but they couldn't have that because Rey has to be perfect, right? She has to be able to solve all the problems herself.
Yeah. That would have been great if she bypassed the compressor and it fucked something up and the thing crashed and they had to get a whole new ship. And then Han Solo was giving her a hard time for the rest of the movie about how she lost the Millennium
There
Falcon.
you go. There you go.
That would have been amazing. Why couldn't they do that? The conflict would be off the charts.
Yep.
It'd be funny. It would be endearing. Why couldn't they do that, Sitch? Why wouldn't they do that?
Because strong, independent women are not allowed to be disliked or do anything wrong.
They can't crash the Millennium Falcon.
No, they have to always be perfect and always be competent and always have to save themselves.
Are you saying that the ideology prevents you from putting conflict into your movie? It sounds like it.
That is what I'm saying. And that is true.
Garbage. And it makes it totally predictable too, obviously.
Yes.
We all knew that Rey couldn't do anything wrong with the Millennium Falcon because, politics.
Politics wouldn't allow. And that's what's so interesting too, is like you literally have the current event politics is like preventing good storytelling.
Oh yeah, big time. And you got just an army of these retards on the internet trying to spin horrible storytelling into something good based on the theme.
Right. Brian Decker for $20. Thank you so much. Says, I feel like I owe you money, LOL. You've given me so much free content, and me and my wife are finally doing better financially. Adam is funnier for the most part. Thank you. Sitch is smarter for the most part.
Oh my God.
S class is best class. Thank you. There you go.
Oh, well, that's very generous of you. Yeah, no,
Thank
thanks.
you, yes.
Obviously.
Glad you're doing better too.
Look, we have fun doing this, obviously. We do make some money doing it, which is nice. So, look,
Yes.
everyone wins.
Rey is introduced with unexplained expert fighting skills, technical skills, and magical expert level piloting skills despite only dabbling. Still no sign of a mentor, and she uses all these skills to save the day.
As for fighting, well, Rey grew up on a desert world where scavengers fight for scraps. We even see her fighting in the background of a scene, demonstrating her lived experience before she demonstrates it in a fight. What lived experience does Luke Skywalker have fighting?
Where did you train? On a farm?
He's plays with toys all his life.
A scavenger without the benefit of...
Who does? what does he fucking? This isn't Luke. Luke gets into one physical fight in the first movie. Okay,
Right.
and loses.
In the cantina?
No, it's with the Sand People in the beginning of the movie.
Oh yeah, you're right.
It's when R2-D2 runs away and he's like trying to look for him, and then the Sand person sneaks up
Jumps.
behind him
Yep.
and knocks him out, and he has to be saved by Obi-Wan.
Yep.
There's no, so what the fuck is this? What is fuck is Anthony talking about? This is the guy I'm supposed to understand the media criticism of this idiot who doesn't even know the basic plot fucking points of the original Star Wars movie.
Right. Well, it's been a while since I saw Star Wars, so don't hold it against me.
Well, it's just, if you're going to go make a video criticizing about it,
Oh yeah, I would
brush up on it or something. Jesus.
I would brush up on it, obviously.
The only thing that I think you could criticize the original Star Wars for not setting up properly is it would have been nice if there was a scene where, and it would make sense that, Luke is on the farm and, like there's like little animals that come on the farm and you see he's like really good at like picking them off, right? So it's like, okay, you establish Luke has very good aim.
Right.
That would be it. That's like the only thing. And it's like, it's a little thing. It'd be nice, right? Then you could, then when he's like shooting stormtroopers, then when he hits the shot at the end, you're like, okay, he has good aim. It's established he has good aim to shoot little rodents. I mean, I know he makes the comment, but it's just a little bit nicer to see it. Like, okay, That's fine. But that's like one little thing, okay, compared to everything that Rey does in the first movie, which is absurd.
Right. Yeah.
So I want to bring up Lucha Devil's video again because it's funny. So here, Anthony says it's okay that Rey is a good fighter because you see her being a good fighter, which is kind of like
right in the background,
retarded in a tautology. It's like, well, what the fuck are you like? That doesn't solve the problem, right? Because Lucha Devil actually addresses this in his video, and Anthony doesn't bring it up. Isn't that curious?
Wow. Anthony being dishonest again. Oh, Sitch.
And what a shock. What a shock, right?
Yeah.
How hard Rey's life is. And the same can go for her sudden ability to fight off two thugs.
But she's a woman living on her own. Of course she would know how to fight.
Belches some gargantuan grotesque. Again, there was no set.
That's why Anthony's really mad.
And again, this could have and should have been done during the introduction. Maybe instead of the several scenes of her eating and making food, as if this were a college life documentary, we could have gotten a shot of her practicing. Just a small segment of her going through the motions. But instead, we have nothing. So when we see her suddenly able to beat up some thugs with almost no problem, these skills just seem to manifest. And the only explanation we're left with is that she's just awesome. Narratively speaking, if the goal is to run Rey through a hero's journey, it would be better if she could defend herself but not be able to actually defeat them. It would show weakness, vulnerability. In other words, it would show her potential, but also leave room to grow. If you remember, even Luke needed help. And let's talk about that.
So there you go. So he actually addressed that completely. Anthony doesn't because he's dishonest, right?
Yeah, no, that's great.
Talking about just like the growth, in the first Star Wars, not only is like Luke, he's got saved by Obi-Wan, he gets beat by the random Sam person, but it's like the scene where, and Luke's kind of whiny, and Han Solo's like making fun of him for being whiny in the first one.
Yeah.
But there's like the scene where Luke is in the cantina and he's kind of like out of place and uncomfortable. It's like kind of like a sketchy, scary place, and you compare that Luke to like the end Luke in Return of the Jedi, where he walks confidently into, Jabba's palace.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's badass and he kills the Rancor and all that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
It's almost like you have a character arc.
It's called a character arc. Okay.
Yes.
They teach you this in the first screenwriting class you ever take. It's like so basic. Yeah. Look, you don't have to take screenwriting class. You just watch some YouTube videos and
apparently.
Yeah, look, everyone understands the importance of the character arc.
Well, I mean, it's not as important as the message, right? The message.
Yeah,
the
of
theme,
course.
Of
course. That's like a critical drinkerism.
Yes.
The message.
Well, it's literally what Anthony's saying. He's saying the plot doesn't matter. What matters is the message.
Look, that's the purpose of this whole video. That's why it's funny. It's like he wants to talk about how, look, all these right-wing channels, all they want to talk about is how people are shoehorning the message that I love into Star Wars, which they are. And Anthony's complaining about it.
His life. A scavenger without the benefit of Finn's decades of military.
I just want to point out that Literature Devil also understands setup and payoff, which, I mean, this is the biggest problem with first-time writers. Like a lot of writers, they just don't get setup and payoff. Like, in order for scenes to get progressively more and more interesting and entertaining, you have to go into them with certain knowledge, and that knowledge is put there through setups. Like, if you did see a scene where, Rey was concealing some sort of weapon that, she was worried about being attacked, you saw that ahead of time, you would be more invested. You'd be like, look, she's probably been attacked before. She's preparing for the next one, right?
Right.
It gives you the idea that there's something going on.
Military level training, has no sign of a mentor, and is completely self-taught. How does she fare against Kylo Ren, who, if you recall, has been trained by not one, but two legendary mentors?
So let's count the times Rey wins a fight on her own without any help. Now, we're going to ignore any stormtrooper fights because, honestly, who in Star Wars can't just fight through stormtroopers? It's redundant to discuss that. So her first major fight is in The Force Awakens, where she fights...
Well, he's ignoring the fight that he just talked about 2 seconds ago, which is Rey was beating up a bunch of random thugs on Jakku.
Right, yeah.
What you just talked about like 10 seconds ago. He's already forgot about it.
Multiple people too. Like,
right.
It'd be pretty easy to subdue someone.
Yes.
With multiple people, especially if they couldn't fight, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And also, it is kind of a bullshit point to say, like, well, who can't just fight through a bunch of stormtroopers? So, in the first Star Wars, you know, when like you have Luke and Han sneak onto the Death Star, right? And they have to use covert. They're not just like firing through, like storming through. They have to use covert tactics to, get to Princess Leia. And then they still get kind of overwhelmed by the stormtroopers and they have to run away. And it's really only in like the very last part, right before they leave, where, Luke is upset that Obi-Wan died, that he shoots and kills a bunch of stormtroopers. Before that, they're either mostly running away or shooting people in like very narrow corridors where there's not really like anywhere to like miss or dodge.
Yeah, they perceive the stormtroopers as an actual threat, which is good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. As opposed to Rey just beating up Finn, beating up, who has military training, beating up a bunch of, random,
street thugs.
ruffians on Jakku. So.
Fights Kylo Ren, and she's beaten in 5 seconds and then gets kidnapped. Later, she fights Kylo Ren again, and Kylo Ren at this point has had a hole blasted in him by Chewie and just fought Finn. And that fight ends with the planet breaking apart beneath them after Rey lands one hit. So it's not a definitive win, but she was winning against a guy who had fought, was tired, and had a giant hole in his stomach. Then in The Last Jedi, she fights Snoke and gets swung around like a ragdoll. Then she teams up with Kylo Ren against the Praetorian Guard and again only wins with Kylo's help. Then they force struggle over a lightsaber and...
Okay, so I want to go back to Lurgello's video for a second, because he talks about all this shit, which again, Anthony doesn't bring up here. Because Literature Dev was really only talking about the first Star Wars, I think, or the first Rey movie. But before we get into the second one. But you also notice that Anthony here, he doesn't bring up some very key things like, remember that time that Rey mind controlled a stormtrooper?
Right.
She literally mind controlled a guy. She was able to resist Kylo probing her mind. This is with no one, and she was able to force pull a lightsaber away from Kylo Ren. This is with no one teaching her fucking anything about the Force. She's just able to just do all this shit on her own.
Right, yeah. She was snorting metachlorians all night, Sitch.
Yeah, I guess.
It's Rey. At least, it should have been that way. Things by Rey because, well, she's just awesome. It can be easy to see a parallel between the role of Darth Vader towards Luke and the role of Kylo Ren towards Rey. At least, it should have been that way. Now, it isn't wrong for the hero and villain to have a battle towards the end of the first encounter, even in a trilogy. And again, the movie was very close to pulling this off correctly. All they had to do was have Rey lose the battle. But Kylo was injured, and that's why Rey won, an ill-bred ignoramus might blubber. But
oh my god.
Look, he's gonna talk about the thing that Anthony was blubbering about.
Well, and he says, look, they almost got it right, which
yes,
Anthony would never admit that Literature Devil said that.
I know.
Even if you put aside that Kylo was also injured during his fight with a soldier possessing decades of training and still won, narratively speaking, Kylo still should have dominated in his bout with Rey. As I mentioned before, Darth
Oh, isn't it interesting that like Mr. Plot doesn't matter? What matters is like themes and messages and all these other things. He somehow like that all slipped his mind when he's talking about, whether Kylo should have defeated Rey or not. It's almost like him being shot. Like, well, who cares? From a non-plot based thematic perspective, you shouldn't set up a scene that Kylo is going to lose to Rey, obviously.
Yeah, look, you're trying to create a powerful antagonist.
Yes.
Darth Vader's obviously a powerful antagonist, and they plan that way from the get-go in the original Star Wars. You're like, this guy cannot be beat. Why would you want Kylo to be a weak antagonist?
Right. Right, exactly. The only reason that you should have Kylo set up so that he loses to Rey is if you're going to do some sort of like Avatar, The Last Airbender, where Zuko, the antagonist, is actually a secondary protagonist, who the story's following, who has his own antagonist, and Kylo losing to Rey, creates conflict in his life, and blah 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 blah. But obviously, that's too difficult. I don't think you could really manage that in a movie. That'd be more adapt for like a TV show. We can really like flesh out all the characters.
Vader's powers.
His literature devil's criticism is right on the money. It'd be 10 times better if Rey actually lost.
Yes.
Yeah.
Set the goal for Luke and the audience. We get to see the end goal in the shape of Vader's ominous figure, and this notion is amplified when Luke actually does face Vader in The Empire Strikes Back. And after spending a number of days training with the legendary Yoda, Vader still easily dominated. It showed us that despite Luke's growth, he still had a long way to go. With Rey and Kylo, the setup begins.
It also sets up way more conflict because you're like, this is a guy that kicked my ass before, and now I'm going at it again, right?
Yes.
You're like more intimidated.
Conflict,
if you go into that
tension.
fight going, oh, I kicked this guy's ass once before, this should be easy. You're totally undercutting the conflict in your own fucking movie.
Yes.
Why?
Why didn't Anthony actually address any of this actual, argument?
Look, and it's so sad too, because the reason you are undercutting the conflict in your own movie is because girl power.
Yep.
Negative stereotypes about women.
Yep.
Get more women in STEM. It's like so stupid. You're operating on a propaganda level in culture instead of just trying to tell a compelling movie. It's so bad.
Begins perfectly. He's wounded from getting shot by Chewbacca's bowcaster and his fight with Finn. Considering Rey's vast inexperience relative to his own, he still should have defeated her, if not through battle, then by the Force alone. I mean, a Deus Ex Machina has to swoop in and separate them anyway. Why not have her lose? Remember, this is the first movie in Rey's trilogy, her first tender steps into her own hero's journey. Her loss would have raised the stakes. Show us that Rey, like Luke when he first began, still has quite the journey yet to travel before she reaches her full potential. Because
hey, he talked about stakes.
Oh my God,
shit.
look.
I thought he only talked about plot. Jesus.
Oh no.
if she was still so easily defeated by Kylo while he was in such a diminished state, how could she possibly hope to win when next they met? It would prompt a personal and relatable drive for her to seek Luke Skywalker, other than it's what the script told her to do. A true motivation to start training other than, well, it's just something you do in Star Wars. And the movie actually supports this idea. It's almost as if they had the competent writer do the script and Rian Johnson snuck in his fan fiction when the real writer went off on coffee break. And you can literally see the moment when this happens because Kylo does dominate to begin with. Then the good writer goes off for coffee, Rey becomes a Mary Sue again, and defeats Kylo pretty easily.
Now I know why I like this video. Because it's very good.
Yeah.
It's so true. It's so true. It'd be 10 times better. If she would have motivation to seek out Luke Skywalker. She'd be like, look, I got my ass kicked.
Right. Like, if Anthony wanted to criticize this, you should either make the, like, show this and then say what he thinks wrong with it. Or what is the theme of The Force Awakens, Anthony, that Literature Devil is not, like, putting in his mind, which is why Rey has to kick, Kylo's ass. I mean, we know it's because girl power, right? But Anthony doesn't want to make that argument because he knows it's a bullshit, weak argument to make.
Of course, yeah. And this completely undermines all of Anthony's previous gripes on his video because this has nothing to do with a plot hole. I mean, this is not a plot hole. This is just what would make the climactic action and the motivation for Rey
better.
Yeah, exactly. Clearer and more entertaining.
They try to play this off by having Rey close her eyes while locking sabers with Kylo, as if she's summoning her strength. Usually this means a moment of awakening or harmony for the hero, where they fully absorb the wisdom and teachings they've attained so far, and then use those teachings to challenge the villain. Kind of like when Luke heard Obi-Wan's voice telling him to use the Force, or when Neo returned to life in the first Matrix movie. The awakening is normally sparked by something or someone, and that spark helps the hero align their skills and wisdom together. And this allows a hero to turn a near defeat into a victory. But Rey didn't have a mentor or a love interest, no one who knew her intimately enough to spark her awakening. Rey isn't remembering the words of a loved one or the wisdom of a teacher. She just closes her eyes and is suddenly now able to defeat Kylo Ren, because she's just awesome. A real shame too. Had Rey lost, then when next they met, the meeting would be tense, since the audience wouldn't be certain what a fully healed Kylo Ren and a newly trained Rey would truly be capable of. Instead, Rey didn't receive training because Luke turned into an edgy 13-year-old, and because Rey didn't actually need it, because she's already so awesome. Where Luke needed days of intense mental guidance and rigorous physical training just to lift a few rocks, Rey was breaking the earth 5 minutes into her first lesson because she's so awesome. Though they try to hide it by saying she's strong in the Force, you know, like Luke, who, as I said, needed intense training before he could lift a few rocks, or like Kylo Ren, who had the advantage of training under skilled teachers, and who still lost to Rey, because Kylo might be so powerful he turned Luke into an emo, but he's no Mary Sue. Meanwhile, after days and days of rigorous sitting around, Rey is suddenly able to move half a mountain, because she's so awesome. I guess this really is a millennial power fantasy. So to summarize, Rey isn't a Mary Sue because of any single incident or oddity, but a consistent pattern. Luke had a mentor to teach him, he had a rival to challenge him, he had a past as a farm boy to introduce him, he had training to mold him, and unlike Rey, who of course don't need no man, Luke had friends to help him. Nearly
Look at all this is like investment in the character too. This is why people are so pissed at the way they treated Luke Skywalker, because they made this entire journey with Luke Skywalker. They're like, holy shit, we've been with this character forever through all this thick and thin, all this shit. And then they just shit all over him.
Yep.
Every skill and talent Rey learns or possesses.
What have we been through with Rey?
She didn't drink the green udder milk with Luke.
What about, look, she found that wave, that cubic thing, that and a stupid knife.
That's right. She found the Death Star that had the same cut in it as the dagger that had the wreckage cut as the Death Star did.
Oh, all that MacGuffin shit tells us nothing about the character.
And then she saw, remember, she went to the Death Star and she saw like the evil version of herself, like Luke did in the forest swamp for no reason.
No, that really didn't make much of an impression on me, to be honest with you.
You forgot the evil Rey that was in the movie for no reason other than to compare it to that one scene. And
I think it was the no reason part of that really is why it made no impression on me.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. The Luke fighting himself, the scene that they were literally ripping off from, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's foreshadowing for Luke actually finding out that Darth Vader is his father, right?
Yeah, he's fighting Darth Vader. Well, he thinks he's fighting Darth Vader.
He's fighting Darth Vader, but when the helmet flies off, you see it's him. Yes, exactly.
Right.
Which we don't know yet that Darth Vader is his father, but once we find out Darth Vader is his father, we think back to that scene and we're like, oh yeah.
Right.
Oh shit.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So does any of that happen with Rey what happens that makes us think back to the Rey scene and go, oh yeah.
Right. And yeah.
Nothing.
And so you have, well, I mean, that scene is so much, that scene is so much better constructed because number one, when you're first watching the movie, if you don't know the story, you could actually think Darth Vader found them. Like he's actually there. Right. Yep. So you could actually think that that's real. And then, so you say, okay, well, what is the point? Like the point is, Luke is kind of training and the Force is showing him this possible, outcome of his own future if he's, succumbs to the dark side. And then in the last movie, when he's, defeats Darth Vader, he's like close to, giving into rage as he's like beating on Darth Vader. And he like looks down at his own hand and he kind of, sees it like Darth Vader's hand and he throws his lightsaber away and decides that he's not going to go down that dark path. When Rey defeats the evil version of herself for literally no reason, she's not like, she hasn't been struggling or training at that moment, kind of going on some journey of, introspection. You say, okay, well, maybe the Force is trying to tell her that she's a Palpatine or whatever. But when she confronts Palpatine at the end, she has no desire at any point of the movie to ever join him or to give into the dark side or anything whatsoever. At any point, she's never tempted at all.
Yeah.
So the whole thing's stupid and pointless.
Yeah, it sucks because it's just, you think about the competent storytelling in the original Star Wars trilogy, and it's just, it's like light years ahead of anything that they've done since.
Right.
It's very sad. Yeah.
throughout her journey is granted by the plot, as it bows to her every command. No hint of a mentor to teach her, no rival to challenge her, no past to introduce her, no training to mold her, and she accomplished everything she needed to accomplish almost entirely on her own. Or in short, every skill Rey possesses is there because she's just awesome. You say.
So there you go. See, so Lucia will like pretty clearly, pretty logically lays it all out, makes a good argument, right? And instead of Anthony actually, going through it, disagreeing with it, he just cuts it up and dishonestly strawmans the fuck out of everything Lucia Devil said.
Yeah, you're right about him being guilty of what he's accusing the CinemaSins guy of being guilty of, because this 100%. Is such a fucking nitpick.
Yes.
He's like, oh my God, she actually knew the same information that Harrison Ford knew. So, oh God, she could totally do that.
Which wasn't even the point.
Yeah, so, exactly.
Yeah. Nah, it's wild. It's wild.
When Kong's
Silence You Idiot for $20. Thank you so much. Says, oh, if Mahler ever thinks about covering The Boys next season when it ends, hope you're on, Sitch. My expectation is how The Strain by Del Toro turned out. Good seasons 1 and 2, mid 3, dumpster 4 season with a rushed end. Yeah, I mean, maybe we'll go back and watch it because I haven't watched season 3 or 4. So I know everyone's saying 4 is awful and they're like really shoving the politics into it. So.
Yeah, I'm sure Anthony loves that. I'm sure
he does.
His Boys video is probably off the charts.
Brian Decker for $20. Thank you so much, Brian. Again, thank you for the 3rd super chat. Says, I'll never be near JMac level, but I want to be a footnote at least. I hate that my YouTube account is my real name, though, LOL. Well, there you go. Can you not change? I don't know. Can you change your name? Or no, you have to make a whole new account?
Maybe. I don't know. Look, we're not going to go after you, Brian. Don't worry.
No, we won't. Listen. And thank you, Brian, for another $2. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Yeah. Oh,
Toxic
sweet.
Mix for $20 says, but Sitch, didn't you know that when Kylo was mind reading Rey, she downloaded Force.exe and the day 1 DLC and all the PDF manuals read on Audible at 300x speed in the virtual training program from The Matrix? There you go. It all makes sense now.
This is a super interesting super chat because even in The Matrix, where literally in the universe, you don't need training. You can just download Kung Fu, right?
Right.
They still have the fucking training scene because they know how essential it is to the character's story arc.
Yeah, and
they have him sitting in the fucking chair. Oh yeah. After he downloads Kung Fu and Taekwondo and he's downloading everything, all day long. He's been in the chair for like 10 hours downloading fucking shit. That's the equivalent of learning all that stuff.
And he still fails the training scene.
And he still fails the training. Yeah.
Right.
The training test simulation, the jump test.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, they look competent writers. So much of this. Man, I do think politics is kind of driving this, and a lot of leftists, a lot of left-leaning, left-wing, whatever you want to call them, screenwriters, like they have this revolutionary idea that they're going to completely reinvent the vocation of storytelling. Sitch,
how's that working out for you, boys?
What do you think, Sitch? What do you think the plausibility of something like that is?
I don't think it's working for them.
Right. Yeah, look, and so many of these videos, I think this is the argument that they're making. Like, I think Anthony might be making this argument, but he's just too chicken shit to come out and say it explicitly. Like, we're going to completely reimagine storytelling to the point where people are interested in things totally different, totally alien to what people are interested in now. It's like, no, you're not. You're not.
So it's not a definitive win, but she was winning against a guy who had fought, was tired, and had a giant hole in his stomach. Then in The Last Jedi, she fights Snoke and gets swung around like a rag doll. Then she teams up with Kylo Ren against the Praetorian Guard and again only wins with Kylo's help. Then they force struggle over a lightsaber and neither win.
Okay, so hold on. Okay, so in this fight, Rey does get hit twice. She gets kicked once and like cut a little bit on her cheek or whatever, or side or shoulder. But in the fight, she saves Kylo at the end of the fight. Kylo never saves her. Okay, first of all, the fact that like Rey with no training, because Luke didn't train her, is able to cut up all these like trained guards to the same capacity that Kylo is ridiculous. She's fighting all these guys off, and she manages to kill, both her and Kylo are kind of like locked where they're in trouble. She manages to kill her guard, and she has to throw a lightsaber to Kylo so that he can defeat the last guy. So she ends up saving the more trained fighter at the end of it.
Wow.
And then you even have this scene that he even brought up on screen. Both Kylo and Rey are using the Force to try to pull the lightsaber. Kylo should be able to do it like easily. How can Rey even match his ability? How can Rey match his Force power so much so that they end up pulling the lightsaber in half? Doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
Oh, it's because she's a Mary Sue.
It is. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All this extra power just because she's a woman.
Right. There you go.
It's like real life.
You have Kylo Ren, who is, there you go. You have Kylo Ren, who's literally born of the Skywalker, Force lineage. So he should be one of the best natural Force users ever. He's been trained by fucking Luke Skywalker. And then after that, he's been trained by this Snoke character. And Rey, who's like a weirdo, like granddaughter of Palpatine. So she should have natural Force, but has never been trained ever whatsoever, is just completely able to match him and be better than him. It's so ridiculous.
Women don't need training, Sitch.
Okay.
Stop being such a sexist.
Okay.
Rey doesn't get an unambiguous victory on her own until Rise of Skywalker, where she manages to land a serious blow on Kylo Ren, but Kylo Ren is distracted by the memory of his mother at that time. So she lands a hit on a guy whose back is turned to her. And that's her second fight with Kylo Ren in that movie.
Which, by the way, she still hasn't been trained, so it doesn't make sense that she should be able to defeat him at all, but okay. Or bring people. Remember in that movie, she also can literally like heal people and bring them back to life with the Force.
Oh yeah, that lame nonsense.
Yeah, how did she learn to do that?
Look, at the end, by the end of the third movie in the trilogy, she should be a badass that's able to, like, she shouldn't be taking shots at guys with their back turned. She should be able to.
Right.
I mean, it's called pacing. Yeah, so.
Yeah, but she never, if she had someone teaching her to be better, she had some sort of training or something,
Yeah,
right?
Of course,
No,
yeah.
nothing, right? She just can use the Force to heal people from the brink of death because she's Force Jesus.
Yeah, don't they? That movie is so awful. I kept drifting out on the movie. I should have paid more attention on the cringe level of it. Aren't they walking along and get trapped in like quicksand, and the quicksand like dumps him into a lower room?
Yeah, she's
wouldn't
so
the quicksand
powerful.
just all fall into the lower room? Like, how's that even? Like, what happens there physically?
Well, I don't know the physics of quicksand, so
there's like there's a room underground with a quicksand ceiling.
Yes. I guess.
I mean,
yes.
I was I was like, fuck you, movie. Jesus.
Don't they just like randomly find the dagger there too? By like happenstance?
They fall out of the quicksand ceiling onto the dagger.
Yeah, like Chat, isn't that what happens? She falls in the quicksand room. It's on the ceiling. There's a giant snake in there. There's like a dead guy. There's a dead guy they're looking for. He has the dagger.
Who is defending this movie?
They attack the snake, and then she uses the Force to heal the snake. And you go, how the fuck did she do that? And know to do that?
Yeah. Force healing.
Okay. It's space quicksand. There you go.
That was like an attempted setup, though, for her to use the Force healing on Raylo, though, right?
Yes, it was.
On
Of course.
Kylo.
Yeah, but it's like, wait, is it even a setup?
On
If you go, well,
Kylo.
how the fuck? Yes, her healing the snake is a setup for her to heal
Raylo.
Kylo Ren, but it's not really a setup when you say, well, how did she do it in the first place? Doesn't even make any sense.
Of course, yeah. They need the setup of how she does it on the snake. That's what's
the
missing.
setup needed a setup. Yes, you're like, wait, what?
Right.
You know, there wasn't some scene where Luke is like, listen, Rey, you know, this is like the most powerful light side ability ever is force healing. It, you know, lets you become, you know, in tune with the very life of the force itself. Blah, blah,
That
blah.
is usually the setup. Some teacher tells you something is possible. And you're like, oh my God, really? How do I do that? Well, you need the eyeball of a serpent from
from a space sand pit of quicksand.
Exactly.
It's very rare to find them.
Oh, that would be because then she could use the snake. She's like,
Oh
I
my
healed
God,
you.
It's the snake eyeball from the exact place I needed to learn the special Jedi skill. Oh, look, what a coincidence.
If she healed the snake and then killed the snake to use the eyeball later with Kylo, that would have been cool.
No, she needs the eyeball, so she rips the eyeball out of the snake, but then uses it to heal the snake, and it regrows the eyeball. So there you go. She has an infinite source of eyeballs from snakes.
Right.
She's created a snake farm. Brian Decker for $10 says your chat is bullying me into donating. LOL. I'm at my wallet's limit. You guys have earned it. Well, thank you again, Brian. Don't feel
Stop
obligated.
bullying him.
Yeah, don't bully Brian. Brian is a hero. Thank you so much, Brian.
I'm not paying too close attention to chat right now, but literally, you know, don't let them bully you into
That's right.
They'll try to bully you into
bully all those freeloaders in chat who haven't donated yet. That's who should be bullied. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
Or fifth in total, depending how you count the lightsaber struggle. And then she beats Palpatine by turning his Force lightning back at him. So out of all those fights...
Which, by the way, is literally one of the dumbest fucking ways ever, because that's how Palpatine got his face melted in the first place. You think he would have learned the first time to not shoot lightning at people when they're deflecting it with lightsabers, right?
Yeah, what a dumbass.
He's like, oh, this is exactly how Samuel Jackson melted my face the first time. Maybe I shouldn't do this.
This is dangerous.
She only unambiguously wins in the last film, and even then there's some conditional statement that's paired with that.
Narratively speaking, if the goal is to run Rey through a hero's journey, it would be better if she could defend herself but not be able to actually defeat them. It would show weakness, vulnerability.
So you like how he's talking about that fight in the beginning very specifically, and Anthony dishonestly is cutting it up with a bunch of scenes that are unrelated to his point?
Yeah, I noticed that. He's talking about the first movie alone.
Yes.
And Anthony's showing clips from like the third movie in the third act.
Yes. It's ridiculous.
In other words, it would show her potential, but also leave room to grow.
And look, Rey isn't a perfect character. And Star Wars, the sequel trilogy, isn't perfect. You want me to criticize her? Okay. Her entire arc is centered on waiting to be destined for something. The first film, she's waiting for a family. Second film, she's trying to figure out her heritage, her position in this great, grander story. The fact that The Last Jedi ends without her resolving the core conflict of the plot is a key element. She has no predestined part to play in the saga. But through her actions, she becomes the hero. Anyone can be the hero, regardless of where you came from, except no, because the third film shows us she has a lineage, and there's a reason why her family never came back, and she's part of this big grand destiny to stop Palpatine's return. And you get all the answers that completely undermine all the legwork made leading up to this point. They are genuine.
Then why are you defending it, bro?
Well, it's even worse because like at first I thought he was making a valid critique, which I would agree with, which is Rey is she's not proactive.
Weak protagonist, yeah.
Yeah, you want your protagonist to be like moving the plot. And actually, Literature Devil talks about this in his video, which again, Anthony doesn't bring up, which is that, so, because Literature Devil has a whole section about like how, quote, to fix Rey, which again, if he was a horrible sexist, he wouldn't do, right? Because he would say, well, she should
make her male
and make a sandwich for the male hero, right? But he doesn't say that. And he kind of has this interesting idea about how Rey, like, if you want to have Rey have piloting skills and everything. She should be actively trying to leave the planet. So she's saving up money or saving up parts, and she's trying to either build the ship or get money to be able to get a ship. And she's trying to learn. That's why she knows mechanic stuff. She's trying to build the ship herself so she can escape the planet to look for her parents, right?
Yeah.
He kind of goes on this whole thing about like looking for her parents and her personality and all this stuff. And it's pretty interesting. And like, that's how but this guy doesn't even say that. He says the only problem is that with Rey is that the third movie undermines the legwork they did in the first two movies, which is like, well, no, the legwork they did in the first two movies was stupid.
Yeah.
In the first place.
Yeah, that's a correct answer.
Issues with the sequel trilogy. Why was Finn set up to be a Jedi and then there's no payoff? Why does the Rise of Skywalker completely veer off track of the story that the prior two films set up?
Look, he can have all these criticisms that everyone has, even the right wingers, and it's okay for him.
Right.
Because he's not a right-wing chud.
Of course.
It's all right for him because he worships progressive politics. So
well, and also he's making it sound like the first two movies were good and they were only ruined by the third movie, which is retarded and not true.
Right, yeah.
Why is Kylo Ren, a character who's positioned to be the big bad, supplanted when he finally gets to a position of power where he can be the villain that he always wanted to be? These are issues that are harder to discuss than simply going, there's a plot hole.
Yeah, but he's acting like a bunch of people haven't made these exact same criticisms, though. That these are his like enlightened galaxy brain criticisms here that nobody that he's criticizing has ever made these criticisms before. Which I'm just like, nah, these criticisms have been levied a million times.
And he's making out like Lich Devil did some sort of like easily surface level critique, which is not even remotely true. That's why I played that whole clip where he was going through all this stuff. That's not easy plot hole surface level critique whatsoever.
Yeah.
Rey's a Mary Sue. These are complex questions with complex answers, and you're not going to get those from someone who just wants to complain about Rey winning every fight that she partakes in.
Dishonest.
Yeah.
Dishonesty score. Perfect. 100%.
Yeah. YouTube critics are lying to you. Well, no. This guy's lying to you because it's apparently all he can do is just lie again and again and again.
How do you know Anthony's lying, Sitch?
Oh, or he's just an idiot. That's true. Or he's just literally retarded, which is also possible. I don't know.
Incorrect. The answer is his camera is on.
Oh,
that's how you know he's lying.
That's true. That's true. So hold on. I want to go play this because this is Anthony gave you his big brain, super intelligent critique, right? So let's compare that with the Lich Devil's statement here, because I thought it was pretty interesting. He goes through this.
This video is look at this, fixing Rey's character,
right?
With one simple trick. Better be maker male.
There you go.
Into her core wound, her character core. The core wound is a pain that motivates the character into action, usually so they can heal or avoid the pain. For example, Bruce Wayne's core wound is the murder of his parents. That pain motivated him to become Batman so that no other child would have to endure what he went through. Or, to keep this Star Wars centric, Anakin's core wound was his mother's loss. He became so afraid of losing someone else he cared about that he sided with evil in the hopes of finding the power that would prevent his wife from dying. So how does making Rey's need for family into her core wound change anything? Well, as mentioned before, the core wound is a driving pain that the character wants to heal or escape from. Just like how most people probably wouldn't sit around after being caught on fire. So our new version of Rey still wants to see her parents, but now their absence has left behind a pain Rey desperately wants to escape from. The pain of abandonment. This pain motivates our Rey to actively seek her parents out, rather than lazily waiting around for a story to happen. While the original version of Rey simply chose to stay on Jakku while apparently having the skill to leave and access to ships. To quote Rey, "I've flown some ships, but I've never left the planet." Our version of Rey only stays on Jakku because she lacks the means to leave. So our Rey scavenges to both earn the means to survive and gather enough supplies to build/pay for her own ship. By the by, this would also organically motivate Rey to study piloting and brush up on ship mechanics. And when Rey sits outside with her helmet on looking up at the sky, this this isn't hinting at some minor dream she refuses to follow. Rather, it becomes a moment of determination, Rey imagining the day she finishes building her ship to finally begin the search for her parents. Give more narrative weight to Rey's introduction, other than scene after scene of, look how lonely she is. But the core wound doesn't just giveth, it also taketh away. While the pain drives Rey to seek out her parents, it has also left behind damage. Damage in the form of a flaw. Despite Rey having spent most of her life on Jakku, we never see a single person who we could call her friend. Why is that? In the original, it's just because Rey needs to be lonely. Probably because Disney was salivating over the whole reject family, embrace comrades theme. But in our version, Rey feels the pain of abandonment. Being left and forgotten by those she trusted most shattered her faith in people. Our Rey believes it's better to live alone than place trust in someone else who would likely break that trust. After all, if her parents, the people who were supposed to care for her most in the entire galaxy, abandoned her so easily, why go through the effort of trusting anyone else? And her distrustful nature sows animosity between her and the other residents of Jakku. Most people actively dislike Rey, and her distrustful perspective becomes a character flaw. With a lack of a social life, Rey devotes most of her time to developing skills like piloting and mechanics. Movie-wise, you would see her working on a ship, collecting ship parts, or gathering money. And this would explain why Rey takes such a quick personal liking to BB-8. She may dislike people, but understands the loyalty of machines. A common occurrence with people who don't like people. They tend to choose companions whose devotion is more reliable. Leon had his plant, John Wick had his dog, even the legendary Grinch had Max. This would also make Rey's...
Okay. So I want to keep all this in mind. Everything that he's just talked about, right? All this stuff, all this character, interesting character, plot, changes and everything, right?
Yeah, lots of deep stuff here.
Right.
It's great.
How does Anthony characterize all of this, right?
Right.
When Kong Skull Island, when he finally gets to a position of power, he can be the villain they always wanted to be. These are issues that are harder to discuss than simply going, there's a plot hole, raise a Mary Sue. These are complex questions with complex answers, and you're not going to get those from someone who just wants to complain about Rey winning every fight that she partakes in.
Stunning.
I know. What a dishonest fucking asshole. Jesus. So
Stunning.
gross.
I
So good.
hate floundering protagonists. So I'm with Literature Devil all the way.
Yeah.
It's a giant weakness to have your main character just
Sit around.
lollygagging. Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. Get
Yeah.
going. Like, why are we even watching this character?
Yeah. I mean, and if Anthony doesn't agree with Literature Devil's fixes or whatever, you can just make that argument, explain it.
Of course.
Don't just be like, he just complains about Rey winning all the fights because he's a dum-dum. What I'm doing is so much harder. I mean, I guess it is hard to... I agree with Anthony. Anthony, it is very difficult, and I'm actually impressed that you're able to somehow simultaneously have the flexibility to shove your head up your own ass and then film yourself talking. Like, that is very difficult. So we should, applaud that. Right? It's very difficult. It is very difficult for you to contort yourself into so many pretzels that you can suck your own dick off, right?
Oh my
and still,
God.
talk on camera. That is very difficult. So
Wow.
we should applaud that.
He's very flexible in his
He is.
movie reviewing ability.
Yeah. I mean, you have to be very morally flexible to do what he's doing here too. So
Yeah.
as he's
think
accusing everyone is lying.
He would just call it an innocent mistake. He'd say,
Right.
"Oh, look, I didn't know. Correct yourself. We're pointing out where you're getting it wrong. Just apologize and correct
That's
yourself."
right. As you said in this video, just apologize and correct yourself.
Super easy. Just,
Right, just do it. Yeah.
just make a video saying how sorry you are.
Right. About how
How
dishonest you were
sorry.
towards Literature Devil. Yeah.
How sorry you are about lying so much.
We're sorry. We're sorry.
Yeah.
Honest criticism requires honest thought. And that
Moment of silence. Moment of silence for that one.
doesn't always culminate in a dopamine hit to the audience. It takes longer. People are going to lose interest if you have to set up the elements of a discussion about themes.
Oh my God. This
People
is
are gonna
so
lose
dumb.
interest.
He's so bad. He's so dumb. This man is like the dumbest man alive. Jesus.
And dive into complex ideas. What they want is that dopamine hit 30 seconds in to continue watching.
Pushing identity politics and the message. They done woke it up!
A big thing with a lot of these bad movie critics appears to be honesty.
To summarize, social justice stories are little more than infantile revenge fantasies where the writers value power over heroism and covet self-validation rather than truthful discussion.
You motherfuckers ain't...
Wait. You said a big problem is honesty, and then he just plays a clip of Daredevil's opinion, you could say, on why people that are very activated by social justice and progressive politics are writing bad stories.
Right. Yeah.
Was that? I mean, you could disagree with that, but that's his opinion. Like, where's the lie? What's the lie there?
Yeah, there is no lie. Look, that list reminded me of Anthony quite a bit. Anthony seems like he's seeking validation.
It does.
This is just this whole video is just a power fantasy about his galaxy brain takes are so much better than these right wingers. Like he really doesn't even understand their takes.
No.
Or he hasn't really, I'm not sure even watched Literature Devil's full video. I don't know how you could call yourself a movie critic and look at that and go, oh yeah, there's nothing of substance here. What?
I mean, you can't by being very dishonest, I guess.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying he probably didn't even watch it.
Maybe.
He probably just did like they just searched a transcript for certain keywords to try to make some point they want to make in the script. A lot of people write scripts like that, fully dishonest.
Right.
It takes a lot of time and effort to actually digest the arguments people are making and try to make counter arguments, which that's not really going on. He's battling the stereotype of right wingers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Special. And
it's funny because like there are, I can almost guarantee you that you could dredge up somewhere on YouTube, videos of someone giving some kind of like lazy critique of Star Wars or any of these things, just saying, oh, this thing is bad because it's woke, right? And that's all they say.
Those videos are not going to be popular though.
Well, that's what I've said. So yeah, but so he has to like do this like very dishonest shell game where he's like talking about those people, but then the examples he brings in are not those examples.
Right, because those videos actually say something profound and therefore they're popular because people are interested in their takes. Yeah.
It's hilarious. This guy, this projection is so accurate.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? Because this guy was like, oh, these dishonest YouTubers, the point of their review is because they want to supplant in your mind the movie with their review, when literally he's dishonestly trying to supplant Literature Devil in his review in the audience's mind with his dishonest version of Literature Devil. He's the one doing that very thing.
Yep.
And you're raging hypocrites. And while that may be a little bit of my opinion, what isn't my opinion is that some of you are just flat out lying.
Ultimately, what we're dealing with here is people who hate being told they're wrong and whose opinions are so underdeveloped that they can't defend them when put to the task. And you know what? Tough shit.
They constantly emphasize objective opinions with reality. The movies aren't bad because you didn't connect with them. No, they're just communicating ideas that are antithetical to your beliefs. Oh, and the tangents. These guys love.
That was definitely a shot at EFAP there with the objective metrics, but whatever.
Well, I mean, this guy's making all sorts of objective claims. I mean, he's literally made the objective claim that the plot isn't as important as the themes.
Right. Yeah. Good point.
Fuck. Okay. Like this. I'm sorry. There's like the fucking massive brainlet take to be like, there's no such thing as an objective, a way to critique film. That's such a lie.
Bullshit.
It's
popularity.
So dishonest. Yeah. Everyone knows it's not true. Okay.
You can measure the popularity of a movie, and that's an objective measurement. A lot of people will say, look, just because it's popular doesn't mean it's good. Oh, of course. That's exactly right. But it does mean it's objectively popular. That's an objective measure.
Like there's, if in the Last Jedi, if it ended with Rey getting her head cut off and a guy named Shiloh Schmel said, I am now the protagonist of Star Wars because I am a man and men are better than women and women suck. and then the next movie was about that guy, he'd be like, wow, that was really fucking stupid that they did that. He wouldn't be like, well, it's just my opinion that that happened. That's not, it's just my subjective opinion that having Ray just get killed and replaced by a male misogynist was a bad take. No, of course not. He'd be like, oh, this is objectively bad.
Yeah. Yeah. Which is basically what's going on, right? Just
Tangents that have
Yeah, exactly.
nothing to do with their core thesis, never connects to their ideas, and ultimately don't even make sense on their own when you circle back and go, okay, what did you actually say, and how does that connect with your core ideas?
Look, he doesn't even understand the literature double video. That's how stupid he is.
I know. Well, it's funny because he's talking on both sides of his mouth. He's like, oh, they don't want to do the work of like setting up something and kind of explaining it, which Literature Devil did, and then you cut it to pieces very dishonestly and then edited it, down, right? And then you criticize him for making a video that that his videos are too long or something because he actually explains in detail, and you claim that he's just kind of meandering and talking off topic, which this video is the most like scatterbrain, unfocused, retardedly put together video ever. You just keep throwing in random clips of YouTubers and making no coherent argument whatsoever.
The coherent argument that he's trying to make is that right-wingers are liars. That's the purpose of the video. Yeah.
I understand, but he's not even making that argument, and he's too chicken shit to just be direct about it.
Well, who was the last guy that YouTube kind of chewed up and spit out when he went after a bunch of, people he characterized as right-wing? I don't know if that Wendigoon guy is really right-wing or not, so.
It was the praise in the shadow.
Yeah, that guy.
Right.
Well, that's probably why he's...
Well,
this video came out before that, isn't it? Yeah, okay.
Right. Well, the video we did last week, it was terrible, but at least that guy was more upfront with like, these evil conservatives. Like he was more like that's what he's doing, but he's just trying to like hide the ball a little bit.
Yeah. Well, his face is on camera, so he's like got to be a little more shy, I guess. I don't know.
For this is that they ramble a lot and they say tons.
I know.
Oh my God.
The irony here. Irony.
Moment of silence for rambling.
Yes.
Man, what was your point? Really?
The buzzwords, they'll make you think that somehow what they said is more sophisticated than it actually was. And they never speak plainly, because if they spoke plainly about their ideas, you would realize how superficial their ideas are.
Was that, we watched a bunch of that Literature Devil video. Is he talking about character arc? Is that a buzzword or something?
No.
Is conflict a buzzword now?
What is he even talking? Well, give us an example of what the fuck. This is why he must like Star Wars. I bet he likes Star Wars Acolyte because his brain is broken too. Like, what are you even talking about? Give us an example. This is where you cut to the clip where you show us what you're talking about. We go, oh, okay. Here, this is a good example of someone using a bunch of buzzwords to mask that they don't know what they're talking about.
Literature Devil did make one snipe at commies. And I did think, well, that's really not necessary, but I don't like commies. I don't give a
right. But that's not using buzzwords to mask whatever you're saying.
Not really, but it kind of does show his politics to a certain
Sure.
It used to be left and right were united against the commies. I don't know what happened.
I don't know.
Like we all used to have fun making fun of commies, left and right wingers both. Now it
Cold
seems
War
like
ended. That's what happened.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, anyway, what he said made perfect sense. I didn't hear a lot of buzzwords. I don't even think he said commie. He said some derivative of communist.
Maybe Anthony is just actually stupid, and he listened to Literature Devil's video, and his brain just couldn't understand it.
Yeah, that could be. He does really want a gay Spider-Man, so not that makes him unintelligent, but I do think it would be like brand suicide. And we could have an intelligent conversation about that, but unfortunately, we couldn't include Anthony in that conversation because he's not intelligent.
No.
The faux intellectualism. In fact, if they ramble on enough, you might even forget what the thesis of their argument was. So that way, they can just shift the goalposts a little. If they throw enough at you with new information every second, you might even think they have a point.
Well, hold on a second. I thought it was just a simple simple argument that they were making. Now they're throwing new information at you every second. Is it a complicated argument or is it
No, you
a
don't
simple
understand.
argument?
We've misinterpreted this whole video, Adam. Okay. Anthony here is like a J-Reg level master of irony. Okay.
Have we been J-regged?
We've been J-Reg. This is all like everything he's saying, he disagrees with. This is actually a parody of some left-wing progressive idiot trying to do a takedown of, quote, right-wing media critics.
Well, he's doing it all wrong. J-Reg has this down. I mean, it's got to be more obvious that this is parody.
That's the problem. The parody is so on point, like we don't think it's parody, we think it's real.
I don't know. He does
Amateur
have you blocked.
mistake.
Look,
Yeah.
J-Reg follows me. He doesn't have me blocked. Okay. I think there might be something wrong here.
Okay.
Until you pause the video and think about what they actually said and realize, oh, it's all nonsense, actually. Another common tactic is
all nonsense. Oof. Oof.
The idea of a central boogeyman. They always harp on one particular person, usually a woman, and then criticize them. Kathleen Kennedy, Brie Larson, Anita Sarkeesian. These women become the people stealing away your media.
I mean, we're harping on Anthony pretty regularly here. He's not a woman. What's going on?
No, exactly.
SJWs just want credit for something and excuses for continuing to ruin characters in the books that they don't even read.
A face to the blame. And if they take quotes out of context, even better.
He even admits that any sort of portrayal in terms of Magneto.
Wait. You don't get the projection. This is like insane levels of projection. He's like, they want to put a face to blame. By and by, the whole thing is him putting a face to blame. He's like, here are the YouTube critics that are bad and lying.
Yeah.
Putting a face to the blame, okay?
It's obvious he doesn't like Eric July here.
Right.
And he doesn't like Literature Devil.
Yeah. But he can't even construct any sort of coherent argument.
Right. Yeah.
Being Malcolm and Professor X being like MLK was something that was done unconsciously. He literally says that himself.
The reason being is that it's easier to get mad at an individual, to say this one person is responsible for all the problems you're seeing, rather than tackle abstract ideas like a philosophy. Also, whenever the video essayist loses track of their point, they can just point to a picture of their target and say, that's the person who's at fault.
5 years ago, I made a big video on Steven Universe and haven't stopped having a migraine since.
They raise the anger levels again, and you're...
Wait, show us the example of what you're talking about. I literally don't think this guy, Anthony, I don't think his brain functions the way a normal human brain functions. It's like so scatterbrained. It's all over the place. Like, you know how a small child doesn't understand that no one else in the world knows what they know, right?
Yeah.
Like a small child thinks that if they know something, everyone in the world knows and understands something.
Yeah.
I don't think Anthony's progression of intellectual development went beyond that stage, because he keeps showing these clips that are like 10 seconds of someone saying something, and they don't prove what the fuck Anthony's saying they prove, and he just moves on. And then he's complaining that the other people just do this. They just jump from topic to topic without explaining anything. And he's literally doing the fucking thing. He's doing the thing.
People are rambling and he's rambling. Are you saying that Anthony doesn't understand object permanence yet?
I don't think he understands object permanence, Adam.
When the ball disappears, he thinks that it's actually vanished and it's not just in the
Well, no, I don't know. I forget what the term. I forget what the term is. Is it the term when like it's the concept of self? I forget what it is. It's that people don't know what you know necessarily. It's a different term.
Yeah, it's not. They do use object permanence to do the test for that, but I don't know what the thing is called.
Right, but just like it's wild.
Blinded to any faults or holes in their argument, the cycle continues again.
Do you think Anthony is blinded to any faults or holes in his argument, Sitch? Be honest.
Yes. I don't think Anthony, listen, as I said, I don't think Anthony has a proper human developed mind or brain. I don't think he can understand anything.
Right. I don't know how old this guy is, so he just might be young. Just might be young and dumb and politically motivated.
Mm-hmm.
We always talk on the show about how partisanship tends to shave IQ points off. So
right.
This is one of the reasons why I think Literature Devil and Critical Drinker are not so partisan, because I mean their commentary is too smart to be that partisan, right?
Right.
And that's why you get angry reviews for every trailer, press release, and eventually release whenever anything science fiction,
trash,
or fantasy comes out. The review.
No, he doesn't really even understand why people are angry. I think there is a legitimate argument to be made that people should be fucking angry. So
right.
He's kind of making the argument that anger, they're only using anger to drive the algorithm, which is true. I mean, obviously people are more likely to click if they're angry about something. But I do think you can't convince people to be angry about things that they don't have like a legitimate reason to be angry about. You can't kind of manufacture faux outrage as easily as people on the left, or well, maybe and people on the right too, think that you can. Right?
I mean, there has to be some kernel. I mean, I think you can generate fake outrage, but there has to be some. You have to be operating off of some kernel of something that they already believe in, right?
Yeah. What would be something like that? That is like
the whole. Oh my God, they sent the FBI to assassinate Donald Trump, Adam.
Right.
Because when they went to Mar-a-Lago, there's that standard use of force that exists in every single FBI warrant ever.
Right. So the situation is untrue, but I think obviously you should be angry if that situation actually was true. Like you should be angry. Angry is a proper response to
if
that.
it was true. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. Thank you, Zero Fox. It is theory of mind. That was the word term we were looking for.
Yeah. So, but in the context of Star Wars, they're taking all these legacy characters and kind of crapping all over them for their own, to serve their own purposes.
Mm-hmm.
I do think that is literally what's happening, and you should be angry about that.
Yes, that's yes, they have no respect for the fan base. They have no respect for the characters themselves, and they're just giving them to egotistical assholes to shit all over, or lazy hacks who just want a paycheck.
But Anthony would argue, no, that's not happening. These are actually amazing stories, and you're generating faux outrage, trying to make it sound like they're bad stories.
Well, then he can make a fucking argument explaining why they're actually good, instead of just whining about this nonsense on his video and lying about other YouTubers.
Yeah, and he did kind of say, well, look, the Star Wars Jedi prequels and whatever sucked already. So, I mean, he kind of gave in on that. Look, it's a Mike Zero video.
Viewer wants to hit that knee-jerk reaction as fast as possible, even if they have to eat their own words later. Consider the critical drink.
Just talk about scatterbrained, right? Oh my God. Now he's going to talk about, look, they're playing the algorithm here.
Fantasy comes out. The reviewer wants to hit that knee-jerk reaction as fast as possible, even if they have to eat their own words later.
As we're responding to a video that's 4 weeks old, by the way, just to let you know.
So he's complaining. So there was a lot of controversy because people were saying that it was dumb, that the Assassin's Creed and obvious was a super fucking obvious, the most obvious, if you're going to be honest, example of shoving woke politics into something is that in Assassin's Creed, when the game is supposed to take place in samurai ninja feudal era Japan, that they're going to make the protagonist a black guy instead of a Japanese guy, right? Which is just retarded.
Laughable.
Which is retarded, and like, by the way, super fucking obnoxious to Japanese people too. They're like, oh, we get our Assassin's Creed game, you have to like randomly shove a black guy in. Super weird. Okay, but so his critique. So when people were rightfully complaining about this, he's saying, well, their criticism doesn't count or doesn't matter, I guess, because they were mispronouncing the Japanese name wrong.
What?
Well, that's what he's done. He has a bunch of screenshots of people saying Yasuke incorrectly.
Consider the critical drinker who was so fast.
Where are you at? Where are those the background screenshots?
Wait.
The reviewer wants to hit that knee-jerk reaction as fast as possible. Even
here, see?
Okay, gotcha.
He's got all the people who are criticizing Assassin's Creed saying the name wrong.
Right. Yeah, which doesn't change the argument at all.
Yeah, it doesn't change the argument.
Right.
And if they have to eat their own words later. Consider the critical drinker who was so fast.
And by the way, none of those people had to change their opinions at all.
Right.
So I don't even know why he brought that up as an example, but okay.
Capitalize on the release.
This video is all about gripes about people he perceives as right-wing movie reviewers too, obviously.
Right.
So that's why it appears to be so scatterbrained. He's like, and let's look at the critical drinker now. What hit piece can I pull out for him?
Mm-hmm.
Consider the critical drinker who was so fast to capitalize on the release of Prey that he didn't even realize people were kind of hyped for this movie.
Arnold fucking Schwarzenegger and his pumped up buddies armed with state-of-the-art weaponry got wiped out almost to the last man by just one of these things. Then what kind of a chance has a 100-pound girl with a bow and arrow got against it?
And then the movie was pretty good. The moment he saw this, all the old videos he made about Prey were changed.
Okay. So this is again another example of this guy lying. He's claiming he can read Drinker's mind, right? So he's saying that Drinker only said that he thought the movie was okay because the audience said it was okay, and he was too scared to go against the audience. So he changed history, right?
Yeah.
Which that's not what happened. Because first of all, it's possible that you can see a trailer and say, this looks like dog shit, and then see the actual thing and say, oh, that was better than I thought it was. That's an entirely possible thing to do. And actually probably happens pretty frequently, right?
Yeah,
and
of course.
Instead of saying, well, listen, I'm going to give him, it's funny, earlier in the video, he was saying, oh, if you're like a good faith person, you can say something and then realize it was wrong and correct. Yeah. Well, here you go. He watched the trailer and thought it looked terrible. And then he saw the movie and said, well, it wasn't as bad as I thought. And he said that openly and honestly.
Yeah, I remember
and so now
both
he's criticized
videos.
for that?
I watched both these videos when they came out. So I'm aware of the Prey situation. Yeah.
Right. Now, Drinker has said publicly, I believe, that the reason he changed the name of the previous one to have Trailer Breakdown was because the original title didn't say anything about a trailer, and so it was confusing as to which one was talking about the trailer and which one was talking about once he actually saw the movie.
Okay. Yeah, and you don't know. People, they look up Prey review.
Right. They would find the old trailer one.
Right. So he gets a bunch of comments or people like, this movie was great.
Right. Exactly. And so if Drinker's goal was to hide the past, why wouldn't he just delete the video or something?
Set it to unlisted. Yeah, exactly.
Right. Yeah. Why would he just change the title, which, by the way, still shows that he thought it looked bad?
Well, I mean, he'd be saying, no, it's got 1.4 million views. So, I mean, I'd just keep it up.
Right. But I'm just saying, like, this is a completely nonsensical attack.
Oh, yeah, obviously. Again, it's dumb because look, yeah, he anticipated one thing that would happen in the movie and it didn't play out that way. And he openly and honestly said, it didn't play out that way and I was wrong. So it was better than I expected.
Yep.
Titles, thumbnails altered to appear more neutral.
Also, I'd like to point out that no hunter-gatherer society of that time period would have tolerated this kind of bullshit from one of their own. Those ideas would have been literally beaten out of her. This is 21st century Hollywood's idea of what nomadic hunter...
He doesn't show what the original title was, what the title change was? Because he's saying he changed the
it's
titles.
Right there. It's Prey, How to Spoil a Good Idea. And then
Okay.
It was changed to we're at 30. And you're right. Why didn't he show a side by side?
It would have told.
Which would be like, and then it was changed to Prey trailer breakdown doesn't look good.
Right.
So how is that hiding anything?
They're not that different.
Also, he said, no, they're not that different. Also, he said he felt fine leaving this in. And he plays a clip of him saying that, like, you'd expect a society like the Native Americans, like, they would not tolerate some kind of like feministy thing, in their society. Okay. That's probably true. If that's not true, why doesn't he show like some argument that that's not true? Why is Anthony just assume? Is he assuming some kind of like noble savage myth that like all the Native Americans, they all were like living in harmony with nature and we're all like, had massively progressive politics?
They weren't sexist misogynists who were out there trying to get as many wives as possible.
I don't know. Apparently, it's sexist to assume that that the Native Americans were sexist on average. Apparently, it's sexist to assume that they, like most people in that time period, were sexist against women. I guess. Yeah. Interesting.
Female character takes her suspiciously domesticated pet dog.
And you know what? Good. Cool. At least that's better than a ton of grifters who don't hide their shameless grifting on every news story. At least he had the self-awareness to go, okay, this is an unpopular take, let me change it slightly. Most don't. Most are shameless in their approach. Most are very superficial in their approach. When reports came out that X-Men 97 was Disney's third most watched original program to debut on Disney+, grifters were fast to call X-Men 97 a flop. Which, flops don't get greenlit for a third season before the end of season 1, and don't get reported.
Flops don't get greenlit for more seasons. It's interesting. Wasn't there a show, a very expensive show that everyone hated?
Rings of Power?
Oh!
The big flop?
There it is. Rings of Power, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. No, they've never greenlit another sequel or another show, even though everyone fucking hated the previous one. Right? Not like we didn't have continual Star Wars show after Star Wars show after they keep flopping and doing awfully. So it won't seem to really be course correcting anytime soon.
Yeah, we're gonna get more Star Wars.
Of course. And again, he brings up this stupid article without actually addressing the point, but we already talked about that.
In Variety for having 3.5 million viewers in the final episode, rising in rank with each subsequent episode.
Oh, I mean, these people do hate you. If you look at Bo DeMeo, the guy who's the showrunner for the show, he is a person who just really, really wants to tear down this society, put his global homo agenda into everything, and then you better eat it up, consumer, or you're a bigot.
The other common tactic from grifters? The past is perfect.
There is a big difference between older Stan Lee Marvel and new corporate-approved Marvel sanitized for a modern audience.
Peach has been an established character where she has been a delicate princess for a very long time.
There's 60 plus years of comics proving this. Stop ruining characters by playing politics.
But the right-wing grifters, easy pickings. Simple.
So none of those people said the past was perfect. They said they preferred something the way it used to be portrayed, and they don't like this new change, which is obviously changed for political reasons. And you would have to make an argument why you do like it. Well, if you want to actually, be an intelligent person who makes arguments and critiques online, as opposed to just going, nanny, boo-boo, right-wing fascist, they like old things because they're bigots.
Yeah. And calling everyone a grifter. I mean, this was where I was like, oh my God.
Yes.
Say grifter one more time.
Say it again. Say it one more time.
Look, he said it like 15 times already.
Yeah.
This is where he's like, okay, 30-minute mark, time to start calling everyone a grifter. What kind of grift is this guy running?
I know. Honeybee, thanks so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you.
Yes, this is very nice.
Dr. Fire for 20 Canadian. Thank you so much. Says the sequels help people appreciate the prequels, which weren't perfect, but I liked them. Plus, the prequels helped spawn some great additions like the Clone Wars, which kind of played like a Star Wars band of brothers. I mean, that's probably the best thing I think that happened from the sequels is that, it made people appreciate the prequels, I guess.
Every time I think of the prequels, I just think of Darth Vader doing his like, no.
I know it's.
And I look, I cannot abide. Okay.
You guys, you prequel lovers, you're going to be in a very, very rude awakening. Okay. 10 years from now, when all the little kiddies, all the youngins were like 5
the
or
sequels.
6.
Yeah.
Talk about how much the sequels were, they grew up with the sequels. Talk about how much the sequels were great. And they're going to say that you guys are all just a bunch of old haters for not liking the sequels. Just you wait. It's going to happen.
Ugh.
And Dr. Fire for another 5
Torture.
Canadian, thank you. Says, though I haven't seen any of the new Star Wars, the sequels or otherwise, I saw Rogue One, which I liked, but haven't seen any of the new stuff after Solo. Well,
Yeah, Rogue
probably...
One was pretty good. Yeah, I like Rogue One.
I didn't really like it, but...
Look, Sitch he's a tough cookie, okay?
I know, I am. That one guy told...
Did you like Furiosa? Did you like that?
Was that the first one or the second
No, the
one?
new one. The new one that just came out.
Oh.
We're gonna review it, but I think we might have talked about it, but I don't think we reviewed it.
I thought it was okay.
Okay.
There were things about it I liked. I thought it could have been so much better.
Oh yeah.
Than it was.
Yeah.
So
I don't like wishy-washy protagonists. I like protagonists with a clear goal.
Furiosa is another great example of what could have been great, sort of ruined by progressive politics, because Furiosa is an incredibly uninteresting character.
Yeah.
And if the protagonist of that movie was not Furiosa, but was instead Dr. Dementis.
Yeah, Dementis.
Chris Hemsworth
would have been
which first of all would have been a much
times better.
Yeah, 1,000 times better movie, 1,000 times more interesting movie. He's a far more interesting character. You'd have learned a lot more about the world, and it would have been a much greater draw, because they could have been like Chris Hemsworth starring in the new like Mad Max movie, and oh my god,
of course, yeah,
people would have come out to see that.
Yeah, Chris Hemsworth with a fake nose in Mad Max.
Well, if he was a star, they would presumably not have him put the stupid nose on.
The fake nose. Yeah, get rid of that fake nose.
Right.
What are you thinking? So, but you've seen The World According to Garp, right?
No.
You haven't? Okay. So
No.
The World According to Garp has this weird ending where this kind of crazy, psychopathic secondary character kills Garp in the end. Spoiler alert. The movie's like
can't believe you
50
ruined this
years
movie
old.
from the 80s.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's kind of a strange ending. But I only bring it up because, so if Chris Hemsworth is the main character, isn't the ending kind of like The World According to Garp, where Furiosa is just like this weird secondary character that comes out of nowhere and kills him?
Well, you could definitely have Furiosa or someone like killing him at the end, because you should still, like, even though he's a protagonist, he should still be like a bad guy. He should still be a villainous character. And so like when he gets his comeuppance at the end, it's fine.
No, I think he should have a real character arc and enjoy having a tree grow out of his penis.
Okay. Maybe not that, but
he should love it.
Right.
Yeah, there's some
Maybe
work to
not
be
that.
done. They should change the ending a bit. Like he should have a real character arc.
Well, he should
He
be the
should
main
become a
character.
good guy. Yeah, by the end of the movie.
Well,
It'd be
I
great.
mean, I get you could do that. You know, Mad Max is generally, you know,
ambiguous.
Well, no, I just mean like that world is so like hard and harsh that, you know, I'm fine with him. Like in my mind, it'd be like I'm fine with him being kind of worse and worse, because I like the character idea, or I like the idea of his character being like sort of the con man who doesn't really know how to manage anything, and so he keeps like getting into these leadership positions of like Bullet Town and Gas Town, and he just fucks everything up because he's incompetent, and then blames everyone else for it, kind of like a politician. You know, just that. So finally, at the end, he dies because he gets his comeuppance. Like, I'm totally fine with that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's way better. You can have a bad guy protagonist.
That one guy Toad for $20, thanks so much, says this will be the first election year anyone will be seriously thinking about the vice presidency when determining their vote. At least that's what I think. I know I'd be more inclined to another side if there's a good VP. I mean, yeah, that's a good point, since both candidates are so old, and especially with Biden, that the VP pick definitely is going to have a much bigger impact on people. So,
yeah, it's a good observation. Definitely.
So obviously, we already
people
know.
don't want to really vote for either of these guys, so they're like,
Right.
well, just who's got the better VP?
So obviously, we know with Kamal already. So,
although just saying that is going to trigger a lot of super partisan people who are like, oh my God, you don't know which of these people are better. Obviously, Joe Biden is like amazing, and Donald Trump wants to bring about the genocide of the world.
right.
God,
Or vice versa.
Yeah. Oh, it's so.
Basic. I want to show you that I'm not just letting my political bias show. So let's start talking about Anita Sarkeesian and Lily Orchard.
You know what I do like, though?
Okay.
Oh my
so
God.
in order to not show his political bias, because this guy is progressive, he's going to attack people on the left. Two people on the left he's going to attack are Anita Sarkeesian, a person who hasn't been relevant in like a decade,
right,
whatsoever.
So a very safe target, right?
Yes. And Lily Orchard, who people on the left hate.
Right. So
Anyway.
another safe target.
Right. You know, if he wanted to actually be like, oh, look, I'm willing to attack people on the left, he attack someone the people on the left like H Bomber Guy.
Yeah, go after
or
him.
Philosophy Tube or
Oh,
ContraPoints or someone
Right.
like that. But no, he
Yeah.
attacks someone who's not relevant and someone who's been accused of, I don't know if any of this stuff's true, but has been accused of like PDF file accusations, and people on the left don't like because Lily Orchard shat on Cora and Steven Universe. Okay.
Yeah, I went and watched a recent Lily Orchard video, and it was just disturbing. It's
Like
very
one of their
disturbing.
videos or a video of someone talking about like accusations against them.
No, one of their videos.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
the most recent one is kind of like incest is interesting storytelling vibe to it.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Is it this? We need more sibling affection in media.
Yes. Yeah. Don't watch that video, Sitch.
Oh no. That's so bad because that was they were accused, I think, of abusing their sister or something, weren't they?
Oh, they seem to be saying how good they are to their sister. Maybe they're fighting back against it. Those
Yeah, but that makes
accusations
it
or
seem
something.
even more sus.
It does, yeah. Well, look, I did my
no.
homework. I did my
Oh,
homework
no.
on this. So
God. Okay. Wow. Now I don't know if any of these accusations are real because I haven't looked into it, but I'm just saying this is a safe target to go after.
Old shit.
Anita Sarkeesian was for years the boogeyman of the internet, releasing fairly mediocre video essays analyzing video games from a feminist perspective. And while her videos do have faults, I don't think it's a good idea to necessarily label them all as bad faith media criticisms. Poorly crafted, yes, but from the perspective of someone with minimal experience playing games, it's not necessarily bad faith. A lot of her errors.
Okay. It's so funny. He's like, I'm going to attack Anita Sarkeesian to show you that I'm willing to attack the left and right. And notice that when he attacks people on the right, he's like, these people are liars, bad faith, grifters, pieces of shit. But when he's attacking Anita, he's like, listen, it's not bad faith. She's just a scatterbrained, airheaded woman who doesn't know anything about video games. Okay. So she just made a couple mistakes here and there. But this is supposed to be his example of how he's not biased. It's like absurd.
double standard much?
Yes. What the fuck? Are you kidding me?
A lot of her errors.
Like, to be clear, Anita 100% intentionally would try to pass herself off as like some video game expert girl gamer. And then it was found out that she was 100% lying because people found a video of her in college saying that she only started to look into video games recently for her feminist critique and didn't actually care about them at all growing up.
Yeah, Anita Sarkeesian was the original dishonest grifter. What the fuck is he talking about?
Yes. And he's going to even show an example of her literally lying about a video game, and he still bends over backwards to be like, it's not bad faith. She's just mistaken here.
Look right here. Anita Sarkeesian. It's frustrating to be known as the woman who survived Gamergate. Survived, said she barely survived. Didn't she speak at the UN?
Listen, Adam. She barely
survival.
survived. She barely survived speaking at the UN. Okay.
She needed to be she belongs in a bunker.
She barely survived getting a bunch of money for her Kickstarter for her shit produced videos that were like her very, very dryly, boringly reading off a script for really dumb ideas.
I mean, look, the YouTube commentary community made more money off those videos than Anita Sarkeesian ever
There
did.
you go.
So
There you go. She's just jelly.
Come from someone who just isn't experienced with the medium, doesn't know the experience of female gamers, etc. But there are some bad faith criticisms within Anita Sarkeesian's greater lens that I feel a lot of people, especially on the left, refuse to engage with, primarily because she was a target of so much harassment. But enough time's passed, we can actually look at some of her bad faith arguments and address them as bad faith. Take two things into account.
Did you like also too?
Look at this.
For his YouTube critics are lying to you. He's like, from my left wing criticism, I have to pick on someone from 10 years ago that doesn't even make content anymore that no one cares about.
Right, it's been long enough.
Who cares? It's been long enough.
Anita Sarkeesian can't hurt me. Now I'm willing to call. He calls this media analysis bad faith though. So
right.
I mean, that's kind of a win, right?
I guess. Small victories. That rainbow only has 6 colors on it.
Does it?
That's an atom rainbow. It's missing the 7th color.
Sitch believes that every rainbow should have 2 blues. He loves blues so much.
2 purples, you mean? Indigo and violet.
Well,
I don't make the rules, okay?
2 blues.
That's just the rules of rainbows.
It's actually blue, green, and blue.
Uh-huh.
It's like a teal.
Uh-huh.
Her restrictive lens of feminism and her tendency to manipulate the game mechanics to prove a point. The latter point is easier to prove first, so we'll start there.
Once a person is reduced to the status of objecthood, violence against that object becomes intrinsically permitted.
In Hitman, she constantly implies the games encourage players to commit acts of violence in areas where you can voyeur on models.
Players are then invited to explore and exploit those situations during their playthrough.
But doing this is actually counter to the game's mechanics. The game punishes you for making too much of a scene.
The player cannot help but treat these female bodies as things to be acted upon, because they were designed, constructed, and placed in the environment for that singular purpose.
So wanton violence and wasting your time is not to your benefit.
Players are meant to derive a perverse pleasure from desecrating the bodies of unsuspecting virtual female characters.
You can do it, but you can do a lot of things in video games. You can have Mario try to give Koopas little forehead kisses in every Mario game, but that doesn't mean it'll end well for you.
So, okay, 2 things to say about this. Number one, you've caught Anita literally lying about the game. So I don't know how you would say that she's just not being dishonest here. This is just her lying. She's being dishonest. That's number one. Number two, everything he's saying is what every single person who is criticizing her was saying at the time that she released this video. That this fucking asshole and all the other assholes who were the ultra progressives labeled evil, right-wing, sexist bigots.
Right.
Everyone made this critique, said, what the fuck? In Hitman, you're not supposed to kill the random strippers around. You actually get penalized for doing that. Anita's critique here is nonsensical. So him just like regurgitating a criticism from 10 fucking years ago, like it's some kind of big brain take off the top of his head, is stupid.
He probably got it from one of those videos.
He probably did.
Yeah.
One of the million videos that were calling Anita out for lying about this.
Yeah. You think he knew this? At this point, I'm just like, he probably just watched some other guy's video.
Well, how pathetic is it that like his quote political side, you can only criticize your side when 10 years have passed. And then you could say, oh, well, they were right when they criticized Anita about this.
Right. It's pretty weak sauce. I hope they're not going to wait 10 years on the Israel-Palestine stuff. Oh, my God.
They probably will.
There's going to be another Holocaust before they're willing to admit it.
Right.
Is, though, that Anita conflates being able to do a thing in a game with the game encouraging you to do said thing.
Once a person is reduced to the status of objecthood, violence against that object becomes intrinsically permitted.
There's a common theme.
Oh God, Anita just bugs me. It's like the church lady lecturer.
I know.
It's so bad.
In her video
She has no
essays, but I
charisma.
find that less disturbing.
She's like the black hole for charisma.
She is crazy.
Than how her specific brand of feminism impacts her criticisms. You see, what a lot of people don't realize is that feminism isn't a singular philosophy, especially if you've listened to right-wing grifters all your life. Feminism is actually an umbrella term that applies to multiple...
You like that? While he's criticizing Anita Sarkeesian for, her own ideological lens ruining her ability to critique something, he just has to throw in the right-wing grifters because, listen, I'm still on the good side. Right-wing grifters, right-wing grifters. Which, by the way, if he did listen to any of these, quote, right-wing grifters, like James Lindsay or us or anyone, they usually go into the critique about feminism pretty specifically and pretty autistically in terms of what exactly they're talking about.
Yeah. His argument is that the right-wingers have this lens that makes their movie criticism bad in the same way that Anita Sarkeesian's movie criticism is bad. But I think this argument is bullshit. I think... Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say most of the people he's labeling as right-wing media critics, they're not looking at it from like a, quote, socially conservative lens, unless he is so brain rot, and he hasn't said this, so I don't know, maybe he thinks it, that he thinks looking at things through like a hero's journey perspective or looking at like what makes normal stories or classically traditional stories work, unless he's labeling that as conservative.
Yeah. It's difficult. He doesn't come out explicitly and say that, so we gotta guess. He just labels them all right-wing grifters. Yeah.
Right.
So, but I do think this is the argument he's making.
Different subsets of philosophy. Many people know about fourth wave, third wave feminism. These occur because over time, people's perspectives on gender rights issues and etc. have shifted as new information becomes available and new discussions arise. It's responding to an ever-changing, progressive world. Gender identity has become a huge part of discussion, and this goes beyond simply just what gender you're assigned at birth. Gender expression is a huge
signed at birth
point as well, with several feminists in disagreement on whether women need to embrace or reject traditional feminine presentation, or if it's the individual's choice, that the person can choose how to express their own gender however they see fit.
The only conflict is in the feminist camp, trying to decide how they're going to voice their ideology on the rest of the world.
Well, the radical, more Marxian feminist movement is definitely the dominant movement that seems to have won in that conversation, because women, when we look at, quote, the message, or we look at the mainstream, or how like the left kind of portrays these things, like a woman could only be like look sexy if she's queer or like not appealing to heteronormative relationships whatsoever. That's not allowed. Like women are not allowed to be attractive for the sake of a man or to garner male attention.
In the feminists'
the feminist perspective. Yeah.
Yes, of course. Yeah. Because you're just serving patriarchy.
Exactly. Right. You're just objectifying yourself for the male gaze, you're serving patriarchy, blah, 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 blah. Right. And that idea exists because they've bought into this whole notion that everything relating to gender and gender expression are merely social constructs that were created by some nebulous patriarchy thousands of years ago that are all used to sort of keep women in their place and keep them socially inferior to men. So therefore, by women being feminine, it's like a black guy like doing like an Uncle Tom routine, right? It's playing into like the socially constructed subjugation of the gender. That's why they don't like it.
Look, and if that is your philosophy, you believe that, and you're a Hollywood screenwriter, is that going to affect your ability to tell stories?
Yeah, 100%.
Massively. Yes.
Right. Well,
yeah, there's
like,
a whole portion of human engagement that you're going to be cut off from.
yeah, like if you like just say you were a eugenicist Nazi, okay? So you believe that like white people were superior to all other races.
I think Andrew is a eugenicist Nazi, so it's
He could
funny
be.
funny that you bring that up.
Andrew.
Yeah, the guy in the video.
Anthony?
Oh, Anthony.
Okay. It's like, who's Andrew? But so if you believe that, and then you like, and you believe, I don't know, like on top of that, you believe that your biology like is, you know, you believe 100% that you're born great or you're born degenerate or evil or whatever. Obviously, that philosophy is going to affect your writing because then you're going to have your character, like your characters are going to reflect that. You're not going to have a character who's not white, who starts off in like a lower, you know, position where they have to work and train and work hard in order to progress and fight off, you know, society. You're going to have like your character's going to be, you know, a Mary Sue, essentially, born great. And maybe they just have to fight off society not accepting that they're great or recognizing that they're great.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, your ideology is definitely going to affect, you know, the story you write and tell.
Especially if you have one of these fringe ideologies like gender theory or whatever they're
like
calling
queer
it
theory
these
or
days.
gender theory or socialism or yeah.
Most people just call it woke.
Yes.
In case it's not obvious, I believe in that last point, that people should be able to express their gender however they see fit. And so a lot of Anita Sarkeesian's
Hey, sure, people should be able to express their gender however they see fit. What what their biological sex entitles them to in women's sports or women's spaces is another argument completely. Okay. It's like he completely dodges the societal argument that everyone is having.
Arguments which are rooted in this discussion of conforming or rejecting traditional femininity, I find very troubling. Anita, in a lot of her videos, subscribes to a very particular form of feminism, one where pacifism, beauty, and intelligence are key distinguishing features. But she also regards anything assigned with traditional female presentation, like dresses or fluffy bows, to be negative, to be stereotypical, to be cliche.
Thankfully, the game doesn't resort to clear gendered signifiers like a pink outfit or a pretty bow in her hair, nor does it present her gender as some kind of surprise twist like we see in the original Metroid. In both visual design and writing, Sword and Sorcery is subtle about asserting the Scythian's gender.
As a result,
I just want to it's so fun. Like, it's so important that this like blob of pixels is like you can't tell the gender of this like blob of fucking pixels.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It's so funny. You look at this thing, you're like, I don't know. Is that even supposed to be a human? Like, or an alien? I don't even know what that's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Visual design and writing, Sword and Sorcery is subtle about asserting the Scythian's gender.
As a result, she creates a particular box for which things can be valid in her eyes as female rep, or invalid if it falls outside that box.
Unlike the deaths of so many female characters in games which serve the purpose of fueling the development of male characters, the Scythian's death is tragic because her life had intrinsic value.
This means a ton of beloved characters.
Well, and then, you know, she, you know, and he's pointing out errors here, which is true, but, you know, Anita did this very historically with the game that you played, Adam, Borderlands 2, where there's a female character who basically sacrifices herself to save everyone's life on the planet, and she's criticizing that. And you're like, what? That's supposed to be like a heroic death.
Right.
And the guy who wrote Borderlands is such a cuck that he, instead of defending his work and calling Anita a fucking loser, he agreed with her and said, I'll do better next game. And she sent him some like little pathetic award of like, you know, best, you know, I don't forget what it said.
Best
like best,
simp?
you know, best simple, or yeah. And he like proudly took a picture of it and displayed it on his desk. And it's like the most pathetic fucking thing ever.
Best Anita simp.
Yeah.
Top tier Anita simp right here. Yep. Here's your award.
Are arbitrarily criticized for falling outside her particular parameters, especially Nintendo characters like Princess Peach, Princess Zelda, and even Samus Aran.
Consequently, the trope robs women in peril from the opportunity of being the architects of their own escape, and therefore prevents them from becoming archetypal heroes themselves. Disguised as Sheik,
But didn't they fix that in the movie? I
Yes.
believe they did.
They did. Yeah. Mario literally could not save Princess Peach in the movie, which is kind of silly, but
Right. Yeah.
she is a helpful and active participant in the adventure, transforms back into her more stereotypically feminine form of Princess Zelda. She's captured within 3 minutes. Her rescue then becomes central to the end of Link's quest. Once in a while, she might be given the opportunity to have a slightly more active role in facilitating the hero's quest, typically by opening.
Oh my God. It's like the Mario movie. They just watched this video and made the Mario movie like this.
Literally, that's probably what happened.
That's so weird.
Opening doors, giving hints, power-ups, and other helpful items.
Which is frankly the same thing a lot of right-wing grifters do with their arguments, that they have a very specific box as to what they deem acceptable, and if it falls outside that box, it is seen as bad. The only difference is Anita is doing this from a leftist perspective, where the right-wing grifter is doing it from a right-wing perspective.
Okay, look, he says it explicitly, what I was saying.
Right.
I want to read this quote, and this is from like the latest Critical Drinker video, right?
Mhm.
I just went back and I watched, because I wanted some recent quote, right? Other people don't always think exactly the same way we do. They don't always share our beliefs or our opinions, mirror our
Who's saying
viewpoints. This is Critical Drinker in
Okay.
his most recent video.
Right.
They don't always share our beliefs or our opinions, mirror our viewpoints on every topic. And that's okay, because people are allowed to have different viewpoints. A smart, humble, and creative writer finds ways to bridge the gap between all these different groups through the unifying concept of good storytelling. A bad writer, on the other hand, tries to hammer home his opinion on his audience with sheer brute force and gets angry and resentful when they push back against it. Does that sound like someone who just wants to see his personal opinion?
That sounds like a right-wing grifter if I ever heard one.
It's so laughable, his perspective.
I
Like
know.
he thinks these people just want to see like traditional values on screen in storytelling. And that's not their argument at all. This is completely dishonest.
Yeah.
When you're looking at the left-wing perspective, when you're looking at Anita Sarkeesian, she has a different fucking goal. You have a different goal. Anthony, Andrew, whatever your name is. Your goal is to see your values depicted in storytelling. And if the stories suck because your values are incapable of articulating an interesting story that holds people's interest, you don't care, because you don't fucking care about storytelling. So it's infuriating to hear this nonsense about Literature Devil, about Critical Drinker, about any of these people who are actually critiquing storytelling on the merits of storytelling.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're in the long clips. So we played this long clips of CinemaSins and Literature Devil. Where did any of what they said, any of the criticism they levied, where did any of it come from a quote right-wing political perspective?
Yes, exactly.
None whatsoever.
Yes.
And he just throws this accusation down.
It's so dishonest. Look, they'll throw this accusation at us. Look,
that's great. I know.
Who on the right is doing this? I mean, you could make the argument that the Daily Wire is doing this with movies like Lady Ballers, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it's obvious. It's obvious. Right. They're like a right-wing company. They're not Hollywood, right? They're not mainstream movies.
And they're also not hiding the ball with their political position.
They aren't. Yes. Yeah. Look, and Star Wars is trying to hide the ball, and this guy's facilitating it. It's disgusting.
Yep. But Mrs. J-Mac for $5, Mrs. Q-Mac for $5. Thank you. Says, our son says, hi, Adam. Hi, Sitch.
That's hilarious.
There you go. He says, he also thought Sitch was black and white in real life. There you go. Your son must have been very disappointed when he had to break the news that I, in fact, am not a cartoon character in real life. So
yeah, I
got to take it too hard.
I got to hang out with Mrs. J-Mac and J-Mac. We went out to dinner. It was nice.
Nice. Yeah. Very cool. Did you
It
go
was
to
a lot of
Hoggly
fun.
Woggly's?
We did not, unfortunately, but
Problem.
Next
It's the
time.
same faulty argument, just applied through different political lenses.
See, this is the fucking most infuriating part to me.
I know.
It's like, look, we're just doing what the right wingers are doing. No, look, you're fucking incompetent, okay? Yep. You're not even competent enough to have the conversation that Sitch and I are having about how that feminist lens makes certain aspects of storytelling that are important, that a lot of people would find interesting. As Critical Drinker says, different people have different beliefs, different views on the world that storytelling is supposed to examine, right? If you can't examine those views because you can't put them in a movie at all because it's against your personal beliefs, you're going to be a shit storyteller.
Well, yeah, and like, why would, if it's all just like conservative bigotry or politics or whatever, why would, Literature Devil then kind of explain his whole like, well, this is how you should fix the character, right? None of it has to do with like asserting traditional gender roles or anything.
Of course.
Like the fuck.
He is incapable of even seeing that. Yeah. Like I would guess like he really didn't watch any of Literature Devil's videos or anything like that. He's just really responding to like a caricature of these people.
Right, right.
He doesn't watch Critical Drinker videos. I mean, the only time he watches them is to look for stuff that he can clip out of context and say, right-wing grifter, go, you suck.
Right.
That's all he's doing.
Right.
And the end result is the same. Rather than engage with the media in question, both apply a restrictive limitation to...
See, look, this is... I can't help but pause because it's so fucking infuriating. He's basically saying, look, none of these people who are massively popular are engaging with the media. It's like I'm taking crazy pills here. What are you talking about, dude? The reason why they are massively popular is they are engaging with the media. And you have blinders on if you can't see that. If you can't understand why the perspective that they're articulating resonates with so many people, and you just want to tell yourself, oh, it's like racism and these racists are drawn to these videos. You live in a dream world.
Yep.
What is and isn't good, which ignores a lot of the statements made by audience members of a certain particular type of media. They may find certain characters empowering, like Bayonetta, who were criticized by Anita Sarkeesian when they first came around. Now they're regarded as a beloved icon of video games, but Anita Sarkeesian argued that Bayonetta was sexist. This ignored the opinion of a lot of women who found her empowering, and a lot of lesbians who wanted to, who felt very attracted to Bayonetta, because can you blame them? Or bisexuals, for that matter. The point is, Anita's particular lens of feminism was deemed as the authentic statement. Outside of that, nothing counted. Ignoring the voices of women to prop up your own feminism. Interesting take. The difference here is that, unlike a lot of grifters, Anita doesn't waste your time. She gets right to the point, which means her points hit harder because you're not falling asleep while watching her videos.
That's objectively not true. Oh my God. Anita's videos are some of the most boring, plotting, hard to get through videos ever. What the fuck is he... I guess it's like she'll get straight to her feminist political point, but it's... Not only is what she's saying so boring and mundane, but the way she says it. Now, that was crazy too, is that as she was getting money and as she was gaining popularity, she didn't try to do anything to make either her presentation or her videos or her style more engaging or interesting. Listen, as you said, she's like a charisma black hole. Listening to her was like slowly driving a knife into your brain.
Yeah. It's like being lectured. Lectured by...
Yeah, but you can be lectured at someone and still be like old Jordan Peterson videos. He's like literally doing lectures in class, and he's like really charismatic and energetic, and he's saying like really interesting shit, and Anita's just like, and this is why in this scene it's sexist, because the woman doesn't have agency. And then in this game, look at right here, the woman, she doesn't have agency, so it's sexist.
God.
Oh my God, Anita, God.
I guess lecture is a neutral term, but I think
I know what
of
you
it
mean
as
by
like,
lecture. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
yeah, this is what you must believe is the way all of her videos come off. It's like an educational video from school. These are facts.
Right. Which now, if Anthony wanted to actually, you know, not be a schmuck and wanted to actually do the work of saying, well, look at like Literature Devil, Drinker, one of these people, when they talk about like the hero's journey, they are asserting that there's some kind of more like objective, like strict lens in which a character should exist, like a framework, I guess, when a character should exist. And that Anthony says that he doesn't think they have to do that, which, okay, if you want to make that argument, you can make that argument. But they're not arguing that from a political perspective, saying that you think a character should exist within the framework of having a character arc or not being a Mary Sue or going on the hero's journey. None of this is that's not a political perspective whatsoever. Unless he's so radicalized that he thinks that anyone appealing to any form of pre-existing tradition for story makes them automatically conservative because he's so radical, which I don't know, maybe he is.
I would say they're appealing to a psychological perspective. I think traditional storytelling appeals to people for reasons of psychology, reasons that we fully understand now because we've studied the human mind long enough to figure it out. So it's not based on a political point of view.
Well, you could have a very interesting conversation, which was, and this was whatever I forget the guy's name, the monomyth guy. That's kind of like his point, is that he was saying, okay, well, there's some aspect of storytelling that is universal, that appeals to a universal natural psychology of humans, devoid of like cultural embellishments or changes. And that's what the monomyth is, right? And I do think
that does push up against novelty, though. There's these two things in tension because we do like novelty as well. That entertains.
Right, but maybe we like the framework to be the same, but you want the notes to be different. It's kind of like how people like a lot of pop music, but the pop music all uses like the same key or the same structure or whatever, but it's like, a little different.
Right. But I mean, saying that it's tradition doesn't really, I mean, there are like natural laws like gravity, right? But when we say something false, objects attract to one another because of tradition, because they always have attracted to one another. It's like,
of course, that'd be stupid. Right.
Totally stupid. So
you could there could be an interesting conversation and an interesting discussion to try to parse out like, okay, because I agree that humans obviously were animals that have evolved over time. And part of that evolution has been the way our brains function and the way our psychology functions as well. So therefore, there should be certain elements of storytelling that humans just across all cultures, across all, times should find engaging because of the biological development of the human species, right?
The mind literally evolved so that we would be excellent problem solvers.
Yes.
Right. Literally the purpose of the mind.
Right. But at the same token, there will be stories that definitely exist in different cultures separate from that will appeal to people of different cultures, different time periods, because of the cultural attitudes that exist in those cultures or time periods. And it could be an interesting exercise or video to try to parse out what those things are and to try to see well, if what people are talking about now with the anti-Mary Sue stuff or the hero's journey, try to make some argument to see well, is this appealing to some sort of natural thing in humans, or is this appealing to some sort of current, cultural meme that exists within American society or something, right? You could do that, and at least that'd be interesting.
Yeah, look, and I would say, because I understand what you're saying about the cultural differences between different societies, but I would argue that the evolution of the human brain was obviously like a conflict resolution machine. So even though the culture is different, the conflict would be persistent. It would be conflict over different things, obviously, but conflict would be like the universal.
Right. So let me give an example. So say we have another society where they believe in the divine right of kings. Okay. And they believe that a human is basically implanted by God to be the best person ever or to suck. And so if that's a society, then the story would look very different than an American story. In that society, in this hypothetical society, you could like have a character who is a Mary Sue character from birth because they've been chosen by God to be like the divine ruler, and maybe they use their problem solving to essentially get around the lower life forms that are in their way, blocking them from realizing their greatness or trying to hold them back or whatever. So that would be like what you were saying. That's like the problem solving.
That's a conflict. Yeah,
right.
exactly.
That's the conflict. But the message is completely different than an American message, because the message in that is like, this person is born for greatness, and like society's just trying to get in their way because they're like evil or demonic or whatever. And then at the end of it, they, become king. Where in America, we're more like, well, the everyman who's just sort of the regular guy who through hard work and dedication sort of rises to the challenge, to defeat the challenge and changes, who they are. Right. So we have a completely different like message and theme that would appeal to an American audience.
Yeah. It's an interesting exercise. It really is.
Yeah. But this is all beyond Anthony's pay grade, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
This also means right-wing grifters can easily understand her points. Anita is clear, concise, and that makes her perfect for rebuttals because she's always saying something. Every few seconds, there's a new piece of content to create.
Well, I mean, she's always saying something stupid. That's why she's excellent for rebuttals, right?
You're right.
Opposed to your average right-wing grift video where you can literally cut out 70% of their words.
Which you did, obviously. Obviously, you cut out all the parts where they contradicted the points you were trying to grift off of.
Exactly.
And lose nothing pertaining to the central argument.
Well, I mean, that's your opinion, man.
Right. Which you did, and you dishonestly cut up Literature Devil. So.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And you lost
also,
her entire argument.
The irony here, because like so much of this video is just worthless fluff. Like all that shit in the beginning with like the plot, you could basically get rid of. All this stuff about Blade Runner, you could get rid of. Like, so useless.
All of this is fluff as far as movie analysis goes, but I mean, this really is just the king of dishonest or NPC video response. So,
right.
I mean, it is kind of cool. Like, look, he may have just made this video because he's like, oh my God, I got to make a video today. I haven't made a video for like days.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just throwing it together, that scatterbrained video.
He's like, I got to pull back that Just Some Guy tweet from 2019.
Right.
It's been sitting on my mind this whole time for 5 years.
Sitch and I have never made videos like this. And I'm being serious. Like, I don't just make throw together videos. Sitch doesn't just make throw together videos. It's like, yeah. Look, that's, I mean, that makes YouTube seem like actual work, right?
I know.
In fact, a lot of the times, you can cut out 70% of the video, and all you're doing is cutting them out, repeating the same statement. This is not the...
Would that statement be right-wing grifter? Is that the statement that we're cutting out? I mean, he's only said that like 19 times.
Sure. But also, that's true. He said right-wing grifter a million times. But also, I mean, it's weird because he shows an example of like a live stream, which obviously live streams are not scripted. So you're going to have a lot more like, unfocused thoughts, a lot more rambling, a lot more repetition, because it's just, like in Chad's case, it's just three guys sitting around talking about whatever they're talking about. So it's going to be more like a natural conversation.
Yeah, we're doing that here.
Structured video essay.
We're doing that here, but look, I think this conversation you and I are having is like 10 times more substantive than anything he said.
Of course.
Yeah. Because we're big brain super chat.
That's true. That's very true.
No, look, that sounds so awful.
I mean, I don't know what I'm saying. I am a big brain super chat. So,
no. Sitch is a big brain super chat. So
massively big brain.
The case, however, for Lily Orchard, who has never heard of a central thesis she can stick to, and always goes off on long, rambling video essays where she completely misrepresents the target of her criticism and delivers several personalized insults for people she deems lesser than her.
Becky's not very smart, tried to do one thing, smashed her face into a wall, whatever, I get it. Because nobody who watches Utena as an adult sees a revolutionary step forward in gay rep and anime. What they see is a fucking mess. There's no way around it. This makes him come off like a fucking asshole.
Yeah. Well, that's just like your opinion.
A lot of you probably...
This is why I don't think Anthony has theory of mind. He just showed 3 clips with no context I have not seen the Lily Orchard videos in content like that he's referring to. I've only seen one of those shows, Delicious in Dungeon. I don't know what the fuck any of those clips meant. They were just basically words that had no meaning to me.
Yeah. Scatterbrain.
Yes.
Really wanting me to go into the personal accusations against Lily, but if we looked into the accusations made about half the grifters we've discussed so far, we'd be here all day.
Oh my God.
So this is so weird. So when I first saw this video, I assumed he was bringing up some kind of criminal charges that had to do with Lily Orchard or something.
Right.
So I was like, okay. But then if you look, he brings up like something against John
Della Rose, yeah.
Della Rose, which first of all has nothing to do with any of the critiques that he's levied, right? But at least he brought him up, I guess. I don't know anything about this. And it does seem weird that he's like, I'm going to show that I can talk about the left, show I'm not biased. But every chance he gets, he has to keep saying, the right's bad, the right's still bad, the right's still bad, the right's still bad, right?
Well,
and
look,
also bringing up this fucking, this, whatever this thing is, this case information. But
Yeah.
then if I go back like a second,
Half the grifters
he brings up, the first thing he brings up is about Rekieta.
No way. Really?
Look, he's bringing up the Rekieta shit.
And Rekieta doesn't even do movie analysis.
No! And he's not even mentioned in this fucking video.
Yeah, this is...
What the fuck?
This is such bullshit. You're going to bring up some charge from John Della Rose and make it sound like Literature Devil is guilty of the same thing when Literature Devil is like 3/4 of your video.
Right.
That's so dishonest.
Or that the John thing has, which I don't know, has anything to do with whatever Lily's been accused with, or that the Rekieta thing, which I don't even know why you bring up the Rekieta thing because it has nothing to fucking do with this video whatsoever, or even the topic.
This is major bullshit.
It's so weird. It's so
Major
so
partisan
dishonest.
stupidity. Yeah.
Yes.
we've discussed so far, we'd be here all day. Now, Lily Orchard is unique.
It's almost like he's using Lily Orchard as an excuse to bring up shit John Della Rose did.
Maybe.
Or
Like, he
is
could just-
accused of. I don't even know if John Della Rose did anything.
I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't know any of this stuff, the drama here, but like all he had to say was, you know, I don't want to talk about Lily's accusations. I just want to talk about her media criticism, which, by the way, I think if you should say if that's what you want to do, but I think would still be dishonest because it's my opinion that the only reason he's even willing to bring up Lily is because the left doesn't like Lily either. And all they do is complain about her. All like, if you look up, when I was like looking up the Lily videos, it seemed like all the people complaining about Lily Orchard were on the left too.
Like she represents, I think she might be trans or something. Like she represents.
I believe she's supposed to be trans, even though the voice is obviously very masculine.
She's got like a doctor girlfriend thing going.
Right. Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is very bad. Very bad.
She writes her scripts in stream of consciousness, which is just when you write your thoughts as they come to you. It's a rant, essentially, where she just says whatever comes to her mind.
I'll be right back.
And there's no editing involved. There's no secondary thought. There's no point where she goes, okay, hang on, stop, let me edit that out so it makes more sense, or structure this so I'm proving my thesis or tying back to my core ideas. It's just stream of consciousness. And she's admitted this. This is not like a fake. I'm not lying about her. That's what she says. She sustains herself on pure frustration with media, adhering that all media must conform to her very specific, very rigid perspectives. And what are these perspectives? I couldn't tell you. I don't know them specifically because it feels like she contradicts them every other video. What she says in one video does not apply to another. It's whatever she likes, and her criticisms aren't always grounded in the media itself. In fact, often they are completely divorced from the media, where she confuses fan canon and her head canon with what's written in the text. I watched a Pokemon review.
Okay, so the accusations against Lily is she has too strict a criteria for what she likes, that she's changes the topic too much, she changes the criteria too much, that it's stream of consciousness rant, so it's not focused, rant's not focused. And then what was this last one he just said?
I'm back.
media itself. In fact, often they are completely divorced from the media, where she confuses fan canon and her head canon with...
Okay, and that she confuses fan canon with head canon. Or her head canon with like whatever is actually happening. Okay. So these are the complaints he's levied against Lily Orchard. Let's see if in the remaining 8 minutes he actually provides some examples for any of these criticisms. Like you would expect a normal structure for a YouTube video to go. Now I know by saying a normal structure, I guess I am, being a conservative because I expect argumentation to flow through some sort of normative process, right? Like you make an argument, then you show examples of the argument.
Man, that's just you endorsing the patriarchy.
Right, right.
What's written in the text. I watched the Pokemon review. Half of that is all her own fan canon. And her...
So he has another video where he says, if you want specific responses to Lily Orchard, go to those streams. So is he saying that he's not going to do any of these things? He's just going to throw a bunch of accusations at her and then say, watch some other thing to see what I'm talking about?
Man, this is a grift.
Why even bring her up then? Why would you even bring her up? What the fuck?
Her own made-up strawman arguments that she's fighting against. Whatever she personally likes is elevated. Whatever she does not like is demonized. It's either the greatest thing of all time or the worst thing of all time. No nuance, just extremes.
No, listen, this guy definitely hasn't had an extreme take, right? Definitely hasn't been attacking people in very extreme ways. Definitely been very nuanced in the critiques he's levied against other YouTubers. He's calling liars.
Yeah, he's not doing that exact same thing with right-wing personalities. Or look, I even feel funny calling them right-wing personalities. Like people he perceives as right-wing personalities. Right. Just regular movie reviewers.
What do you think is worse from a moral perspective? To have a very stringent critique of a work of fiction, or even to be wrong and have some weird headcanon critique of a work of fiction, or to call other people directly who are on YouTube dishonest, lying grifters?
The last one, calling people, yeah.
Right.
Calling people dishonest, lying grifters when you just have based on no evidence at all.
Right.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Even
look,
if she has to
if you
make...
caught him in a lie, like...
Yeah, point it out. Right.
Right. But not if you manufacture the lie in your video. That's not lying.
No.
That's you lying.
Yes.
She has to make stuff up about the work she's criticizing to prove that point.
But if you were a gay 13-year-old back in the 90s, this show and bootleg copies of Sailor Moon were all you had. And so you'd covet those things and never really think critically about them. Hell, most of the topics people claim it covers aren't actually in the show. It's in Adolescence of Utena, basically a movie rewrite that came out later.
The worst of this is with...
What? Were those clips supposed to somehow bolster his argument?
Yeah, what's going on, Sitch?
I don't know. This is like so... I'm telling you, this guy lacks standard theory of mind, okay?
With Steven Universe, a series she brings up multiple times in about 80% of her videos. This animated series broke ground for queer rep in media, and yet the way Orchard discusses it...
Uh-oh. See, that's why he doesn't like Lily Orchard, because he criticized Steven Universe, a show that the gays and the queers like. How dare Lily Orchard do this?
I think Anthony might be gay, Sitch. I think he might be gunning for queer representation because he likes it.
I mean, he's very, very sensitive about this topic.
You'd think Rebecca Sugar personally came to her home and melted her My Little Pony pony collection with a soldering iron.
All it needed was a writer who knew what the fuck they were doing. Sorry, did I say knew what the fuck they were doing? I meant decided to actually put in some work that day. This is why Steven Universe thought nothing about taking a story regarding dysfunctional family dynamics and just throwing Nazis on top of it. Steven Universe likes to pretend it's weaving this intricate plot web, but like most stories, they're making it up as they go along. But presumably Rose had a secret identity was scribbled on a post-it note somewhere, and this is the only place where it feels like they thought about that.
Many of her specific...
So wait a bit. So
whoa.
Wait. Okay. I don't know anything about Steven Universe. And I don't care to know anything about Steven Universe, okay? That's fine. I've never seen a single episode of Steven Universe.
You
and I
mean it
never
could
will.
have broke ground in queer representation? You wouldn't know, Sitch?
I don't know. The only Steven Universe content I've ever consumed is I watched ER's rant about it, which obviously Anthony would not like. Okay. So I don't know anything about Steven Universe outside of that. So that being said, he just played a bunch of clips of someone making complaints about Steven Universe. I, a person who's never seen it, have no basis to know whether those complaints are valid complaints or not. So what is the point of playing these clips unless he's going to show why they're not true and make some kind of coherent argument?
Look, this is the part where he shows clips of Steven Universe that shows them contradicting what that person just said.
Oh, okay, I'm ready.
Let's see him.
Many of her specific arguments have been rebutted by more patient critics. All of Lily's...
So I have to go watch someone else's video to get the... Okay, never mind. You were wrong, Adam.
I guess I was. Look, I guess I was wrong. This is the time that I apologize, right? Fuck you. I'm not apologizing.
Yeah,
I'll never apologize to you.
You have to go watch someone else's video to make my argument.
This mofo, he needs to apologize. He can't even get his video right.
Interesting. All right.
Arguments are extremely biased and rarely rooted in any tangible evidence in the source material. Lily's criticisms are often completely divorced from what she's criticizing. She sometimes has to make...
he just went on this whole rant about how he was complaining that these people hide the ball, or they just ramble, that they make these bad long videos. He's just been throwing all these accusations against Lily Orchard and provided zero evidence for any... Like, what is this entire section just screams of, I had to shoehorn some, like, at the end of my rant, I had to shoehorn someone that is supposedly on the left that I could attack to show that I'm actually not politically biased here.
Well, and
this feels like he just like said this like within like 10 minutes, like he just like read it out in 10 minutes and didn't want to do the work whatsoever.
I think he was like, okay, there's these salacious accusations going around about right-wing people. How do I get those in the video?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. That's what I think's going on here.
She sometimes has to make things up herself. Lily doesn't even bother. She knows her word is enough to convince her audience if she says it confidently enough, regardless of how many of her ideas break down after a few seconds of thought.
Magneto's new-ish backstory is pretty bog-standard sympathetic villain fodder. Namely, heroes plead to the moral sensibilities of an oppressor, and trying to end systemic discrimination by force is a bad, naughty thing for meanie poos. It works if it's done well.
But I'll pay Lily...
Wait. Okay,
more out of context clips, right?
Can I even process what the fuck is being
regardless of how many of her ideas break down after a few seconds of thought.
Magneto's new-ish backstory is pretty bog-standard sympathetic villain fodder. Namely, heroes plead to the moral sensibilities of an oppressor, and trying to end systemic discrimination by force is a bad, naughty thing for meanie poos.
Well, that is okay. So that is Magneto's backstory,
right?
Is that in the X-Men that Charles Xavier is trying to do the more liberalism integration approach. Magneto was doing the race nationalist, radical socialist revolutionary approach of like violence. I can't tell from that clip, is Lily in favor of the Magneto approach or criticizing the Magneto approach? I can't really tell.
You can't tell because you can't read the sarcasm. Like, is the sarcasm...
I don't know enough. Right. What does that mean?
They shouldn't be doing it this way, or they should be doing it this way, and they're doing it incorrectly in the movie.
I don't know. I don't have enough information.
Is Lily saying the race nationalism is not bad and they should do that?
Or are they just criticizing the trope of that existing in X-Men? I don't know. I can't tell.
Luckily,
good job, Anthony.
Anthony will tell us, right? So we can know. So it'll be clear. So we won't have this dual ending.
We have the American Psycho ending here.
This American Psycho ending. It'll be clear.
Yes.
Show us a scene of him fighting with himself on camera where he's, fighting an invisible person.
Right.
Make it clear.
If it's done well.
But I'll pay Lily this compliment, just this one. She's not boring. Her energy levels.
No, he's not. He's not going to address the argument.
No,
The argument made at all.
No, listen.
Fuck.
Anthony never developed the theory of mind past a 2-year-old.
What is happening?
That's what's going on here. That's exactly what's going on here.
Why play the clip if you're not even going to respond to it? Now we're going to left. It's a cliffhanger for us. I'm not going to go listen to a Lily Steven Universe video just so we can figure out what she meant.
You don't want to know. You don't want to know the truth about Lily Orchard's take on X-Men.
I'm honestly worried that it's going to be accurate. And we're going to be in league with this like incest promoter. I'd rather not know that, to be honest with you.
That's true.
Like maybe maybe it is a good take, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it is kind of cliche storytelling, but
well, what is cliche storytelling?
The idea that the antagonist needs to have this tortured backstory,
right?
That kind of makes excuses for their
badness,
evil behavior. Yeah, their evil behavior. Yeah,
that's definitely recently that seems to be like kind of the direction. Everything they always have to be like some excuse for their being evil or something. I mean, I'm not against that, but when that's all they're like, when that's like the predominant thing, it's kind of tortured cliche at this point.
I am not against that either. And I do think it's accurate. I do think people do have tortured backstories that turns them to the dark side, right?
Sure.
The thing that I'm against, which I think this is probably going to play out in The Acolyte as well, is making excuses when those people do on October 7th, right? Like that's where I draw the line. Look, we have to, as a society, just because you've had a tortured backstory, right? You know, you were raped as a kid, whatever it is, right? You were raped by a priest, doesn't mean you can go out and kill your whole congregation, okay?
Yes. 100%.
It doesn't mean that you can turn to evil like that. This is why Christianity is so much better, because that is your cross to bear, okay? You can't take it out on other innocent people. 2 wrongs don't make a right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but in too much of this storytelling, and I do like, how is this not a left-leaning political thing, right? Like they are literally making excuses for criminals because of this. Like they perceive of anybody who does anything wrong has some sort of tortured backstory, and that's why they're doing it, right? No one would ever do anything wrong because they're selfish pieces of shit who just want more than anyone else, right?
Right.
Oh, of course, unless they're right-wingers who are white supremacists, then of course that's why they're doing it, right? They're just evil pieces of shit that want more than everyone else. It's so bizarre. It's so bizarre, but I don't like. And it is kind of creeping in, that excuse making, like, let's make Magneto a sympathetic character. Oh, does it matter that he murders a bunch of innocent people? I mean, he's got this backstory. Doesn't that make it okay?
Does that mean that Kung Fu Panda is the ultimate right-wing movie?
What is his tortured backstory?
Well, no, because you've seen the first one, right?
Yeah, but I don't remember in every detail.
The tiger, Ty Lee, he was like adopted.
Oh, yes.
Dustin Hoffman.
Okay.
And, you know, he was trained, and like, you know, they kind of try to make it like he has this sympathetic backstory that, you know, he kind of fell to the dark side because Dustin Hoffman trained him too hard and like implanted the seeds of greatness too much in his mind, so that when he was not going to be the dragon warrior, he snapped essentially.
Yeah.
But then at the end, even after you learn that and you feel bad for him, fucking Poe just straight up murders him.
Okay.
It's like, I just give a fuck.
Wow.
Sound like it's the ultimate like right-wing movies. Like, I don't care about your sad backstory.
That is kind of right wing, definitely. Like, look, these people, they have to be held accountable. I'm sorry.
I was like, what the fuck? He just blew him up. Like, come on. He could have been a good guy. And Poe's like, nope, explode him. He called me fat. Blow him up.
He could have had a character arc. Nope. I don't know what bad things did that character do. I can't remember.
I mean, I guess he was like Well, I don't think we never saw him kill anyone, but we saw him like,
Okay.
well, no, I guess he probably did presumably have to kill a bunch of those Rhino guards to escape. But he
Okay.
obviously was causing a lot of devastation and was going to like destroy like the whole village and hurt people at the very least.
Okay.
So.
Well, then good. I'm glad he got wasted.
So there you go.
I mean, that's my, well, look, and I get it. This is the care, harm, moral intuition that they're appealing to with left wingers when they do this. They're like, oh my God, don't you feel bad for the people who raped and murdered on October 7th? You know, they live in an open air prison. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't they justified? That's what really ticks me off.
Okay.
When they're, you know, when this sympathetic backstory makes justification for hurting innocent people, you know, you've lost me.
Hey, Sean. Sean's in the chat. Actual Just War. He says, I've seen the video. Lily says Magneto is correct and shouldn't be the villain.
Okay. We know. Thank you.
There we go. Thank
we
you,
have
Sean,
our
for
answer.
explaining what Anthony in his own video didn't explain.
See, I would thought that might be the case. And that's what kind of got us off on this tangent because no, listen, just because they have a sympathetic backstory doesn't make them a fucking hero. Okay.
Yes.
As soon as you start indiscriminately killing innocent people, you are not the hero. Okay. You are the villain.
Right.
Yeah.
And enthusiasm for the media in question, even if it's all nonsense. Put her in a different league of grifter, one that draws energized reactions from critics like myself and her fans. Most right-wing grifters, they blur together. I've shown you clips from multiple grifters. Could you tell them apart if you didn't know the context? If I didn't tell you who's who? Probably not.
This is so funny because it's like, what are you saying? They all look the same? You can't discern the difference between them?
I mean, not to be a racist, but I know the difference between Eric July and Shadowversity. And you show me their picture.
Yeah.
I can tell the difference.
Yeah.
Also, I'm not like, I don't know, maybe this guy is autistic. He like can't tell sound because you hear all the different voices of, you know, Literature Devil and all the people who don't have their faces on screen. You could tell their voices apart. You know, they're clearly different people.
Well, he's clearly saying all their arguments sound the same.
I know. I'm taking the piss here, but
no, of course, obviously. But even then, if all their arguments sound the same, why are you misrepresenting their arguments into this stupid? They want all women to get back in the kitchen and make sandwiches.
Right.
Like, why can't you hear their actual arguments? Why are you mischaracterizing their arguments?
Because he's a bigot.
Look, I do think there are a lot of similar arguments being made, right? They're messing up the lore. They're, you know, destroying legacy characters for their own political gain.
Right.
None of those arguments did you address in this video.
Right.
Which, zero.
Way, those are all true arguments. I mean, those are all true. That's why people are making the same argument.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Right.
But this all the arguments sound the same when you didn't even articulate one of the arguments accurately and address that argument is
right. And his Anita argument against the Anita video was the argument like a million people made at the time too. So he just copied, pasted, you know, the evil right-wing grifters criticizing Anita back, 10 years ago.
Yeah. If you can't tell the difference between the arguments, that's because they're exactly the same as the argument I made in this video because I stole it from them from 15 years ago.
Right.
Yeah.
But Lily, when you see her and you hear her voice, you know exactly who she is, what
Dr. Girlfriend,
where she's coming from, and what her perspectives are, even if they're nonsense, because she is so distinct as a voice. You can't help but notice her. And I think that's why she's had so much success as a bad media critic, as opposed to...
Is this like a transphobic comment? He's talking about like how her voice is very distinct. Is that like a subtle way of saying it's not passing?
I think we might have stumbled in on a queer fight here. I think that might be what's happening.
I 100% know that when he's talking about her voice, he doesn't mean it in a transphobic way, but I'm going to just say that he does because it's funny. He's making a transphobia against Lily Orchard. He's talking about how her voice doesn't pass and it's very distinct. Wow, that's very bigoted of you, Anthony. I can't believe this.
This is like the gay versus the trans conflict we've been hearing so much about.
Oh my God, you're
here.
right.
It's
manifesting
right in front of us. Well, I don't know if Anthony is gay or not. I could care less if Anthony is gay. Like, I got no problems with gay people. I just want to make that clear. Okay, Anthony, you can date whoever you want. Okay,
that's right.
This conversation is about media criticism. But I do, like, obviously, if you're, the only reason I originally brought it up was because the context was gay representation in film. And generally my understanding is people who are of a certain persuasion, they want their representation on film.
Maybe he's just a really good simp. I mean, ally.
Right.
Just a really good ally, Adam. You don't know this. Okay.
Yeah.
Possible.
Let me think. What kind of representation do I want on screen? Oh, I know. I like Peter Quill.
There you go.
Yeah.
How dare you?
The like womanizing star captain. That's what I like. That's my representation. Okay?
I mean, listen, the representation I want like hot chicks.
Yeah.
I want a lot more hot chicks in my film media. I don't know if that doesn't mean I want to be a hot chick. Okay.
But that technically wouldn't be representation though.
That's true. Yeah. Well, no, there hot women that are very feminine and dress sexily are not represented in modern media anymore.
You want
that's
more
a representation that's
for
lacking.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So on their behalf, you're asking for more representation.
Exactly. I'm a good ally for sexy women. Okay. I will be the good ally for
that sounds like
underserved class of people.
You know, it sounds like you're objectifying women here is what it really sounds like.
No, what?
It sounds like you're
how? I'm saying that there are women that are sexy and attractive that are being underserved by society, and their society's bigoted against them, not taking them seriously because they're attractive. Okay, I'm a male feminist, damn it.
I think a lot of people would say that attractive women kind of run things. I mean,
listen, that's true, but that doesn't mean that they're not being represented in media, okay? Because they're not.
Right, yeah. We need more of those old-timey Carl's Jr. commercials. That's where they were really getting it right.
Exactly. Exactly.
Other bad media critics. Look at her amount of followers. Compare that to, say, Eric July.
Eric July has 500,000 subscribers. What was hers?
I don't know.
And I think that's why she's had so much success as a bad media critic as opposed to other bad media critics. Look at her amount of followers.
Okay, so she has 141,000. So Eric July is like 3 to 4 times her size.
Sure.
Followers. Compare that to, say, Eric July. Look at July's most popular video on his channel. Now compare that to Lily's most popular video.
It went by so quick. Jesus Christ.
Right.
Look at July.
His most popular video had 3.1 million views. Okay.
Right. Okay.
July's most popular video on his channel. Now.
Okay. Her most popular video had 8.7 million. She actually had 2 videos that had 8 million views. So, wow.
So, so Eric July has far more subscribers, but Lily has far more popular videos.
Right.
So
I mean, and that wouldn't even be like and also that doesn't mean that she has more views than Eric July does.
Yeah,
overall.
Yeah. This is completely like contradictory. Who's the bigger? Is he making the argument that Eric July is bigger or Lily is bigger?
Well, I don't know. Let's see. I don't know what his point is here.
Now compare that to Lily's most popular video. Yeah. Now look at the divide in run times. Think of how many hours people have spent watching Lily Orchard. There is a titanic gap between Orchard's success.
Wait.
Yeah.
He says the yeah. Like, what does that even mean?
I don't know.
This guy's an idiot. We don't have enough information to know what that fucking even means.
Wait. He says, look at the divide in run times.
Right.
Eric July 4 minutes, Lily 2 hours. What What does that mean? Is he saying that the average Eric July video is 4 minutes? And that the average Lily video is 2 hours?
Yeah, I think he's making the argument that Lily is much better, much more popular than Eric July.
Well, they're doing completely different content styles.
Yeah.
They're doing completely different content. Yeah. I mean, Eric July has 3.8 thousand videos on his channel.
Right.
And Lily Orchard has 464.
Yeah.
So Eric July is churning out very short content, and Lily Orchard is making like long form content, which I thought at the beginning of this video he was criticizing. Though Eric July is also doing a bunch of long form streams on his channel.
Yeah, I don't think he's made a clear case that one content creator is clearly better, clearly more popular than the other. That's what I'm laughing at. It's like, this is the most muddled case ever.
Well, didn't Eric July's his comic sell like some astronomical amount or something?
Yeah, he's made like $10 million selling fucking comics.
Well, wouldn't that be like a better metric of success than whatever the fuck this is?
I mean, it would be a imperial core capitalist message.
Okay.
Okay. Obviously,
gotcha.
you would think money is what matters here.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Anthony is a movie critic. Okay, he cares about art.
I see. Interesting.
How dare you, Sitch?
Okay.
You greedy capitalist, bring money into this.
I know. How dare I?
I'm
he's
laughing.
gonna get sued, so I don't know. Maybe he'll lose it.
I'm laughing. This might be the only part of the video where he tries to make a case using evidence, and still it's muddled as fuck.
I know.
He's like, yeah what, bitch? Yeah, what?
Think of how many hours people have spent watching Lily Orchard. There is a titanic gap between Orchard's success and theirs in this regard.
Okay, there's a titanic difference in their success, but he still doesn't clearly articulate who is on the top of that titanic difference. Right?
I don't know what is the point here?
I'm not, who knows?
Because even among bad media critics, there is a tier list, and most right-wing grifters are in the shadow of Lily Orchard.
Okay, finally. Okay, Eric July, who has 3 to 4 times the subscribers, is in the shadow of Lily Orchard.
Even though he's made
$10 million,
presumably way more money than they've ever made, than Lily's ever made.
Right, yeah.
Right.
Interesting.
Okay, well, wait, hold on. This is retarded too. So, whoop, my phone keeps trying to activate, spy on me. Okay, so I just pulled up Social Blade. Okay.
Yeah, I know. That's the way that you make an actual evidence-based argument, Sitch. How dare you pull up
So I just
Social
pulled
Blade?
up Social Blade. Okay. So Social Blade gives Lily Orchard a B- for channel and gives Eric July a B solid.
Okay.
Right. So Social Blade says that it's estimating, or it says that the video views that Lily Orchard made, the views that Lily Orchard received in the last 30 days. Okay, ready for this?
Okay.
280,000.
Okay.
287,000. All right.
287,000.
Right. The video views that Eric July has made in the last 30 days is 580,000.
Okay, so over double.
Right. So double. Or yeah, over double. Right. So more than double.
Yeah.
So this idiot.
Yeah, what a dipshit. What a fucking dipshit.
This looked like he just brought up their channel and said, let me eyeball some viewership numbers here, and let me try to eyeball some length of videos, and there you go, Lily Orchard destroying Eric July here when it's the exact opposite. Interesting.
His most popular video,
right?
Well, no, I want to hear that stupid fucking yeah, I guess.
His most popular video. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Clip it. Clip that. Yeah. I'm an idiot. Yeah. Oh God. What a Talk about being led around by your biases.
I know.
Yeah. I'm so glad you looked up the social blade.
This shows that he just literally doesn't know even how to interpret information properly. Because I was like, when he's bringing this up, I'm like, what is it? What he's bringing up has nothing to do with anything. Like, I don't know what he's talking about.
Sure. Yeah. Wow. That's fucking hilarious.
Now look at the divide in runtimes. Think of how many and most right-wing grifters are in the shadow of Lily Orchard, and that's actually deeply upsetting. Actually, why am I pointing this out? So why?
I mean, why are you lying about this? Is what you should say. Well, that's what the real question is, right?
I think he just doesn't understand anything. At all.
Right. He's not lying. He's just an idiot.
Yeah.
Look. Public apology time, dude. We pulled the numbers on you, okay? This is where you had one of those mistakes, one of those little oopsies.
Mm-hmm.
You need to correct the record here. You want your audience to think that Lily Orchard, who has half the monthly views of Eric July, is like top tier content? Come on,
she's
man.
crushing him, Adam. You don't understand, crushing him.
Look, crushing has a specific definition that you're not using correctly.
Why does any of this matter? Who cares, right? Why do bad movie critics...
Facts care, bitch. Facts care. How dare you? Reality matters, okay?
Criticisms make the landscape of media criticism a worse place. Well, simply...
I'm not here to make it a nice place, okay? You're the one calling people liars. Fucking dick. Right? Like, what the hell?
Mm-hmm.
This doesn't make it a nice place when I call you a liar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it would be a nicer place if people didn't call bigger content creators liars for views. It would be a nicer place. I agree. People honestly responded to people's arguments and not mischaracterize them to call them racist. Would be a lot nicer place. I agree with you. Don't be such a dishonest bitch.
It allows people to stop thinking critically. A trend to notice online.
Ironic. A moment of silence for thinking critically about your social blade lookup.
It's gone.
Thinking critically. Like using math and metrics.
Is that people will echo what their favorite personalities say. And if you watch, say, Lily Orchard, you'll probably agree that Steven Universe is pro-fascist. If you watch Ethan Van Sciver, you might argue that Marvel Comics is secretly controlled by a lesbian Illuminati.
Well, I mean, that is true, right? Marvel Comics is controlled by a secretive lesbian Illuminati. I mean, they had that whole thing that they discovered. They all had a Facebook group. Come on, guy. Get with it. I can't believe he just casually throws Ethan under the bus, too.
I know.
Don't you know Ethan and Eric July hate each other now? Come on. And you're comparing them in your video? This guy's so out of it, Sitch. I'm done.
But the lesbian cabal, Adam.
Well, look, I said that's true. That is actually... That happened. I can't remember what it's called, but they had some secret meeting room on Facebook or something like that. Do you know this story?
I do know it. Yeah, I remember it.
Look, I am joking about the lesbian cabal. I don't want you guys to quote me on that, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
But the problem is this. By doing that, you're actually not engaging with the media anymore. You're just echoing what someone else told you to say. And you're not coming up with your own answers. And if those answers you're echoing are based off faulty logic, that means you're not even engaging with anything anymore beyond their perspective.
This whole video is just for his audience to do that exact thing.
I know.
Is to absorb his talking points and then vomit them out at other people about why these commentators are bad. And all of his arguments are literally based on faulty logic because he didn't even address any of the things they actually said.
Yeah. Yeah. Ironic.
Helping create an alternate reality where art and a fake version of said art exist in tandem. And if you don't...
Oh my God.
Anthony is creating a false sense of reality where art criticism and a false version of art criticism exist in tandem.
Right. Somewhere out there, there's a universe where the acolyte is beloved by everyone. We just don't live in it, Sitch.
No, somewhere out there is a universe where the Acolyte is actually genius storytelling, but everyone still hates it because they're bigots.
Oh my God.
That's the universe that Anthony inhabits.
Don't believe it, consider the Mandela effect. There's a trend among audiences to create fake quotes for movies without intent.
His last, like...
Wait, what? I missed this part. What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
His last, like, schizophrenic argument that he throws in. He's like, while I was working on this video, I stumbled across something about the Mandela effect. Oh, I have to throw it in my video. It doesn't make any sense or anything, but let's throw it in.
Remember when he was complaining about, like, unfocused, scatterbrain rants?
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Okay, interesting.
Let's throw in the logic of the Mandela effect.
I'm
For example, Darth Vader never says, "Luke, I am your father." He says, "No, I am your father." A small detail, right? What about that scene in 2001, The Space Odyssey, where they say, "My God, it's full of stars"? Everyone quotes this scene, but it never happens in the film. This is what they call the Mandela effect.
Wait a minute.
Where they say, "My God, it's full of stars." Everyone.
The line is, "The thing is hollow, it goes on forever," and "Oh my God, it's full of stars."
Oh my God, it's literally right there on screen.
Oh no, wait, he's from the book. Okay. Well, it's from the book. That's why, that's why people are saying it, because it's from the book.
Oh yeah, he does say this in the book. Definitely.
Because I was gonna be like, as someone who likes the book and doesn't like the movie, I'm like, I remember them saying that, and then okay, I guess he doesn't say it in the movie. So it's just that people misattribute it, like a line from the book to the movie. Is that really a Mandela effect or something, or is that just like a common thing people do?
Well, and all this is to make this tortured argument that right-wingers are mischaracterizing media, and people are thinking that the media is really bad because of the mischaracterization. Which, what does that have to do with the Mandela effect? Like misremembering something?
Oh, hold on. Let's see.
Everyone quotes this scene, but it never happens in the film. This is what they call the Mandela effect. It's when you remember something happening that didn't actually happen.
It's you remember Ray being a Mary Sue, but she wasn't actually a Mary Sue, and the movie was actually amazing, great, and you loved it.
That's not the
loved
Mandela
every
effect.
minute of it. That's not that's not the Mandela effect?
No.
Oh, okay. That's like some sort of alternate reality schizophrenia, right?
Right.
This is something you talk to your therapist about,
Right.
Anthony, whatever your name is.
In another universe, his name was Andrew. That's the Mandela effect.
Bad movie criticism and bad media criticism is speeding up the Mandela effect to an absurd level.
Are we doing bad media criticism now, Sitch? Because I kind of feel like we're on fire, to be honest with you.
This is so insane.
Right.
Okay. To say that, like, because there's a bunch of people who don't like a thing, that's creating a Mandela. It's their fucking opinion, which you said in your fucking video. That's not a Mandela effect. The Mandela effect is specifically about a fact.
Yeah. Of course, that critical drinker quote. They don't always share our beliefs or our opinions. Oh, really? Our viewpoints on every topic. And that's okay. We understand. You have this crazy feminist fucking opinion that you want to shoehorn into every single movie you can get your hands on. Well, that's okay. But just don't fuck up the story when you do it, you retard.
If you see a bad movie critic misinterpret something online enough times, and those bad critics echo each other, knowing that it's successful in the algorithm, you'll think art did
He's
something.
like, and let's just, this is because of the algorithm they're doing
Well,
this.
Okay.
They don't actually believe these things.
Okay, so his point, we finally reached the point. The point is, you're gonna have a bunch of bad media critics who are dishonest, are gonna lie about something, and they're all gonna echo each other, and that's gonna create a Mandela effect in people's mind, and they're all gonna think that whatever this lie is how the movie actually existed, right? So
yeah,
we have 2 minutes left. Is he gonna actually provide an example of this?
Look, he thinks that the whole script, the whole video provided evidence of this already. This is
The
like
only thing that could possibly constitute this is the Ray knowing about the compressor to rip it out, which he fucking misinterprets the criticism about it. The criticism was not, how does Ray know that? The criticism was, it's dumb that Ray is better at fixing the Falcon than Han is.
Yeah, which he never addresses.
Which he didn't ever address at any point in this video.
Sorry, man. That's just your opinion, dude.
He's creating some wacky fucking Mandela effect with all the other dumb fuck crumb tubers about how, oh, all these people who criticize Disney movies, Star Wars movies, or Marvel movies are all evil right-wing bigots. That's the fucking fucked up bullshit Mandela effect nonsense that you're pushing.
Look, he did not create that. He is just vomiting it out from someone else that created it.
For the algorithm.
Of course.
He's just running with the fucking algorithm.
This narrative that Star Wars is brilliant and that it's only right-wing grifters that have destroyed the property is the narrative.
From corporate Disney HQ.
Of course, yeah. He didn't come up with this. He's just parroting someone else's narrative. Yeah.
Right.
To think he's smart enough to come up with this narrative, come on, Sitch. Let's be real. Let's be honest here.
This guy doesn't even have a theory of mind to understand that people don't understand the things that he thinks he understands. Okay. This could have come up with anything.
Right. Yeah. Oh, God. I'm so glad we're almost done with this video. This video gave me brain cancer. Okay. Video is awful.
Thing that didn't actually happen. You believe their lie and never return to the media in question to double check. And then you echo those wrong beliefs, and more people will believe you. And ultimately, this distances everyone from the art that you supposedly love. And that kind of fucking sucks, doesn't it? This is made all the worse because often bad movie criticism paints a target on real people. Spreading lies about a movie is one thing. Slandering a person, a real person, and blaming them for perceived faults that don't actually exist or are highly exaggerated, that's far worse.
Who has spent their time falsely slandering people and putting a target on their back by either telling lies or hyperbolizing criticisms about them? Who, Adam?
Andrew.
Who could ever
it's
do
Andrew.
something
It's this
like
guy.
that?
It's Andy.
Oh,
Andy, the
this
YouTube
guy.
movie critic.
Tony, who's been doing this for 46 minutes and 49 seconds on his fucking YouTube video called YouTube Critics Are Lying to You. Oh, wow. Oh my God. The projection level is off the charts.
I hope the Disney check was big, Sitch.
How could someone lack this much self-awareness? This is like Lance of the Surfs level we've reached of lacking of self-awareness.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
How is
this
even
is like
possible?
Lance. This is like
Yes.
Lance in the movie critic space here.
Yes. We have found movie Lance, everybody.
It is total idiocy.
Jesus. Embarrassing.
Well, and he's gonna bring it around. He's gonna be like, oh, all these people hating on these individual stars. That's the problem. I look fundamentally, and is it possible? Do you think to take a movie that was well received, like look at like Fight Club or Pulp Fiction or any of these movies that are kind of a cultural touchstone that everyone talks about? Do you think a bunch of people on the internet could write bad reviews about those movies and make them and suppress them, make people actually hate those movies?
Yes.
Is that a possibility?
I do think it is, but only in one way.
Okay.
If they frame it, if they find a political way to frame it like that, I think they could.
Really?
Yes.
I have trouble believing that. Like they could take down, I mean, there's some movies that are just, I mean, you see them and maybe they could prevent people from actually seeing the movie and talking shit about it without actually seeing the movie. But I'm not sure a movie that everybody sees, people could, like they could rewrite that experience of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure. I think that's a possibility.
Well,
yeah.
Like it depends, because I definitely think people could, like the examples you brought were like Fight Club. Like someone could like that movie and then someone could be like, well, you only like it because you're a sexist. If I apply this feminist lens, this is why Fight Club is like a horrible, misogynistic, terrible movie, right? And if someone is trying to be a feminist or a good ally, I think they would buy into all that stuff and change their opinion on it.
Right. Yeah, no, you zeroed in on the perfect point. Like if it was politicized, like that has the power to really change things.
Yeah.
I don't know. It'd be an interesting experiment to run. We need a simulation.
Could like devoid of that, because the people make these like crazy arguments, which I agree. Like people said there was like this weird argument that people say like, oh, people liked the Star Wars prequels until the Plinkett reviews came out and like tricked everyone or like gaslit them into thinking they were bad, which is
yeah,
like,
I've heard
flatly untrue, right? Just completely untrue.
That was not my experience. That was not. I mean, obviously, it's just an anecdote, but I saw the movie. I saw the movie with other people. Other people saw the movie, and our reaction was generally the same.
The first two movies were critically panned by everyone, both critics and audiences alike. The third movie, like a lot of critics, I think, turned around and said they thought it was good, but I feel like that's just because they got like
paid.
Well, no, I think they had been battered so much by the first two movies being so bad that they liked it. It's kind of like why a lot of people, when Star Wars Force Awakens came out, they liked it because they were like their expectations were so low.
Yeah.
I saw it. I was like, I don't think so.
I still to this day, I saw that third one on IMAX. So I literally got to see the no in fucking like full experience.
Your whole body felt the no, like tremble through it.
Well, I still to this day remember turning to my friend as he turned to me simultaneously, and we both looked at each other like, what the fuck are we watching? Like, why are we here? Right. What happened to Star Wars? Yeah, look. Oh, man. That last movie was evil. It's hard for me to imagine anyone liked it, but maybe. I don't know. Maybe it was the kind of movie you shouldn't have seen in IMAX. You kind of watch it on your phone, and it's like a lot better.
It's a better experience.
Oh, it's so bad.
I ultimately don't care if you like or dislike The Last Jedi. I won't lose sleep over it. But you know who will lose sleep over your harassment campaigns? The actors involved with the film. The crew who have been targeted for harassment. That's screwed up.
Sitch, stop targeting these people for harassment. How dare you? Why would you do such a thing?
Who the fuck? Who of these YouTube critics have said that you should harass actors in movies? Like, no one's fucking ever said that.
I mean, these days you can't even watch a Star Wars theory video without him saying, please do not talk to these people. Be respectful. Like
there definitely are like fucking fans that are like get crazy for this shit, but
yeah, but I don't.
You're allowed to critique something and say it sucks and not be held responsible for some like psychopath.
Yeah. This isn't stochastic terrorism. We're reviewing movies here, you idiot.
I know.
It up, man. Especially when bad movie criticism is combined with conspiracy theory paranoia, where you blame Daisy Ridley or Kelly Marie Tran for some greater evil in the film industry. And
don't you love the eerie music he has in the background to just propaganda it up? He's like, conspiracy theory. Woo!
This would be the time of the video where he would play a clip of someone doing the thing he's talking about, right? As like an example.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Crickets.
Just waiting.
Okay. You're gonna be waiting a long time here.
Target them and you harass them. That's just cruel, man. The danger with bad media criticism is that eventually it bleeds into real life conspiracy theories, which can hurt actual people.
Oh my God. He's just laying it on pretty thick here, Sitch.
You're not allowed to criticize media because that's gonna lead to real life conspiracies, guys.
Yeah, look.
Okay.
It starts with you didn't like Star Wars, and the next thing you know, it's like you're a flat earther.
You've put on the beanie and you're screaming about the Civil War.
Well, that's true. Oh my God. I saw some video today that Tim Pool was screaming about the Civil War, and I'm just like, oh man. I just like the original Civil War. I understood why that happened. Like they were trying to make slavery illegal, and they had it sucks, obviously, but they stood to lose tangibly in that policy change, right?
Mm-hmm.
They have a bunch of property. I mean, it's disgusting. Obviously, it's disgusting, but that property is people, right?
Of course.
Like what is going to drive people to a civil war today? Like what tangible? I mean, people are arguing over whether or not their guy is in charge, right? It's hard for me to imagine that people are literally going to pick up arms and start killing one another over their guy didn't get elected. Right?
Yes.
Right? I mean, in the original Civil War, they were like, I'm fucking losing millions of dollars in property.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, listen.
It's so weird.
I'm just taught. Listen, what's going to happen is that the Star Wars Acolyte finale is going to be so bad that Star Wars fans are going to pick up arms. Okay. And they're going to cause a wide-scale revolution. Yeah.
Killing one another.
No. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
Sorry, I just don't buy it.
Okay.
Like it might be easy. It might be easy to believe that some other crazy person is going to do that, but I just I'm not sure they would. Sitch might, but I'm not.
It's all part of the greater pipeline that exists on the internet. The paranoia, the
pipeline. Take a drink,
the alt-right
everyone.
pipeline.
Take a drink. We got a buzzword
the alt-right
here.
Pipeline starts with watching Literature Devil talk about how Ray is a Mary Sue, and it ends with you committing an act of stochastic terrorism.
It does. You can't say pipe. Who on the right talks about pipelines at all?
Well,
Unless,
obviously,
of
when I
course,
talk about building another oil pipeline. Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, unless of course it's Putin blowing up the.
Oh, there you go.
Then of course they talk about it all the time, but
yes.
Clicking on videos that you agree with and getting more extreme stuff and more extreme stuff and more extreme stuff until you're no longer living in reality.
Now you're on the dark web watching snuff films. Oh my God.
You're living in a divorced existence outside of the real world that everyone else lives in.
The real world where Star Wars is beloved and critically acclaimed. That real world, is that the one you're talking about? Where everyone loves Acolyte? It's like the new big Star Wars property everyone can't stop talking about? Yeah, that world.
You create a less safe place for your peers. But there is some good news, though. There's a cure for all this.
Oh, the cure.
You want to hear the cure?
The cure, yeah.
The cure? I'll tell you right now, the cure.
I'm so excited.
Watch the movies you're complaining about and come up with your own ideas. Sounds easy, right? Then start thinking for yourself for once.
What a fucking dipshit. This guy is the stupidest person on YouTube.
I said this is the Lance of media critique.
We finally experienced it. Look, this is This is what happens with movie reviews, okay? You watch the movie, it's entertaining for you or it's not entertaining. You know, you're bored, you're like, this, I'm not interested in what's going on. I can't wait for it to be over. I'm thinking about leaving the movie theater. This is so fucking boring, right? But a lot of times if you don't have, you don't understand what makes a film work, you're like, I don't know why I'm experiencing these feelings. So you go to a movie critic, someone who understands what makes movies work and not work, and they kind of articulate why you're having those feelings. And it makes you feel better. Like, that's what's going on here.
It's just it's an interesting thing to talk about story. What makes, why some stories work and why they don't work.
Sure, yeah, totally. It's just, it's so silly that, I guess he believes in a world where, why do popular movies exist? Tony, do tell us. Why is one movie popular and one movie not so popular? Why does that happen?
He spent so much time talking about Star Wars, the Star Wars sequels, I can bet you that the majority of people that have watched any negative review of the Star Wars sequels has also seen the Star Wars sequels movies themselves.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. Look, sometimes I see a bad movie and I'm like, oh my God, the YouTube reviews of this movie are 10 times more interesting than the fucking movie was. Why did I even go see this movie?
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why almost all the time movies that are widely seen are going to get more views if someone is doing a critique of it, obviously. So people have like a context of what movie's being reviewed.
Yeah. Yeah. This whole idea that we could do away with all this hate in the world if everyone just watched movies by themselves and didn't have and just thought about them all alone without sharing their hatred of this fucking piece of shit with one another. Nah, wrong. It's way more fun to talk shit
Not
about
like
movies.
evil right-wing grifters like CinemaSins.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It is fun. It is as much fun talking shit with your friends about some movie that sucks, about how the people that made it are retards and don't know what they're doing. It's as much fun having that conversation as it is talking about a movie that's beloved, that's great, that the writer, director, the actors did everything right. And you can lavish it with praise and adulation. Both of those conversations are equally as fun.
Yes.
So, sorry, Tony.
And the difference too is like, if you watch something that's just good, at least, and you don't have anyone to talk about it with, at least you have the experience of watching it. It's good. And like, obviously you want to share it. Most people you share things, right? But
course.
if you watch something that's awful, you're like, the only enjoyment you're gonna have is shit talking it with other people.
Yeah, that's the only entertainment you're gonna have. That's right. So it's technically more enjoyable when the art is good because you have the conversation with your friends and you also have the movie which you enjoy.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. There's some movies that, you're flipping through the TV dial and you're like, oh, you stop on that movie because it's so good. You're like, oh, this movie's amazing. I don't have time to watch this movie right now. I'm supposed to be mowing the lawn, but this movie is, so good. Yeah. The movies that really lose in this scenario are the ones that are just meh, right? It was competent.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
I didn't hate it. I didn't love it,
Exactly.
Furiosa, Mad Max tale, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Should have been better. Could have been better.
It was competent, right?
Yep.
There were some mess ups. Anyway, his solution to all this is just watch the movie yourself. Don't watch any more of my videos. Don't let me think for you.
Don't watch my videos as a media critiquer. Okay, just watch them yourself. Brilliant.
Tony's audience, you can come over here and watch our videos, okay? I know you're done with Tony's videos, so.
There you go. Twitter sucks. Thanks so much for the $20. Says listening to Anita Sarkeesian is like being waterboarded with a spray bottle. It doesn't hurt, but you beg for the sweet embrace of death because it's just so annoying.
That's an excellent analogy. It is.
I'm gonna read the super chats.
Oh, look, it's
when Kong
the creepy music. Yeah.
All right. Well, Sitch, that was. Look, I had a lot of fun talking shit about that with you. That was
that was great.
That was a great
Thank
experience.
you for sharing this horrible video with me.
We turned something that literally has the power to give you brain cancer into real life entertainment.
There you go.
Edutainment.
To a healing process. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. This is like a coffee enema.
Yes.
That cures brain cancer.
Now I'm going to do something that's going to make it difficult for Adam. I'm going to read the super chats backwards.
Are you really?
Do you not
Why?
want me to?
No, I try to read along just so I can.
Okay, I'll start from the beginning then.
We can do it. Look, we're like at 500 subscribers on our Death of the Franchise channel. So I want to thank everyone that subscribed. Obviously, who's been listening. If anyone wants to subscribe, I think we're going to start live streaming media stuff on this one specific channel. I have a pinned comment in the chat, and I also put a link in the description as well. So,
yes,
just to let you know. Thanks,
subscribe
guys.
to our new media channel.
And we'll stop assaulting the people who just are here for politics on this channel. We'll stick to politics on this channel. We'll do our media stuff on the Death of a Franchise channel. Yes.
Subscribe to the channel. See Adam's amazing avatar that he came up with.
Yeah. And also I mean, we might still do some where media and politics intersects is, I mean, that's like our chef's kiss, bread and butter. Because this guy, obviously, I mean, he's more interested in making a political message, and he's kind of masquerading as a movie viewer who's really making a political statement. So I think it fits a political agenda. Anyway, super chats.
Automata for $2 says, new channel, put a post up so people can engage.
I will. Look, I'll put a community post up too. I don't think I can switch out of the channel.
Yeah. Kevin Clyson, thank you so much for joining the Free Will Seekers.
Yeah, welcome.
Antelope for $2 says, bald.
What's that all about?
I don't know. What is that reference to?
Bald. Is that an XQC reference?
Oh, maybe.
You going bald. You bald, Ethan. Bald.
Zombie Squad for £2 says, stop saying Anita's name. You're cursing the stream. There you go. The Dark Mother.
Oh, here's the question. Oh, no.
Antelope for $2 says, Sitch, are you bald in real life? Oh, my God. Is it Brooks? Is Antelope really Brooks?
Oh, no.
Remember that?
Brooks and Sitch have met in real life.
That's true.
So.
Yes. No, Brooks said that in the debate, remember?
Yeah.
And I was like, what are you talking about? You literally
You're
met
bald.
me in real life. Yeah.
I know. It was so weird.
It was like your avatar. And I was like, first of all, people can't tell, and I get it, but the avatar has hair.
Has hair, yeah.
It has hair. But no, I'm not bald. Leo, though people, whenever they draw the fan art, they always draw the character bald. So
I like it bald.
Okay.
I draw bald.
Sitch is bald in the comic, that's true.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna put him with we're gonna give him one of those white afros in the next comic. It's gonna be great. The Targaryen
that's how you get the
afro.
Girls, right?
Yeah.
Get that white hair going.
Yeah.
Leo 901 for 18 months says, EFAP covered this video. He's the most insufferable person on the planet, obsessed with lesbians, NTR, etc. Ask Mahler to send you the EFAP memes. Wait, is that true? This guy's into NTR? No way.
What is NTR?
Like wanting to be cucked.
No way. Really?
Is that true? Wait, I want some receipts.
Way.
Somebody provide receipts for that.
That's a big claim. That is a big claim.
Oh my God, is that true? Oh, I would die laughing if that's true.
We are all anti-cucking on this stream, so that's a giant claim to make.
Oh my God. That interesting.
Such Google Anthony and Cuck. What's his Google his channel name and Cuck. No, don't. I'm just kidding, obviously.
I am curious. I'm curious.
That's too much.
I would listen. I would believe it. I would 100% believe it. Okay.
I don't want to know. I mean, I would believe it too, but I don't want to know.
Noel screaming into the void for 11 months. Thank you. Says, I love Star Trek: The Next Generation. In fact, I wrote for Sci-Fi Channel, interviewed all those guys, but my favorite book of all time was Nitpicker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Oh, that's fascinating.
Cool. Wow.
Yeah. I love Star Trek Next Generation too.
Nitpicker's Guide for the Next Generation Trekkers. Is that what you're talking about?
What is that? Maybe I'll check that out.
Let's just talk about all like the little nitpicks in Star Trek Next Generation.
They had
oversights, production problems, things of that nature.
Star Trek had like a whole team of scientists that were supposed to get the science right on the show, which I always admired. Like in the script, they'd write out the script for plot, character, conflict, that kind of stuff. And in many places in the script, they would just have, insert Star Trek science lingo or whatever. And the scientist guys would come in and put the lingo right to go with the lore and also be somewhat scientifically accurate. So I was like, baller, right? Like, why don't they have that on the Acolyte, right? Why don't they just have a fucking lore person that is like, oh
They
yeah,
should have a lore person, yeah.
you can't use him because he says this one line in the prequels. That's, the way you have him in here totally ruins that line.
Right. You probably shouldn't have, the witches create a force twins because that kind of destroys the lore with Anakin. So.
Yeah. Headland would say, bitch, that's what we're trying to do here.
Exactly.
You caught us.
Clockwork for $10 says A-Team reigns supreme. Now as a mighty brigadier general of A-Team, I'm taking all intel secrets and delivering them to S-Class. I have defected. S-Class is best class.
Oh my God.
Look at that.
You're not supposed to tell everyone.
Look at that. Clockwork has now been promoted to S-Class Master Spy. Oh my God. Look at that. Master Spy Clockwork. He's got all the secrets, all the intel, baby.
Well, look, you can have that guy because Clockwork, you need to read the 48 Laws of Power or
oh my God. Clockwork showing me all the intel he's got. He's pictures of you in compromising positions. I can't believe this. Look at this.
He's lying.
Look at this. I have a picture of Adam in a dress.
Sammy
G will be so happy.
Clockwork needs to read The Art of War, okay? Sinsu does not approve.
Okay.
You're not fighting on fertile ground here, okay? Move away from the super chat.
There you go. The IJP Mexican for 21 months. Thank you so much. Says the writers discovered he was gay the whole time.
Wow.
Exactly, right.
That's so evil.
What a twist. Hossman's Lounge for $5 says Graham, that's that guy's name. I don't know how to say it. Graham Gulia only shows up in my timeline when he spurgs out on John Della Rosa. John, how do you say his name? John Della
Rose. Yeah.
John Della Rose.
We've actually had John Della Rose on our channel. We've talked to him.
We did?
Yeah.
What did we talk about?
I think he was some outlet did some hit piece on him when we talked about it.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
Mitch for $2 Aussie bucks. Thanks so much. Says, what are the topics you guys disagree on the most? Probably the
Sitch and I.
The cyclical
Sitch
timeline.
And I, we never disagree. What are you talking about?
The fourth turning.
Sitch and I are thick as thieves. Okay.
Okay.
There's things that I believe, and there are things that Sitch will one day believe. Okay. That's how we separate.
There you go.
How we separate things out. No, we disagreed on identity politics a bit.
Yep.
I think we disagree on your inside outside
left-right definition,
which we really haven't even gotten into that, but I am curious. Like sometimes I think about it and I'm like,
maybe it's true.
Well, no, I do think, look, and we should do an entire live stream of this because I'm the weakness that I think in that is that right-wingers are worried about dangers from within and dangers from outside, which goes against your argument, right? They are worried about internal dangers. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah.
Okay. Hossman's Lounge for another $5 says, just some guy isn't even anti-woke YouTuber. He started calling his audience the Bigot Brigade, accused Republicans of wanting a second Holocaust. Oh, really? That's hilarious. I don't know. So why is he digging up something from 5 years ago and attacking him with it?
Yeah,
because he attacked Anthony personally. That's why.
What was it? Because I was following a little bit of that drama, but I can't remember what show it was around. Was it around Into the Spider-Verse? Was it around Miles Morales?
It was about I think it was just about having a queer Spider-Man or whatever.
No, no, no. When he started calling his audience the bigot brigade. This chapter took place over some piece of media that he did a review of and his audience didn't really like, and he was like going after his audience over it. Which happens to look, we've covered stuff that our audience is kind of against us on. But I mean, we don't go out calling them the bigot brigade, obviously. So, but who did this super chat? Hostman. Look, Hostman, if you're still in the chat, let me know what caused this. What piece of media caused this rift between just some guy and his audience?
Guys are saying right.
Yeah,
gotcha. I don't know.
I think it was Into the Spider-Verse because he liked Into the Spider-Verse.
Most people liked Into the Spider-Verse.
Yeah, but there were some people that were saying it was woke and shit.
I mean, it's kind of a little woke. It's a little woke, but still a good movie.
Yeah.
Funning in Circles for 10 memberships. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Chad Summer for 10 months says, Detective Wumbo, thanks, Funning in Circles. There you go.
Wow.
Silence You Idiot for $10 says, hey there. I suggested to Adam on Discord a long time when Ant G made his first video. Anthony made his first video because it brought up CD and the G and G sphere as culturally forcing Japanese conservative with praise of -1.
Well, I must have missed that DM or whatever. So
right.
Look, I'm gonna go through his entire back catalog. This guy's like a gold mine here.
Right. I'm sure.
Time to start milking some lolcow.
95 Key for $5 says, whoa, Anita is mentioned in this video. That's making me super nostalgic. Can we talk about how good a film Rubber is to complete that nostalgia trip?
It's been a while. Been a while since we talked about Rubber.
Fucking Rubber. What a terrible
Sitch.
garbage movie.
Sitch.
What's the conflict in Rubber, Adam?
But look,
what's the conflict in Rubber, Adam?
Rubber is consistent. Okay. The characterization of the tire, completely consistent. The tire even has a character arc and falls in love, Sitch. This is better writing than fucking the Acolyte.
Who is it? I forgot. Who's the tire falling in love with?
The sexy French lady driving around in the convertible.
I don't remember this.
He spies on her showering in her hotel room and falls in love.
Oh, okay. Now I remember this.
Come on.
Right.
The tire is better acted than the Acolyte, than Mayor OSHA.
What is the main conflict in Rubber?
The main conflict is, let's see.
Yeah,
what is it? I mean, it's a homicidal tire, all right? So it's basically on a killing spree.
Yeah, but the tire's the main character.
Yeah, I think it's kind of coming to terms with what it is. It's actually a lot like Under the Skin.
Is the tire the protagonist or is the audience the protagonist?
Oh, that's a good question, because they do kind of set it up as if the audience is the protagonist.
If you've never seen Rubber is a stupid fucking movie about a sentient tire that kills people by wobbling at it and then they explode.
Their
but
heads
it's like
explode. They don't. All of them don't explode. Get it right, Sitch.
Okay, excuse
me. If you're going to do
so
media commentary, you should.
I'm so sorry. I'm lying. You've caught me. YouTube critic Sitch lying. Only their heads explode. Okay. But the movie's like really artsy fartsy art house schlock, like trying to be big brain.
I really don't like when people say artsy fartsy. Okay.
Because it is. It's artsy fartsy. Because it's literally like the audience is in the movie. There is a group of people that are like
who are the audience. Yeah.
Who are the audience spectating the events of the movie.
Right.
And it's like this really bizarre meta narrative. I don't know. It's really boring. I just think it's so like the first 5 minutes of the movie are hilarious, and then it just gets boring because it's like, okay, I get like there's like one joke, and then that's it. And you're like, okay, it's now just boring.
There's one scene where they've set up like, I don't know, it's like 25 chairs that are just set up along a roadway, and a car drives in and like taps the chair. And you see that the chair is not held together with screws or anything. It just collapses to the ground, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the car turns and hits the next chair, and the next chair does the same thing. And you're like, oh my God, they set up like 25 chairs. That just.
What was the point of that scene?
I mean, it's cinematic masterpiece, of
Oh,
course.
is it?
You're
Okay.
going, oh my God, you're on the edge of your seat. Are all these chairs going to fall apart? Is this car going to tink into every single one of these chairs? And it does.
Okay.
Look, it sets up an expectation for the audience that
Right.
the movie may or may not deliver on. Plus, you're waiting for the expectation to be subverted. You're like, one of these chairs is going to fucking blow up or something. Right?
How does it even end? How does this movie even? I don't even remember how does the movie end?
I don't really remember either.
He kills the audience. Doesn't the tire kill the audience?
I think,
at some point?
no. Isn't the audience killed by somebody comes out and gives them like poison chicken or something? And they're like, some of them eat the chicken and some of them don't.
I don't remember. Somehow the audience dies. I don't remember how or why.
There is, I think someone, look, it's been a long time since I saw this movie. I think someone in the audience escapes into the movie and helps law enforcement apprehend the tire. They're trying to stop the tire from killing the girl. I do remember that. Yeah.
Okay.
Law enforcement gets involved. There's a big case to be solved.
No, it ends. There's like a bunch of tires. I just looked it up. There's a bunch of tires, and they're all gonna like go to Hollywood or something. There are a bunch of sentient tires.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, that can't be. Would you look it up on Wikipedia?
On Google. I mean,
Read
on
the
YouTube.
plot summary. Just read the plot summary then. You're gonna look it up.
Maybe. Oh, maybe this is like fake. Wait.
Sounds fake. I don't remember that.
Rubber movie Wikipedia. It's a fucking terrible movie.
I remember they like. Don't they get the woman to wear a wire and they're like listening to the woman talking to the
Let me
tire?
read you. I'm gonna read. Okay, we're gonna read the plot synopsis of Rubber here.
Yeah,
We're
read
gonna
it.
do what's something that Anthony would despise. Okay.
Read it.
A group of people in a California desert are gathered to watch a film. A sheriff named Chad, points out that the many moments in cinema happen for no reason, that life is full of this no reason, and that the film is an homage to no reason.
Right.
Very meta. Chad is sometimes participating in the narrative action and sometimes commenting on it. An accountant then passes binoculars to the audience members and rides off on a bicycle. The audience starts looking through the binoculars in the distance, waiting for the, quote, film to start. Throughout the film, this group of people return in order to gauge their reactions to what has taken place so far. Somewhere in the desert, a tire named Robert. The tire has a name? Is that ever established in the movie?
This is the first I'm hearing of it. Yeah.
Okay.
Robert the tire.
I've never. Okay, maybe that's like in the credits or something. Robert suddenly comes to life. After standing upright, he discovers he has psychokinesis and tests his newfound powers by making animals and inanimate objects explode. Robert spots a woman drive by and attempts to use his powers on her, but he only succeeds in making her car stop before he is run over by a truck. The woman manages to start her car and drive off while Robert kills the truck driver that ran him over. Robert locates the woman.
Well, that guy had it coming, so that's
That's
morally righteous. Yeah.
Robert locates the woman at a nearby motel and enters the room next to her. He kills the motel maid after she throws him out of the room. Sheriff Chad arrives at the scene to investigate the string of murders. Meanwhile, the in-film audience, having starved for 2 days, are given turkey by the accountant. Wow, I completely forgot about all this shit. Are given turkey by the accountant, but they begin to suffer intense abdominal pain. While questioning the motel owner, Chad suddenly stops upon hearing an alarm go off, indicating that the audience have started to succumb to the poison-laced turkey.
Yeah, I told you. Look, I got it right.
He urges the other characters to go home, telling them the film is over as the audience is dead. But the accountant informs him that an audience member who uses a wheelchair had not eaten the turkey. As an embarrassed Chad resumes his investigation, he witnesses Robert kill the motel owner and leads the cops on a tire hunt. The accountant attempts to poison the wheelchair user using audience member, but he becomes hungry and eats the poisoned food instead and dies.
I remember that because he's pigging out in the in the hotel room, and it's totally gross.
Robert comes across a group of people burning a large pile of tires, resulting in him going on a killing spree for 3 days.
Look,
Chad lures
his people were dying.
his people, yeah. Chad lures the tire into a trap using dynamite on a mannequin dressed as the woman. Robert blows up the mannequin's head, but the dynamite fails to detonate. The man who uses a wheelchair mocks the sheriff for the botched trap, enraging Chad enough to destroy Robert with a shotgun off screen and tossing the tire's carcass at the man who continues to criticize him for the anti-climax. Robert is then reincarnated as a tricycle and kills the man in the wheelchair before recruiting an army of tires on his way to Hollywood. So that was the ending. I was right.
Wow, I forgot about the tricycle reincarnation.
During the credits, the opening scene plays again, but this time from different angles, revealing that Chad is not speaking to anyone. So there's your plot of Rubber.
Oh my God.
That movie's so stupid.
But is it better than The Last Jedi?
Yes.
See?
It's better than all the Star Wars sequels, okay? But that's easy.
Right.
It's a very low bar. So apparently this movie cost $800,000 to make and only made in the box office $680,000. Which is kind of hilarious. I'm sure it made more in like movie sales and stuff, because I remember people were talking about this movie a lot when it came out. But
yeah.
He's
just
just
done
boring.
other movies that are better.
Okay. Oh, really?
Quentin Dupre is the director, right?
Yes, that is the director. I haven't seen any of these other movies that he's done. It's sad because, like, I remember when I first saw Rubber, I was like, the first 10 minutes is really interesting. You have like this meta audience watching the movie that they're in. A tire is killing people with its mind. I'm like, oh, this is interesting. But then it just, I don't know, it doesn't go anywhere after that.
Right, yeah. What is
there you go.
He's got movies that are far more narratively directed. But there's one I just think it's funny. I just think it's a hilarious movie. So much of it is based on the performances, though.
J-Mac, our circuit follow for $20. Thank you so much. Says, idea for the new media channel, dissecting the lore and art direction changes of Dungeons and Dragons. If you guys haven't seen the new 6e art for the player's handbook, well, it's bad. Gay dwarves tattooing each other's beard on each other.
No way. Holy shit.
That's a good video we'll talk about. Maybe we'll talk about that.
Yeah, we could definitely talk about that.
Horrendous. And if you want to come on and talk about it, that'd be interesting too.
Hell yeah.
Okay. Where was
I can never. There's one movie that he made about a guy who gets his dog stolen. He gets his dog kidnapped and he hires a private investigator to get his dog back. But I can never remember the name of that movie.
Oh, is that oh my God.
But that's it's pretty straightforward movie. It's the first Quentin Dupre movie that's like straightforward.
Oh, wait a minute. Did he make that movie? I know what your movie you're talking about because I've seen it.
Right.
I think I've seen it, unless I'm thinking of a different movie. Let me look at his IMDb.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now, but I don't see it.
No, I don't see it. So maybe you're thinking of someone else.
No, it's definitely him. Definitely him. I remember.
And then it's not the movie I'm thinking of.
Looking on this. I clicked on him as director, though, and maybe I should have clicked on him as writer. Maybe he didn't direct it. Maybe he just wrote it.
There's a movie where it's like, I'm trying to remember.
Maybe it's
guy's
reality.
dog gets stolen and it has like doesn't it have like a diamond collar or something? And it's like a script writer in the movie.
Yeah,
And
sounds
it's like,
familiar.
It's like a drug lord. Oh God, what the fuck movie am I? What is this called? It's gonna drive me crazy.
I know. It's driving
That movie
me
sucks.
crazy.
I did not like that movie.
You didn't like it?
No.
Look,
I don't remember why I didn't like it. I remember just not liking it.
You barely like any movies, so
That is
I'm
true.
always amazed when you like anything.
That is true.
Yeah. Just like some stuff. I want to do one stream with you where we talk about how good something is. We've never been able to do that, Sitch.
That's not true.
I guess we've kind of done it about Fight Club. We both really like Fight Club.
Fight Club is amazing.
Yeah.
I did read your chat. Twitter sucks. Listening to Nia Sarkeesian is like being waterboarded with a spray bottle. Doesn't hurt, but you beg for the sweet embrace of death because it's so annoying. Thank you, Drew the Dogman. 7 Psychos. That's the movie I was thinking of. Holy shit. I can't believe you got it from my like horrible, bizarre like explanation of it.
7 Psychos I need to watch again because you've multiple times said you thought that was a really good movie, but
I said it was bad. I think it was a bad movie.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm thinking of a different movie then. Obviously,
that's the one where the dog gets kidnapped. I thought that's the movie you were talking about, but this guy did not make this movie, so I don't know. And I'll be real, I don't even remember the movie. I don't remember why I didn't like it. I just remember not liking it.
Yeah.
Good on you, Drew. Okay. Where was Placid Phoenix for $2 says based A-team women equal cringe, get back to the action. There you go.
Yeah, that's true. Like, why do we even have to have a love story B story? Like, come on. So fucking soy.
Adam should watch Mob Psycho. Mob Psycho is great.
I am watching that, and it is good.
Malik for $10 says, fun fact, part of the reason why Captain America 4 is still undergoing reshoots is because they were going to introduce a Jewish Zionist superhero, and the OG movie title was New World Order. Is that true? That's not true. That can't be possibly be true.
I don't know. Maybe it is. What is I wasn't really listening. I found the movie. The movie is called Wrong.
Listen to me carefully.
So Quentin Dupuy. Dupuy. That's how. Dupuy. I'm pronouncing that right? D-U-P-I-E-U-X. Dupuy.
Okay.
He has a movie called Wrong. And he also has a movie called Wrong Cops. The fuck are you doing, Quentin? Why are you making things so confusing for us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, let me bring the... You think we can watch this and not get in trouble?
No.
It's just a trailer.
No.
Let's just watch a little
about
bit
this
of
stupid
it.
Fucking movie, Adam.
It's 2013, okay? We'll be safe.
No. It's not worth risking for some dumb fucking movie. Trailer
Okay.
that I don't care about.
Who's this actor? Because I do like this actor who plays
That
the guy.
guy?
Yeah,
That guy's been in a bunch of things. I don't know his name. But
he got his dog napped.
he was in. He was the guy that the Joker fake blows up in The Dark Knight.
Oh, you're right. I think he was also in Equilibrium. He played one of the underground guys.
But yeah, he's like a character actor. He's just all over the place. I don't know what the guy's name is, but
This is what Sitch looks like here. This is the hero of Wrong. Can't believe you didn't like this. Look,
I've never seen
2012 Sundance Film Festival official
exciting.
selection.
So exciting.
And Sitch doesn't like it.
That guy looks familiar too.
Oh yeah, because it's like looking in the mirror, Sitch. That's why it
I don't
looks
look
familiar
anything like
to you.
that.
This is exactly what Sitch looks like.
I don't have a douchey mustache like that.
Sitch definitely has a douchey mustache.
Okay. William Fitcher, is that his name?
One time we were
That is his name, thank you.
live streaming on, I think it was a weekday, and I totally got knocked off my game because I realized Sitch had his camera on his on the Zoom meeting.
He could have doxed me to the whole world. That's right.
And I kept looking because Sitch is like waving his hands around and like gesturing wildly as he's making his points.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my God, this is amazing.
If only Sitch had a camera.
Look at this. Who's this guy? He's in some movies too. I've seen
I don't
him.
know. That doesn't look familiar to me.
All right.
Oh wait, I found the thing that Malik was talking about. I never heard about this. This is from 2022.
Mm-hmm.
With an Israeli superhero, Marvel wades into an intractable conflict. The studio has angered many Palestinians and their supporters by casting the actress Shira Haz to play Sabra, a mutant Mossad agent in a Captain America movie. Now, this is in 2022. Can you imagine this coming out now? Oh my God.
Oh, yeah. We'd be in big trouble.
It was the latest addition to a fantasy world populated by ever-growing cast of superheroes and villains. Marvel Studios announced this past week that had cast Israeli actress Shira Haz to play Sabra, a mutant Israeli police officer turned Mossad agent, in the next installment of the Captain American franchise. Please, God. Please give us a Captain America movie with a mutant Israeli police Mossad agent in the year 2024, 2025. The tears. Oh, the tears. The tears would be like manna from heaven. Okay, could you imagine?
That'd be pretty
Could you
good.
imagine? I haven't heard about this. Is this still in the works? Is this still being produced? That's kind of wild. In 2022, people were complaining about that. Enough that it would have some kind of difference.
Oh, look at this. Who's this guy? Who's this actor? He looks familiar to me. I brought up the wrong Cops trailer from 2013. Quentin Dupieux makes a movie every 3 months, just so you know.
Wow. Okay.
He's got a new.
Churn them out.
Well, it's probably once a year. It's probably, obviously, I'm being hyperbolic, but who's this actor? Is this actor familiar to you?
Don't know, and I don't care.
Why not?
I don't know. Chad Summer for €5 says, read about the Benin expedition of 1897, fun times in Africa. I feel like it's not going to be fun times the way you're saying that.
Sounds like it's going to be horrible.
Benin expedition of 1897 was a punitive expedition by a British force of 1,200 men under Sir Harry Rawson. It came in response to the ambush and slaughter of 250 strong party led by British acting Consul General James Phillips of the Niger Coast Protectorate. Rawson's troop captured Benin City and indeed the kingdom of Benin itself, which was eventually absorbed into Nigeria. The expedition freed captives held by the Oba. Okay. You know, it's not good when the kingdom of Benin, their flag is literally someone cutting off someone else's head.
Ooh. I mean, isn't that kind of based for a flag?
This is that's not a good sign. Let me show you this is apparently the Benin flag. Okay. Little too on the nose here with your flag design. Okay. I want to see CGP Grey respond to this flag.
Okay, I'll bring the flag up.
Yeah.
This actor is Marilyn Manson, Sitch. I can't believe you didn't get it. That you're so.
Who the fuck knows what Marilyn Manson looks like without makeup?
Well, look, it looks
for
just
real.
like him. That is Marilyn Manson.
Mm-hmm.
All right, this is our new channel flag here. Okay.
Is this really the Benin flag? Like, what the fuck is this?
This is a new official Sitch and Adam flag. Okay. As you can see, you have me on the left there.
Mm-hmm.
You have Sitch on the right.
Wow, terrible.
I'm just kidding. Okay, that was a joke.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you get for not liking rubber.
Oh, wait a minute. It says this flag is an unidentified West African flag that was brought to Britain after the Benin expedition. Debate exists over the origin of the flag, including which West African people created it. Okay, so
look, you ruined it already. Yeah.
This is what this Wikipedia said. I don't know. It's fucking confusing.
I heard that flag is like the ring. If you bring it up on a live stream and people
really?
see it, like, yeah, some crazy bitch comes out of the TV and kills you.
I don't think that's going to happen. A
Look.
tire's obviously going to come out of out of the street and blow your head up.
I can't believe you'd risk it, though. How dare you?
There you go. Okay.
Everyone watching this live stream, you better sleep with your peace tonight.
There you go. In case any tires show up.
That's right.
On the nose or on the neck. There you go. It's a good one. Bubba Peck for 23 months says, quote, the last time that happened, end quote. Adam, I feel like we're forgetting a few plot holes from The Acolyte. Not that I blame you for trying to forget. There you go.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of plot holes in The Acolyte.
Dan Richards for 3 months says, of course, Luke Skywalker can be the Sith Lord Smilo Ren. The show has established not being born yet doesn't stop you from being in The Acolyte. That's a good point. That's a great point. Bernewski for $10, thanks so much, says, unrelated, but did you guys see Brianna Greyjoy is pushing the, quote, IDF training dogs to have sex with Palestinians conspiracy theory on X? I did see that. I have no fucking clue what she's referencing at all, why that's even a thing, why she's talking about that. But I did see that she was pushing this weird fucking thing.
Palestinians having sex with dogs? Is that?
No,
what?
that the IDF trained dogs to rape Palestinians.
What? Really?
I mean, that's what she's. I have no fucking. I don't know where this came from, what she's talking about, but.
Oh, okay. Is that even possible? Can you imagine? Oh my God.
Isn't it funny that like Brianna Greyjoy still to this day praises the Squirrel account and misappropriates the UN sexual assault reports to say that there wasn't sexual assault, even though the UN report said there was sexual assaults.
Right, based on some anonymous Twitter squirrel.
Right. Yeah, she still doesn't believe there are any sexual assaults, but she believes a random person on Twitter claiming that the IDF had a dog rape someone.
Right. Yeah. Well, one appeals to what she actually wants to believe, Sitch. Get it?
Mm-hmm.
You understand how that works?
I do. Right.
You can just use some anonymous account if it's something you really, really want to believe.
I think it's so funny that like when people are like, oh, there was a bunch of sexual assault that happened on October 7th. She's like, proof. Do you proof? So, and then someone is like, the IDF is training dogs to rape prisoners. Oh, well, that's obviously true.
Oh my God.
It's like, are you fucking kidding me?
How is this person? How do people like respect and admire this person?
Because they're idiots.
I guess.
Dan Richards for 3 months says, of course, Luke Skywalker can be. Oh, I read that one. Bernus, I read that one. I want to pull over Kada. And Alien for 10 Aussie bucks. Thanks so much. Says, still 2 hours behind because of time zones. But I just noticed EFAP covered this video like a month ago. They lost their mind with how bad it is. You're in for a long stream. Yeah, I'm going to have to check that out because I just first saw this video like a few days ago when you sent it to me.
Yeah.
Poopa for €10 says the plot should be the vehicle for storytelling and I read that one. And semiotics, if you break that, how are we supposed to keep going? Good point.
Yep. Excellent point.
Cameraman 502 for 60 months. Thanks so much. Says Headland, that's the director and writer of Acolyte, is now claiming that calling Acolyte queer is reductive. I'm starting to notice a bit of PR panic at Lucasfilms from prior cheerleading. I hope so.
Calling it a TV show is reductive.
That's true. That's true. That's the only way things will get better. So. Lives and Devs Wall specifically for $5 says, I have it on good authority that what women want is cheese. I try to keep a cheese plate handy at all time. Ditto chocolate. You know what? That's fucking true.
Wise words. Yeah.
That's the most true shit you've ever said, cheese? Lives and Devs Walls. Women love cheese. Bitches love them some cheese. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
And chocolate.
Yeah.
But cheese more so, I'd say.
Yeah.
Fondue for 27 months says they don't make these shows for women, they make them for men. I'm convinced they're trying to make men like feminist women. It's incel behavior. True.
Yep. Yep. When you suggest
Panzer Dude says, I think it's neat how EFAP and your guys' coverage was so differently destructive to this guy. That's good. I guess that's good. We both had very different but equally destructive critiques.
Yeah, well, I'll have to listen back. Yeah.
Vile Van Gogh for $10. Thank you so much. Says, when you suggest the film Brazil to your girlfriend and she asks you what it's about, say you think it's a quote fun, lighthearted romance film, and pray she doesn't do a Google image search.
Right.
What happens if you do an image search for Brazil? A movie.
You could do that with Clockwork Orange too. What?
There you go. I assume that it would show the weird bird guy, like in his dreams. Oh, it shows the gross facelift scene. And the baby mask.
Do a search for Beyond the Black Rainbow.
We know what that was. The little baby you were scared of.
It's terrifying. Okay, don't make fun of me.
Okay. Okay.
Next time you visit, I'm gonna put that picture up on your nightstand next to the bed.
Oh, okay.
You can wake up in the middle of the night and go, ah.
This is a meme someone made about the Anthony guy from EFAP.
Oh yeah, I brought it
must
up.
Be lying.
Yes.
I mean, that's pretty accurate.
Who sent me this? Was it Dr. Diddler?
Dr. Diddler.
Thank you, Dr. Diddler.
Fondue for $5 says, in the anime Gunbuster, they use time dilation as a factor in the story between the characters. I think it's great, or maybe it's just my nostalgia. That's cool. I've never seen Gunbusters, but that sounds interesting.
Don't they use that in it's not Interstellar. What's his other movie? Where they have time dilation? No, Tenet is amazing. It's the other movie. The so-so one that everyone loves with the spinning top. Inception. There we go. I thought of it before you.
I think most people thought Inception was like his best movie.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It was okay.
Oh my God. Sitch is like.
It's a movie about people in their dreams and no one's flying around with anime Goku hair blowing people up. They're just shooting each other. I was like, what is this nonsense?
This is why our media channel is going to flop, because movies that people love is just going to be like, yeah, that sucked.
Listen, if someone invades my dreams, there's not going to be a bunch of guys in suits with guns, okay? Fucking Super Saiyan, Ultra Instinct Goku's going to descend from the heavens with Saitama. They're going to start knocking people's shit out, all right?
Mm-hmm. Invading your dreams.
There you go. Fondue for $2 says, but Sitch isn't open-ended type 4, just one again. Is it? I'm going to say no. And not give an explanation why. No, because the open ending 4 is saying that there's multiple endings, but that each one works. Number 1 is saying there is no ending intentionally, but the point of there not being an ending is like the theme of the story specifically. That makes sense. So they're different. The Booster for $5 says, my favorite time of the week, media literacy with Adam and Sitch. Thank you, Booster.
Yeah, thanks.
Final Frostasy for $2. Look at that. It says, hey now, how about Total Recall's ending?
Oh, yeah.
I never. How about it?
You didn't like Total Recall's ending?
I did like the original.
It was a twist ending. A twist.
I saw the remake and I remember not liking it that much.
There was a remake? Boy, I'm out of it. When did they do the remake? I should have seen that.
It was with what's his face?
Oh, you're right. They did that a long time ago.
That guy.
Yeah.
It was like a while ago. Colin Farrell, yes.
Yeah, I do remember that now.
Yeah.
And I think, I think I did see it, and I was like, I blocked it out because it was so awful. It's like, how the fuck could they? It was not even. It was like a completely different plot to the original movie.
I remember seeing it, but I don't remember anything about it. It's different? What's different about it?
It's very different. I think it's more sci-fi. Like, I think his job is like making robots in some robot factory or something like that.
Did they take all the Mars stuff out?
I don't remember. I should watch it again though.
There's no the original doesn't have an open ending, does it? I mean, he wonders if it was a dream, but I thought I never like I know it's like, oh, was it really? And I'm like, I just assumed it wasn't, that it was all legitimate, but
Of course.
Kayla Stroh for $10 says, oh no, it's the media literacy crowd. Ironically, any piece of media will be, quote, problematic within 5 years. Watch as they overanalyze the politics of anything they watch. True.
True. Great super chat. Love
And
it.
Kayla Stroh for another $10. Thank you so much. Says, ironically, this guy criticizes Lily and Michaela. Michaela? I guess that's Lily
Michaela
Orchard.
Peterson.
No. Lily Orchard's channel used to be Lily and Michaela. However, he is making the same argument that they make in their, quote, Mary Sue's Are Fun video. If you want to see a video with horrible arguments, LOL.
Ooh.
Oh my God. Did Lily Orchard make a pro Mary Sue video? Okay. Interesting. Lucifer Doman for 2 Canadians says, A team reigns supreme. Also, let's go Oilers. There you go.
Yeah. Let's go Oilers. Plus
Sigma
A team reigns supreme, obviously.
Sigma the Rose for 15 months says, imagine not calling the second channel the Adam and Sitch show.
Someone said Adam and Sitch movie reviews, which would be ASMR.
Yes,
I was
which
like,
is a funny idea.
That is pretty good. Yeah.
That is pretty funny.
Now we're making ASMR videos.
Yeah. O or zero, is it zero or O? O0 Kayla for $10. Thanks so much. Says, Adam, fake it till you make it surgeon reminds me of an old Kids in the Hall skit where a blood-drenched doctor admits to becoming chief surgeon by the way of charm.
By the
There
fake
you
it
go.
till you make it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That really rubs me the wrong way. I don't like the whole fake it till you make it attitude.
I could tell.
Yeah.
Kayla Stroh for $10 says, LOL, I make a similar argument. Difference is constructing a straight action movie versus an overarching saga where the protagonist grows. This is exactly like Lily and Michaela. This guy is terrible. There you go. Ego Shadox for 25 months. Thanks so much for being discipline equals freedom for 25 months. Says, my body is ready for Sitch versus Adam gaming content. More of you guys is always a treat.
We've done some gaming streams.
Yeah, but we gotta do some more.
Yeah, no. We did one that was a lot of fun that we didn't even record as a gaming stream, which we should have.
We should have. That's
I've
true.
gone back to some of our gaming streams. Like, I believe we recorded us playing Portal, which was a lot of fun.
Yep.
Yeah.
Portal and Minecraft.
Yep.
And we played that game with like 10 people in the Discord like 2 years ago.
Yeah. They're on Adam Friended secret channel, I believe. And I don't think they're unlisted. I think you can find them if you want to watch them.
And watch me leaving Adam to die at night in Minecraft, which
But
is the only reason I wanted to play.
And laughing maniacally because I don't know what I'm doing.
That was literally
Terrible.
the only reason I wanted to play Minecraft with Adam was to let him die at night.
Terrible.
Because I hid in
friend.
like a hole in the mountain somewhere and watched him die.
Terrible. Yep.
Jimber Jamber for $5 says, I pray for your brain cells. EFAP did this video and I almost didn't make it. Also, I'm grilling ribs and it's almost basting time. Cheers. Well, nice. Look at that.
Yeah, ribs are delicious. I love me some ribs. What kind of ribs do you like, Sitch? You like
I like the baby back.
Beef ribs or pork ribs?
Baby back's pork, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then those are the best ones.
Delicious. Yeah.
Though sometimes it's very hit or miss. Sometimes when you go to the Chinese restaurant and they give you the spare ribs, they can either be really good or really shitty.
Yeah.
It's like no in between.
Yeah. Those are good.
But usually baby back are like consistently good.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to Hoggly Woggly tomorrow.
Okay.
I'm going to do it right after we stream.
Nice.
It's going to be so good.
I'm gonna get barbecue now too. Some really unhealthy ribs.
Nice.
J-Mac, our Circuit Fire, thanks so much for the $20. Says, just heard you guys read my super chat. I would love to come on for a D&D themed media stream. I'd like to think I've got some interesting perspectives since this stuff comes up all the time in our tabletop RPG development. Yeah, exactly.
Let's do it. Be great.
Stanley6 for $5 says, there are no stakes in, quote, a ghost story that come from the plot.
What? And that was his one example?
No, that wasn't. He had some other. He didn't bring up a ghost story.
I thought that was a clip that he played.
No, he brought up a clip from movie Pulse.
Oh, that was a stupid clip?
Yes. I'd never seen a ghost story. I've seen I remember seeing the trailer of it because it's weird. It's like the person who's the ghost and they're wearing like the stereotypical ghost sheet. But
Honeybee says Adam may turn into a Hoggly Woggly. Will
That's
you take
true.
that
If he eats
back?
too much barbecue.
I'm actually losing weight. I'm doing good. I'm exercising every day. I'm eating healthy.
That's cool.
But, every once in a while, you got to have some Hoggly Woggly.
Mm.
Texas barbecue. Oh, it's so good. Their brisket
Honeybee's
is delicious.
Lucy. Lucy snuck in some gifted subs and I missed it because I didn't.
Did you really?
I didn't recognize they changed their name. Terrible.
Oh,
Classic sticker behavior. Okay.
she got tired of you giving her a hard time.
Must be it. Brian Decker, thank you for the $2 and for all the other $20 and $10 you gave us.
Hell yeah.
Oh, there it is. Honeybee for 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Honeybee, despite being a dirty sticker.
Terrible. Sitch can't let it go. Look, just if
never
you use chopsticks once, Sitch
Chopsticks.
sees you as like a serial killer.
It's true. It's
Right.
true.
You're on par with Hitler, someone who
It's
uses
true.
chopsticks.
Hitler used chopsticks, obviously. That's why he teamed up with Japan.
He's like, I like these guys. They know how to
They
eat.
use chopsticks like cave people. Squirrel and Oz for 5 Aussie bucks says, in Fight Club, the character Marla and also the character Bob may also be imaginary. That can't be true. I don't believe that for a second.
They're imaginary?
No way.
Bob is Meatloaf's character?
Yes.
He died? Kayla's not imaginary. Like
Does
they're
Bob get
literally
shot, or
holding
is that
hands.
a different character that gets shot?
Kayla is holding hands with him at the end of the movie. That's
Marla.
ridiculous.
Fuck's Kayla.
Oh yeah, Marla. Who died? Kayla, I don't know. Kayla, Marla, whoever.
No, they gotta be real.
Bob is dead, and Marla and the narrator get together.
Bob and his big tits.
His big boobies. His big man boobies.
Sitch, have you seen Teeth? I have not seen Teeth. That's the one where the woman has like teeth on her vagina or whatever.
Yeah, I mean,
No, I've not seen that.
it's actually relatively common, Sitch.
Oh, is it? Is that a
No,
common
I'm just-
thing?
No, I'm just
Interesting. I don't know who you've been dating.
obviously I'm making that up.
Fondue for $5 says we'd be lucky if they're willing to wait only 10 years, considering they're still defending Stalin's Russia. True. Equal Shit Ox for $5 says this guy's Venn diagram of right wingers versus lying grifters is a circle.
Oh yeah.
It's funny. And Equal Shit Ox for another $5. Thank you. Says, oh, you sent it twice. Oh wait, no, it says different. This guy's Venn diagram of right winger and quote not a hard lefty is also a circle. Okay, there you go. That's pretty good. Lives in Dev's Wall specifically for Joe says, thank God I'm not Anthony Birch. Yes, Anthony Birch, that was the guy I was talking about who the creator of Borderlands, who's so cucked. So cucked, they actually made a song about it called Thank God I'm Not, or was it Thank God I'm Not Anthony Birch? Is the name of the song. It's pretty funny. Or at least I'm not Anthony Birch is the name of the song. The Magna Defender for $10 says, I was using Oogle Gay Outway today. Oh, that's funny. For tickets. Next thing I know, it recommends an Ovid K card. Like, what the fuck is 2024? No one cares about Ovid K anymore. Oogle Gay is so out of touch. What the fuck's a COVID card?
Is it Google Gay?
It was Google Wallet.
Right.
Yeah.
A COVID card?
What is a COVID card?
When you get
like
your
the
COVID
vaccine card that says
vaccination,
you got a
yeah.
vaccine?
Yeah.
Who still uses one of those?
You don't have your Vax card?
I don't know.
How do you get in? How are you able to use Google? You have to input it into Google just to Google anything.
That's not true. That's not true.
Gotta have your vaccine, guys.
Okay. Become the Night for $10 says, hey, just want to say thanks to Adam. I got a copy of Save the Cat, and it's a fabulous book. I have a story I've been cooking for years. This book is invaluable. P.S. Sorry, Adam. It's a musical. LOL.
Oh, well, look, I forgive you for the musical, but look, that's great. I'm glad you got something out of Save the Cat.
That's wonderful, yeah.
It's a good book. It tells you the basics. So someone in our comments was criticizing my recommendation of Save the Cat because there are a number of movie plots that are similar to one another, and they blame that on the book Save the Cat. And I was like, what? I mean, that's kind of weird, right?
Like, what were the movies they were talking about?
I can't remember, but they basically said there's like a series of plot beats that are in. They listed like 4 or 5 different movies that all share these.
There's a series of plot beats that have existed in movies for like 50 years.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, why
Save the Cat for that?
I'm like, why the hell are you blaming Save the Cat?
Right.
And it doesn't change the fact that Save the Cat is still a good book.
True.
Yeah. So, I mean, look, if you don't want to read Save the Cat because that offends your sensibilities, that's fine.
Okay.
Don't do it.
The most dope for 17 months says, wish I could catch more weekday streams live, but they start so early for me. Oh well. Anyway, the power of 1, the power of 2, the power of 18.
Oh, please. You're doing it again. Oh my God.
That's your new 18 moniker.
You're coming for me. Jeez. I feel sexually assaulted every time you say that. Don't do it.
Metalworks 411. Keep doing it. Metalworks 411.90 for $10 says, I watched Steven Universe, and Steven's character is the complete antithesis to the woke crowd. An example is an episode of him trying. He can get his uncle come to Thanksgiving dinner and tolerate people's different views.
Oh, really? So
There you go.
it is just like preaching at you.
Right, but Metalworks is saying it's the antithesis because he's like trying to tolerate other people's different views, right?
Yeah, I haven't seen Steven Universe, so I'm, in the same boat as you.
Right.
Like maybe it's great, and I just haven't
Skeptical
seen
would
it.
have been great, but
Could be amazing.
Fondue
Gotta
for
check it
$2
out.
says, oh my God, it's the pipeline. Not again, the pipeline. Rich Jammer for 27 months says, this guy's not lying. It's just the Mandela effect. He comes from a dimension where everything he says is correct. There you go.
Unfortunately, that's most people.
That's true.
Most people believe everything they
Right.
say is correct.
Fondue for $10 says, I think the idea is that this guy wants you to feel you are wrong when you don't like movies, especially if you're a left wing. If you are validated in how bad it is, you will feel good not liking it.
Yeah.
True. Cameraman 502 for $5 says, Brianna Greyjoy is absolutely not doubling on insane Israel hate with her dog training tweet.
Did you really tweet this out? My God.
He did. I looked at it, yeah. It's
Wow.
pretty crazy.
Pretty insane.
Merlin for 19 months, thanks so much, says Rip Blonde AOC. There you go.
What
It's
happened?
gone.
Oh, yeah, we got rid of that
Got rid of her.
quite a while ago. So
We got rid of her for Double Anna. Much better than Blonde AOC.
hell yeah.
Mr. Borelli for $10 says, did you guys know that James Bond was actually in the closet the whole time and he just acted like a playboy to suppress this truth? A brilliant idea for the next 007 film. Unironically, yes. True.
I mean, they would love that idea because you'd be forced to have like 7 different gay sex scenes between 2 men.
There you go.
Right. James Bond will be hitting it with every strange guy in Europe.
Yeah, can't wait to see that movie do well. James
That is
Bond just
yeah.
trying to nail a bunch of dudes.
That is exactly the kind of movie guys want to see, right?
Yeah, of course.
Lots of climactic action.
Emphasis on climax. Lives and
Look,
Dead
I
Well
think that's going to kill the franchise, Sitch. I'm just going to be honest with you.
I've never liked double James Bond, so I'm fine with that.
You're like, okay.
Lives and Does Wall specifically for $5 says, ask Dev about schizophrenic colon the whore mangler. Okay, I'll ask him. Mr. Bradley for $5 says crime stinks. The smell of penetration. He knows the truth. Dolph Lundgren is Dr. Dolph Lundgren. Interesting. Fondue for $2 says, is this the Palestinian version of buck breaking? Yes. Yes, it is. Fast and Bulbous for $5 says, why is Brianna Joy Gray? Why do we as a society let this happen? Is it a punishment from the gods?
Yes.
Listen, Brianna Greyjoy is not punishment. She's a gift. Okay, she's the gift of Lolcow in its like purest form, manifesting before our eyes. Be happy. Be
Isn't
happy that
she
we've been granted
gone?
this gift.
Look, I kind of think she's
I want her back on the
inconsequential
hill.
now.
I want
Oh,
a
yeah.
hill segment talking about dogs raping Palestinians. Okay,
Oh my God.
that's
Robbie,
that's a gift.
Robbie would have to defend that. Poor Robbie.
Like, Brianna, I don't know if that's true. Has there any been confirmation about this? Well, Robbie, I saw the Twitter squirrel tweet it out, and let me tell you something. They're a viable source of information.
Yeah.
Dr. Diller for $2 says, Sitch, be honest. Did you get miffed that Mahler didn't invite you to the EFAP on this, so you made your own? No, I didn't even know they covered this. I didn't know this video existed until Adam sent it to me like on Thursday or something. Originally, I wanted to do the monk debate, but it's not officially out yet. So they were taking all the videos down that were covering it.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
So hopefully whenever it comes out, we'll cover it because it's really hilarious. And there's lots of angry arguments in it. So
we couldn't cover it.
Yeah. Dr. Diller for $2 says, perhaps, excuse me, perhaps we were too hard on Sitch. After all, we haven't bullied Adam into lifting. So we should be bullying both of you. Who is with me?
I've been lifting on stream. I got my dumbbells right here.
You're gonna
me.
Do some cat curls, some pussy curls, as they call them.
Oh my God, is that really what they call them? I'm not gonna do them if they call them pussy.
That's what the
curls.
kids are calling it. It's a TikTok trend to curl your cat and call it pussy curling.
Is it? Well, I have been doing that quite a bit actually.
There you go. Look, you're a TikTok star, Adam.
Well, good. I might have to. Where's this TikTok? I'm signing up.
Dr. Diller for $2 says Mel Brooks has a lot of dumb opinions. He said one of the points of Blazing Saddles was to show that the racism that was absent from most Westerns. What? He said one of the points of Blazing Saddles was to show the racism that was absent from most Westerns, where racism isn't relevant to the story at all. So it'd be odd to include. Oh, like he was complaining that there wasn't racism in Westerns? That's stupid. That wasn't the point of Blazing Saddles. What the fuck? The point of Blazing Saddles was just to be funny, I thought. And to be like, well, like if you were doing, I mean, I guess I see what he's saying. Like if you were to be kind of like more accurate, people would have been more racist back then. But
let's bring up some Blazing Saddles clips. We should watch those on stream. They drop a lot of M-bombs in the.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I watched Blazing Saddles recently again. I had forgot. They say the N-word like constantly.
They do, yeah. It's like
yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's like Pulp Fiction. Pulp Fiction levels of N-word.
Yeah. Yep. Sala for $2 says, I talked to someone who read Fire and Blood, and he said it makes sense to tone down Blood and Cheese because in universe is based on 3 sources, 2 of which are pro-green, so it makes sense that the truth is more nuanced. That's interesting. I think I said that in the stream, but that I guess that kind of makes sense.
Totally makes
but I still think it
sense.
was done pretty lamely in the show with them like asking the mom and the mom just kind of like standing there. It's like, why wouldn't they just check, you know? So, or just kill both of them? Like, why do they care? Why would he hire these random assassins to do it instead of him doing it himself when he's supposed to be like one of the most badass like fighters in like the realm? So, I don't know. Well, part of that
Blood and Cheese are the characters in House of the Dragon
that killed the
kid.
baby.
Yeah,
for the kid.
Gotcha.
Seller for $2 says, what plot holes are forgivable in a story? Obviously, one plot hole does not equal story as shit. By the way, I know someone who argued that Rey closing her eyes and focusing means she's not a Mary Sue. Well, that's pretty retarded. I mean, I don't know if I could give you like what plot, like a generic universal statement on what plot holes are forgivable in a story. Generally, plot holes you don't notice are the most forgivable, right?
Obviously, yeah. Look at the plot hole. But the argument people will make is, well, someone's going to notice it, and therefore it's unforgivable.
Well, you should try to avoid it if you can.
Right. I think of it more like a cost-benefit analysis, right? A plot hole is an obvious cost. And if you can avoid those costs and get the benefits without it, but I mean, sometimes you write yourself into a corner. Like you have to get rid of something that's actually great.
So
get rid of the plot hole.
Let me give an example. So like going back to the video we just watched. So like let's say they had mentioned like how they didn't have faster than light speed travel or something. And then that guy at the end, the replicant, makes the comment about, you know, fighting near Orion or whatever. And that happens because, you know, when Ridley Scott or whoever wrote the script, like literally didn't know the science of faster than light speed travel. And so that's a plot hole. So, okay, it's kind of like forgivable. It's just like a scientific error or mistake on the writers, you know, doing. It's like, okay, I mean, it's like not a huge deal, right? Where where I say an unforgivable plot hole is something like in Battlestar Galactica, it becomes very clear that, so in Battlestar Galactica, one of the major plot points is that some of the crew are not human, that they're really Cylons, really these robots, like replicants sent to replace them. But it becomes very clear that when they're writing the show, they didn't know who was going to be the robots. And they kind of did it like after the fact backwards. And it creates massive plot holes that don't make any sense.
That's obviously the most unforgivable.
Like so here, actually, let me fix that. Let me revise that. So in Battlestar Galactica, there's a character who is discovered to be a Cylon who's been married to this woman and they have a child. Okay. So
that's a big plot hole if they're a robot.
Well, no. So, but they apparently can somehow have babies with humans, which is through a process that's not explained. Okay.
That's a fucking giant plot hole.
I know. But wait, but that's not even the plot hole. Okay. So the woman, when she finds out that her husband is a Cylon, she's in such distress that she kills herself and the baby. Okay.
That's a little weird.
So it's very strong response, very strong emotional response, right? Okay. This is a problem because at the end of the series, they decided that they wanted to make the entire point of the show that God is trying to create a human Cylon hybrid. Okay.
God is unable to do this.
Like
not
God,
much of a God, is he?
Right. The problem is, so they want to have a different child that is born from the relations of a human and a Cylon to be like the divine Jesus, whatever crossbreed. But they fucked up because they already had that plot point in like 2 seasons ago, right?
Oh, so they already achieved it.
Right. But then they realized that would undermine the finale being special about God wanting the human Cylon like child. So they do this like bullshit, like contrived nonsense where it's like in the 4th season, it's like, oh, flashback. It turns out that woman who thought that her husband was a Cylon, she actually was cheating on him. We just never talked about it with an actual human, and the baby was a human baby the whole time. Which you say, well, wait a minute. You're telling me a woman killed herself and her own child because she was so disgusted that it could be a half human, half Cylon.
And it wasn't even real.
It wasn't because she was cheating on him and she never thought to like check to make sure before she killed herself and her baby that it wasn't a human baby. Which when you're cheating on someone, it could very well be.
That's a pretty big plot hole.
Yeah, so that's like pretty unforgivable.
I committed
plot
suicide without thinking, oh yeah, I was screwing this other guy.
Yeah.
That could have been the dad.
You might want to check before you kill yourself and your baby, right? So
Yeah.
I'm gonna say that's an unforgivable plot hole right there.
Horrible.
Isn't that insane that the end of Battlestar Galactica is literally God did it?
It's horrible, yeah.
That's wild.
I've never watched any of that series, but
yeah,
sounds cringe. I think the super chat though was asking what plot holes are forgivable, implying that there are no forgivable plot holes. So, but I can't really think of a plot hole that is forgivable at the moment.
Well,
I'm
sure there's plot holes in Pulp Fiction or
yeah,
American Psycho or Fight Club that you go, okay, it's a plot hole, but I'm forgive it. That's fine. It's still a good movie.
Yeah, and look, I don't necessarily forgive it because I noticed it. Like you said, if the plot hole is something that I don't even notice while I'm watching the movie, obviously I forgive it because like I didn't even notice it.
Right.
Yeah. How can you forgive something like that you don't even notice?
Sure.
Yeah.
Dr. Dillard for $2 says, if you don't critique shit because it has, quote, queer representation, you're telling companies, number one, you are stupid and will bark and clap when you see gay people. Number two, they can pump out sewage and you'll take rainbow sludge smiling. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Dr. Dillard for another $2 says, I've always been a big fan of those, quote, death of a franchise guys until I found out that they do politics too. Ew.
Do you think that's going to happen?
Of course that's going to happen.
No.
Of course it'll happen.
Everyone's going to say we're right wingers.
Maybe. We'll see.
I don't care. I really don't give a fuck anymore. I'm so beyond giving a fuck. It's like, there's nothing wrong with being a right winger, you bigot.
Right.
Yeah.
I forgot about the Game of Thrones coffee cup. Is that like a plot hole? It's just like a fuck up when they were filming. Someone left their coffee cup in the shot.
Was that on Game of Thrones?
Yeah, wasn't it? I remember. Wasn't it the last season that there's like a shot where there's a coffee cup like right next to someone's chair?
Look, first of all, anything in the last season of Game of Thrones is unforgivable. Okay,
Well, that's true.
I don't care how fucking small the plot hole is.
That's true. That's true.
The way Game of Thrones season 8 ended, I'm not forgiving shit. Okay.
Right. Right. There's this. This is crazy. What is this? Living Dead Wall specifically for $2 says, gonna review the upcoming Spaceballs sequel. They're doing a Spaceballs sequel.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Because everyone needs more Spaceballs, man.
I
Are
mean,
you gonna have Rick Moranis in it? Is he reprising his role as Darth Vader?
well, no. What was his character name?
Darth Vader.
No, it wasn't. Dark Helmet.
Dark Helmet.
It's called Spaceballs 2: The Search for More Money. Well, I mean, first of all, fair enough.
Yeah,
That would be the
exactly.
title, yeah.
The subtitle answers your question, Sitch.
Right. Let's see. In June 2024 was announced that Brooks was producing a sequel directed by Josh Greenbaum from a screenplay by a bunch of people.
Is it really Greenbaum?
Josh Greenbaum. Yeah, I don't know who that is.
More Money. Greenbaum.
Oh, I got it.
Yeah.
What has this guy done? I'm not familiar with any of these things that he's done. Josh Gad is going to be in it. He will star in the film. Well, I like Josh Gad. He's the fat guy from Book of Mormon. He's kind of funny.
Oh yeah.
And
Wasn't
Kevin
he in Orgasmo
Salter
too?
Isn't he what?
He's in Orgasmo too.
I've never seen Orgasmo. He's in. It's hilarious.
I don't know. I think he is.
I don't think so.
It's
I
the
feel like he's
same
only been in
guys.
things recently.
Oh, okay.
Orgasmo's from like 1 billion years ago.
It's a new guy.
Let's see. Does he have a credit for Orgasmo? That's not.
How
that
dare
was
you?
Someone else.
How dare you fact check me?
I'm fact checking you. You're
Damn
wrong. And you have to apologize if you want to be a good faith media critic.
Okay. Well, I've decided not to be a good faith media critic because I don't like apologizing.
Okay. Most people probably know him as the voice of Olaf the Snowman in Frozen.
Ooh, no more Frozen, please.
Yeah.
I still have never seen Frozen, so.
Well, I'll probably watch it because I'm sure we'll talk about it, but I'm not expecting a lot. So I'm expecting it to be bad. I'm gonna be real here. I think Spaceballs does not hold up if you watch it today. I feel like it's very dated.
I didn't really like it the first time I saw it, so.
When I was a kid, I thought that movie was like one of the funniest movies ever made.
Yeah,
And I
that's
saw
how
it when I was older, and I was like, oof, it's rough.
that's how kids feel about that movie.
Maybe it was very just childish, but
Dark Helmet, get it?
I just thought, listen, when I was a little kid, I thought it was hilarious when they take out their lightsabers and they're holding them at their crotches like cocks. And Rick Moranis is like, my Schwartz is bigger than yours. I was like, that's peak comedy. Okay. We got dick jokes. JMac for $20. Thanks so much, JMac. Our circuit father says about the D&D art thing. I'm obsessed with it at the moment. They fixed the black-coated orcs by, wait for it, making them Mexican. No joke. One of them looks identical to my birth dad when he was young, minus the tusks. That's hilarious.
Can we look at this art? I just typed new D&D art.
I had seen on Twitter someone posted the orc art, and I thought it was funny. I didn't know what it was in reference to.
Yeah, they were saying now the orcs are Mexican or something. Now the orcs are Latino.
Mm-hmm.
I saw that too, but I didn't. The context was missing. Well, no, I guess the context is obvious. Like somebody changed something, but I didn't know it was D&D.
Where's the
orcs are in a lot of things, right? I mean,
yeah, of course.
How come nobody's trademarked orcs?
I don't know. Well, I'm sure you could probably trademark like a type of orc specifically, but like you can't trademark like the concept of an elf, right?
Yeah, I guess because it's from Greek mythology, right? Like Medusa.
No. Orcs?
You can't.
Orcs are from like the Brit mythology, isn't it? I don't know where orcs
I don't know.
Or is it like Germanic or something? I don't know. We looked it up once on stream. I don't remember the origin of the orc.
I'm going to trademark Medusa or the Pegasus.
Where's the what can I find this picture? I wanted to bring up that picture. Oh, here it is.
The orcs.
Yeah. You can bring it up here. Let me send it to you.
Send it.
So I saw this and I was like, what the fuck is this?
We'll bring it up immediately.
Yeah. You're right. And they even gave one the woke haircut, which is hilarious.
Oh, no.
Why did they do that? They gave one the woke haircut.
Oh, this is awful. This is like official D&D. Dungeons.
Supposedly, yes.
Dungeons and Dragons. I mean, they must have hired the artists off of Tumblr, right?
That's what it looks like.
Yeah, this haircut over here is particularly.
Here's a tweet about it from a guy who's like looks like he's just, oh my god. There's a Twitter account who's like a white guy doing like a soy jack face unironically. And he's tweeted out this picture and he said, "Not that we need another take on this topic, but what would Twitter be without another useless opinion? So here's mine. Not everything is made for you."
No way. I knew it was
Don't
coming.
like this?
I knew
totally
it was coming.
Fine. Don't incorporate it into your world. The end. It really is that easy.
Well, the problem with this is there was a time when Dungeons and Dragons was made for you, and then all of a sudden, like they've changed it. Now it's no longer for you. You're like, what? Well, wait, I have like 7 books and like all these different dice, and I'm addicted to playing Dungeons and Dragons, right?
Mm-hmm.
Psych, we pulled the wool out. We pulled the rug out from under you.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's not for you. Bitch. You sell your books at the pawn shop.
Right.
Do you like that? That is obviously
like that.
the gender studies elf, right?
Orc.
Oh, that's an orc?
It's an orc, yeah.
Look, all these monsters, they look the same to me.
I know.
You've seen one penis ear,
You're such
you've
a
seen them
bigot.
all.
You're such a bigot, Adam. I can't believe you. You think all orcs are the same?
Yeah, they are. They're not human, right?
No, they're orcs.
We should enslave them then. They should be
Wow,
our,
look at this guy. Can you believe this? He
they
wants
should
to
be our
enslave-
they should be our beasts of burden.
Look at this bigot. Oh my god. Can you believe this?
We ride on the backs of horses.
Uh-huh.
What's wrong with making these other species our... I wonder what orc meat tastes like.
Oh my god.
Let's make some orc steaks.
He wants to know what orc meat. This is insane.
Look, we were talking about ribs earlier, right? I asked you, I said, look, you like beef ribs or you like pork ribs or you like orc ribs? Which one?
I don't like orc ribs. Okay.
How do you know? You don't know until you try them, Sitch.
That's true. I haven't tried orc ribs.
When was the last time you had an orc rib?
Never.
Slathered in some barbecue sauce?
Never.
Jeez. Just because they look so human.
I guess that's supposed to be like the Mexican orc next to the gender studies orc.
Are these all orcs?
These are all orcs. Yes.
Okay.
Why they make them Mexican? That is so fucking weird. Because okay, so the origin of this was, so orcs, if you don't know, orcs.
Oh, look, they have a veal orc here.
Man, I got a text message distracting me.
Oh, did you? Okay. So we've
Okay,
got one orc. Oh, the orcs. Oh, a couple of the orcs they engage in falconry, it looks like. Right?
Yes. So there was this like controversy. So orcs, if you don't know, like the backstory, orcs are a very
protected
warrior.
class?
No, they're like a very like warrior race, often kind of like an evil race, or a very warlike, like kind of like barbarian-y-esque sort of race, generally in fantasy. You know, you see this in Lord of the Rings and other things. And someone, for some like psychotic reason, said that because like orcs were like a biological barbarian race, that meant that they were black coated.
No.
To
Oh,
which
no.
everyone was like, I think that makes you the racist, because that's not what anyone thought. Like, no one thought of orcs as like being black or something ever. I always saw them like, you know, orcs and Klingons, like kind of similar. I don't think of them as black coated or something like that. You've always had a fantasy like warrior races, barbarian races, things like that. I don't think that makes them like racially coded or whatever. So it's weird that in order to fight against that critique, they clearly now code them as Mexican or Hispanic. Isn't that fucking weird? Doesn't that just change the problem?
Or Hispanics, traditionally slaves.
Why would you just be like, oh, we want to avoid orcs being coded as black, so let's just code them as Hispanic intentionally? Like, give them sombreros and ponchos and like, I don't know. That's fucking weird to me. Put them in like a Mexican looking desert or something. Like, it's just so that's a weird decision. I don't get it.
Were Hispanics traditionally like a warrior race or something? I don't know why is a warrior race coded as black.
It's not. So I don't know. Really weird ass decision on D&D's part to like make the orcs Hispanic. So I don't know what's up with that. Lived in Deswall, specifically $5 says one solution: move to a new system and build a gate to keep by the book so alternatives are financially viable. And JMac Circa Far, thanks so much for $5 says you can't trademark most monsters or even spell names, but Dungeon Master is trademarked. Also DM'd you my orc dad. Oh look, there you go.
Let's see it.
I don't want to bring up JMac's dad's face.
Oh, okay.
But that's pretty funny. Okay. Anyways.
I'm like eating.
I know.
I'm starving, but are we done anyway? Okay.
We're done. Anyways.
That's it?
Yes. Anyways. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you all for coming.
It's not doing the harmonica. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you all
for your. If you want to do the outro, you can do the outro.
No, just
don't do this echo shit. All right.
I love doing that though.
No, it's very annoying.
Thank you all for coming. Continue.
Vesna VK for 1 month says the double bited axe is a labrous. It's a lesbian symbol. Oh, are you saying the double-sided axe is like supposed to be like a vagina and it's a lesbian symbol? I've never heard that before. But I would believe you. I would 100% believe you. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You who have made it to the end of the stream, you are the true heroes. You are the true isekai protagonists. You are the true people. Only you people who have made it to the end of the stream are the only people in all of human existence and all of the universe that have actual media literacy. No one else on the face of this planet, on the face of the universe, has media literacy except for you. And we'll see you all tomorrow.